Today we are diving into a story that starts with a festival and ends with a fire. Willow's Alpha is not just another werewolf romance. It is a brutal, high-stakes journey of a girl who lost everything only to find a power she never knew she had. Imagine it's the night of the great festival. You're 15 years old, wearing your favorite dress and looking for your fated mate, only for your entire world to go up in flames. The runt of the pack, Willow, goes from a night of dancing to watching her mother die in her arms while her village is reduced to ashes by the very boy she thought she could trust. This isn't just a tragedy, it's a total system shock that leaves our protagonist naked, alone, and hunted in the woods. The core theme here is destiny versus despair. What makes this setup unique is Willow's feelings. A form of premonition or intuition that her pack mocked her for, calling her a runt because she wasn't a powerhouse fighter. The story sets up an enemies-to-enemies dynamic where the betrayal is personal, coming from Nick, a family friend who uses his charm to mask a monster. Your sensitivity is not a weakness, it's your survival instinct. Willow's pack looked down on her for being different, but it was her feelings that warned her of the attack before anyone else saw the fire. Prologue. Hun, come downstairs. We need to get you into your dress. I smiled from the book I was reading and sent my mom a message through our link. Okay, coming. I shut the book and quickly ran down the stairs to see my mom waiting with the dress in hand. Let me guess, you were reading Paranormal. I let loose a soft chuckle and smiled brightly. Correction, I was reading Supernaturally. Mom smiled and pulled me by the hand to the living room. You and your books. They distract you from everything, but not tonight. You can change in here. The boys have already left to meet with some friends. I nodded and began to undress, while Mom started to unfold the dress. Soon enough, I was standing in my undergarments with my mom, trying to get the dress over my head. I can put it on myself, you know. Mom sighed and gave the dress to me. Fine, but I do the ribbon. I laughed and started to put the dress on. First over my head, then arms, then legs. Okay, now turn around. I did as my mom asked and turned my back to her. Soon, I felt my dress tug me at the waist. Okay, you can go ahead and look in the mirror now. I nodded and walked to the mirror next to the television. I froze with astonishment. This was me. The dress was absolutely beautiful. It stopped just above my knees, and the sleeves were loose and went over my wrists. The print was captivating. It had a pink and blue floral print, with a white ribbon wrapping all the way around my waist. I looked up at my face. I didn't do anything to it, but for some reason, it looked different. Maybe because the dress made my electric blue eyes pop. Mom, I look perfect. Thanks so much. Anything for my only girl. Now go and join the party. I nodded and ran towards the door. Oh, and sweetie. I turned my head to face my mother. Yeah, Mom. Just keep in mind, you might meet your mate. I playfully rolled my eyes at her and ran out the door, meeting with the brisk wind. Willow, there you are. I thought you were going to skip the festival to read. I giggled and turned toward Paige. Yeah, well, Mom wanted me to come tonight. She nodded and made her way towards me. I love the dress. It makes your eyes pop. That's exactly what I thought. When I looked in the dash, the air around me seemed to have gotten colder, and I felt like my chest was tightening. It felt as if I was being squeezed, making it hard to breathe. Paige started to look around to see if anyone was around us before mind linking me. Are you having one of your feelings? I nodded. Something's not right. I walked towards the village's fence line and peered into the darkness of the forest. It felt like something was watching me. I could feel its eyes, but I couldn't see it. There you two are. Paige and I turned simultaneously towards the voice of my brother. Sam, what are you doing here? I asked while crossing my arms. Why, my young dear sister, I came to retrieve you. I rolled my eyes. And why are you talking like that? So I can be a very polite big brother for you now. Where was I? Oh yes. Sam marched towards us and grabbed us by our wrists. Then he started to haul us towards the bonfire. I have 2 friends that would like to meet you too. No need to thank me. Boys. Paige and I shouted simultaneously. Except hers was more excited. Mine was more like afraid, nervous, freaking out, anything under those categories. Yes, indeed, they are boys. Not girls, but boys. And speaking of which, there they are. Sam released our wrists and pointed to two guys waiting beside each other. One was wearing a dark dress shirt with a tie and dark dress pants. The other was wearing the same, but not as dark, and he had his hands in his pockets. "Hey, guys, over here," Sam called out. I froze as they started to make their way towards us. As for Paige, you could feel the excitement radiate off of her. I shot my head down as they got closer, not wanting to make contact. Hello. I looked up to the most beautiful hazel eyes I've ever seen. "Oh, hi. Oh gosh," I stuttered. The guy standing in front of me held out his hand. "I'm Nick, and the other guy is Drew. We're friends with your brother." I hesitantly took his hand. I'm Willow." A smile lit up on his face, taking me off guard. "Willow, a perfect name for a beautiful girl like you." I felt a blush creep up my neck, so I looked away. That's my friend Paige," I said quickly to change the subject. We both looked towards our two friends who were flirting up a storm. Paige was blushing like a mad woman, while Drew was trying to get really, really close to my friend. As they continued to flirt, Nick and I stood there in awkward silence. It was so uncomfortable. So, Nick started, "Would you like to dance?" "Wait. What?" I took a step back in surprise. He chuckled and held out his hand. Not to be too forward, but I thought it would be a good idea to break the ice and all. I mean, everyone is dancing around the bonfire, our friends are obviously flirting, and your brother is checking out some girls. I took a glance at my brother. He really was. How could he just bring two guys over here and not talk to them? I turned back and took Nick's hand hesitantly. Sure. Nick's smile grew, and he led me closer to the bonfire, where the whole festival was. "Wait, I don't know how to dance." He turned around and smiled. "Look around. Most people are just bouncing around, but it still looks like they're doing it right." I nodded, and he continued to pull me along. When we reached where the pack was dancing, Nick turned around. "You ready?" I gave a small smile and nodded. "I guess." The music was rock, so it was loud and easy to bounce to. I closed my eyes and let my body move to the music. When I opened them, I saw a surprised Nick. "I thought you didn't know how to dance." A blush crept up my neck. "I don't." He smiled and started to dance. "Well, you're dancing pretty well." We continued to dance, and we're awfully close too. I mean, I haven't met my mate yet, but it still didn't feel right. It felt wrong, dangerous even. By the time we were done dancing, we were tired and exhausted. Nick took me by my hand and led me to where no other pack members were, behind a huge building, the pack house. "What are we doing here?" He turned and gave me another smile, but this one felt different. It felt off and a little threatening. He sat in the grass and patted a spot next to him. I thought we could get to know each other better. I nodded and sat beside him. "So, your brother told me that he basically said you're the runt of the pack." I felt a lump swell in my throat. Why, out of all things, does my brother tell him that I'm the runt? I sighed. Yeah, I'm not really good at anything. But he told me about your feelings and how they're always right. That's something you're good at, feeling things." I nodded. "Yeah, for some reason, I have these senses. I feel something, and it turns out to happen. I'm just different." He surprised me by laughing. "You're a good different. I mean, look at you. You're beautiful and you're fun." I turned to him and gave him a genuine smile. "I'm glad you think so. You're like the Dash." I started to tense. A feeling. I had one. I turned towards the fence line and peered out into the darkness of the forest again. There was something definitely out there. I could smell it. It was a smell I didn't recognize. "You okay?" I snapped out of my reverie and turned towards Nick. Yeah, just fine." He narrowed his eyes at me. "You sure? You looked worried." I nodded. "Yeah, I'm absolutely positive." I knew I didn't convince him, but there was nothing else I could do. So, I said, trying to change the subject. "Why weren't you with your mate?" I mean, my brother told me that all of his friends already had theirs. He tensed at my question. I knew I had hit a nerve in him. Well, I rejected her. She was kicked out of the pack, so I had no choice, really. I could feel his pain in the air. For some reason, I felt like I had crossed the line. I didn't mean to. Now I have a question for you. I looked up at him, waiting patiently. Would you ever betray your pack? His question took me by surprise. Why would he ask me that? No, of course not. Yeah, they make fun of me for being different, but I wouldn't go that far. I felt his breath hitch a little. Such a shame. Wait. What? Did I hear him right? He reached into his pockets and pulled out a small glass bottle, a lighter, and a cigarette. What do you mean? He stood up and threw the glass bottle at the pack house, causing it to shatter and spill its contents on the wall. He then lit his cigarette and took a long drag of it. What I mean is that it looks like you won't live. I stood quickly and took a step away from him. What the heck are you talking about? He turned to me with an evil smirk on his face. Exactly what it means. He then threw his cigarette on the pack house. It immediately caught on fire. Gasoline. That's what was in the bottle. Howls started to erupt from the forest, startling me. What was going on? There was only one thing I could possibly do. Shift. I began to do so. My bones began to crack and snap and form. Patches of hair started to grow from my body, and a snout started to form. I barely ever shifted, so the pain was unimaginable. I released a howl when the process was finished. Impressive. You know, you're the first blue-eyed wolf I've ever seen. A shame, though. He stepped closer, causing me to release a growl. All of a sudden, screeching and howls erupted from the village. We were under attack. I could sense it. I know you had your feelings when you were freaking out and looked towards the forest. So I'll go ahead and tell you what you felt. You felt a rogue. I took a step back, making Nick laugh. I'm sorry it had to be like this, but this is for the best. But I'll tell you what. I'll give you a chance to run away. I forced a growl out, trying to seem more confident. Rip him into shreds, my wolf stated. Nick turned his back on me and began to walk towards the screeching sounds of the innocent. You know, that was a beautiful dress. Too bad you ripped it. With that, he disappeared into the smoke. It took me a moment, but I began to race towards my house. I had to get Mom. On my way, I passed the pack's hunters fighting with the rogues. But from what I could see, we were falling to them. I passed so many of my pack members' bodies. Blood was everywhere. I reached our house, but I saw the last thing I wanted to see. The house was burning. Mom? Where are you? She didn't respond to the link. I began to run around the house, looking for her. Willow. I skidded to a halt and nearly collapsed at the sight. Mom was dying. She had blood surrounding her, and she was sprawled on the ground with many wounds. She wasn't even in wolf form. Sweetie, don't talk, just listen, she said while breathing heavily. Just run. Get out of here. Please. She began to groan, and I stepped forward. She tried to push me away, but she was running out of strength. Please, just dash. She went silent. She stopped moving. She was gone. My wolf began to go crazy. She began to fight for control. But I held her back. I released a howl of pain. They killed my mother. They killed her. And it's all Nick's fault. Nick. I trusted him. We all did. He was friends with my older brother, Sam. I left him with Paige. I have to find them. I darted from my mother's body, swearing I'll bury it once this is over. As I took a turn towards the bonfire, I stopped. Sam was in wolf form, holding off 3 rogues while Paige was still in human form, crying over a body. Drew. He wasn't part of the attack. I thought that he was, since he came here with Nick. But I was wrong. Nick had tricked him. I was snapped from my reverie by a howl of pain. I looked at my brother, who had taken down a rogue. He was one of the best fighters in the pack. He could hold his own. I ran to him and sent him a mind link. Where's David and Lance? It took a moment before he sent one back. They're on border control. My younger brothers were fighting? They should be trying to escape. I was snapped from my thoughts when a rogue swiped for my head. Luckily, Sam blocked it. You just get Paige out of here. She can't fight in the condition she's in. I nodded and ran to Paige, immediately sending her a mind link. Turn to wolf form. We have to go. She looked up at me with emotionless eyes. He might have been my mate Willow. Paige, please, just turn. She nodded slowly and began to turn, whimpers escaping her mouth. When she finished, she stepped beside me. I'm ready. I nodded and began to run, Paige in pursuit. Sam was still holding the rogues back, buying us time. We passed so many bodies, it was hard to distinguish who was who with how fast we were running. All of the buildings were on fire. Some of our pack members were just sitting in the grass by their burning houses, awaiting their death. I shook the thought of them out of my head and continued to run. Willow, we're about to pass the fence line. I nodded and pushed myself to run faster. We have to pass it and keep running, find somewhere safe. I knew by Paige's silence that she understood. She just didn't want to accept the fact that we were actually leaving the village. When we were closing up on the fence line, we didn't slow down. Instead, we started to push ourselves to the limit to speed up. Then we did it. We jumped over the fence line. Can we stop now? I shook my head, not stopping at all. We have to go farther. Away from this. I could feel her uneasiness, but I knew she agreed. We continued to run for 10 more minutes at full speed until I collapsed from weakness. Are you okay? I nodded and tried to stifle my heavy panting, but it was no use. Willow, you know, if you look back at the village, it doesn't look like it's on fire. It looks like the festival is still in full swing. I looked towards our village as Paige was doing. She was right. But if only it were just the festival. Mom wouldn't be dead. Paige, my mom. She's dead. I began to whimper and Paige started to nudge me. Who knew that the festival of celebrating the moon goddess would be so painful? I nearly jumped up as howls started to erupt from nearby. The rogues were tracking us. Willow, can you stand? I tried to lift myself up but fell right back down. No, I can't. You just keep going. Paige shook her head. Turned to human form. I'll carry you on my back. But I have no clothes. She started to nudge me. Who cares? Just hurry. I nodded and began to shift. My bones began cracking and popping back into place. The fur on my body began to disappear along with my snout. Soon, I was a 15-year-old girl in the nude next to a giant wolf. Now climb on. I nodded and did so. Once I was on top, I held onto her fur tight, letting her know I was ready. She began to run as fast as she could, but I could tell she was too tired. Willow, how close are they? I looked back and peered into the darkness. Too close. About 20 feet. I could feel Paige start to growl. Rub your arms on my fur. Now. I didn't ask questions. I did exactly what she said. Willow, I promise you, we will see each other again. Paige, what are you dash? Before I could finish, Paige bucked me off of her. My body began to roll down one of the steep hills in the forest. I crashed into many bushes and trees, and worst of all, the rogues were still chasing my friend. That's when I understood it. She had me rub my scent onto her. She was risking her life for me. She wanted me to survive. My body continued to roll. I could feel wounds etching themselves into my torso, arms, and legs. And when my head hit an oak tree, I didn't feel anything else. I saw complete and total darkness, and I welcomed it. Chapter 1. That morning, when I awoke from the sun hitting my eyes, all my pain returned. I looked down at my body and automatically blushed. I was naked. And that's when the memories of last night returned. So much death. So much fire. It was all too much. I hastily got to my feet and started to shift so that I wouldn't be naked anymore. My bones began to crack and shift, fur started to sprout from my body and a snout formed. The process didn't hurt as badly as it did last time, but it was still painful. When I was fully shifted, I began to hike up the hill. From where I was, I could smell the smoke of my village. I already knew it was all gone, but I couldn't dwell on that. There could be injured survivors there. But there was only one thing racing through my mind. A promise I made last night. I had to bury Mother. Just the thought of her death made tears prick my eyes. It wasn't fair. She was one of the only pack members that didn't care I was different. And now she was gone. I shook the thought from my head and continued to climb. When I reached the top of the hill, I immediately paused. The whole forest was quiet. Usually, there would be birds chirping by now. But there was no sound. None. I began to walk up the path to the village. The trail I was on had dozens of footprints. I could tell which ones were the rogues and which ones were Paige's just by looking at them. Paige. She was somewhere out there, either dead or suffering. And it was all my fault. More tears threatened to spill, but I held them back. Come on, Willow, get a hold of yourself. She's alive. Paige is alive. As I continued, the smell of smoke got stronger, and the memories of screams filled my head. I forced myself to keep going, even though my legs were aching and the memories were painful. But all I could think about was that I wanted to get to the village fast. I came to a halt when I heard rustling in a bush. A rogue? I got into a fighting position and started to growl. If it's a rogue, get rid of it. After all it did to us, it should suffer. Looks like my wolf was still active. I promise I will, don't worry. Before I knew it, a red fluffy ball jumped from the bush. I ducked as it flew over my head. The thing was crazy. I turned to face it. But it wasn't what I expected it to be. A fox. I could see fear in its eyes, most likely because I looked so threatening. So I did the simplest thing I could. I stopped growling. When it realized I wasn't going to hurt it, it started to wag its fluffy tail and bounce its way up to me. I didn't have time for this. I turned my back on it and started to make my way to the village. Big mistake. It started to whimper and whine. Now, I'm not the type of person who just abandons a creature that's just sitting there and crying. So you could imagine what I did. I turned around and nudged it with my snout. That's all it took. It stopped its little fit and actually tried to play with me. It began to circle my legs beneath me and playfully bite my toes. That's when I realized it. Only baby animals do that. It was just a pup. Just tell the dang thing to go away. We have some place to be, my wolf stated sternly. But it's so cute. I can't just leave it here. My wolf was right, though. I really needed to be somewhere. But how could I abandon this fox? That's when the idea came to me. I would just bring it along. I nudged the fox from underneath me and picked it up by its neck roll. It tried to put up a fight, but eventually gave up and just let me hold onto it. So there I continued my walk with my new companion, Foxy. I'll just change its name later. When we reached the fence line, I nearly collapsed. Everything was ashes. There were some buildings left, but they were badly burnt. Everywhere I looked, there were bodies with ashes on top. And they weren't just deceased adults. There were children as well. Some were in human form, but from what I could see, most of the pack were in wolf form. I gently placed the tiny fox down and made my way to where I had left my mother. By our burning house. The house was in ashes now. Nothing stood to indicate that it was even a building. The only noticeable thing was the body. Mom's body. She was in the position I had left her in, sprawled onto the grass. I promised myself I would come back to bury you, Mom. I'm sorry I couldn't have saved you. If a wolf could cry, I was doing a pretty good job at it. I could feel tears stain my fur. She really is gone, isn't she? I nodded to my wolf. Yeah, she really is. I jumped at the sound of a squeaky bark. When I turned, I saw the fox with a tattered blue dress in its mouth. I guess the fox is good for something. I began to shift back, ignoring the pain. When I was finished, I reached for the dress the fox was holding. It gave it up willingly. Isn't this Mom's old blue dress? Tears that I didn't realize were there started to trickle down my face. Yeah, it is. I slipped the dress on. You know those dresses that are from like the 80s? They're short-sleeved, go over your knees, and they sprawl out. Well, that's what this dress was. And it was Mom's favorite color. Baby blue. Well, look who's back. I shivered at the voice of the man who started this. What are you doing here? I asked sternly. Oh, don't treat me like that. I just came to look at the scene. I didn't expect to see you here in another beautiful dress. I turned to Nick with hatred in my eyes. Why did you do it? His face went emotionless as he sighed. You know how I told you my mate was kicked out of the pack, and I had to reject her because of it. Well, now that there's no pack, I can have the love of my life. She said all I had to do was this, so I dash. Can't you see she's manipulating you? She doesn't care about you, and you stand up for dash. Within seconds, Nick had me by the throat, feet dangling above the ground. All I could do was struggle. But each time I did that, his grip tightened. She's my mate. I have to stand up for her. I have to love her. Or else I get hurt. Do you know the pain of it? Oh, wait, that's right, you don't. You've never even met your mate. He released his grip, and I fell to the ground, coughing like crazy. You just don't understand, Willow. The pain is unbearable, he said while turning his back to me. Is he telling me about pain? Him? He ruined my life. Pain, I choked out while getting to my feet. You're going to tell me about pain? You destroyed my life. You took my friends and family away, and you're telling me about pain. I charged him with balled fists. I knew that he sensed me coming, but he didn't move when I struck him. I kept hitting and hitting him. But he just stood there, taking all the hits. I hate you. I hate you. I want you to just go away. Tears began to well up in my eyes and trickle down. Why, how could he do this? Nick quickly turned around and grabbed my wrists. I'm sorry, Willow. I wish it didn't have to be this way. You can come with me. We have a pack of our own. Just take my hand. I shoved him off of me and crumpled to the ground. Why would I join a traitor and a group like that? He sighed and started to rub the back of his neck. You know, if I had just forgotten about my mate when I rejected her, this would have never happened, and I would have fallen in love with you. I looked up at him as the wind started to pick up. His brown locks started to rustle, and his eyes showed sorrow. You would have fallen in love with me? He nodded and turned his back on me. I know I love my mate. But, for some reason, I can't stop thinking about you. Tears began to spill from my eyes. He loves me? Don't listen to him. We have a mate of our own somewhere out there. I ignored my wolf. Last night, I went to your house and packed your clothing, your books, and some food in a trunk and left it beside the fence line before your house caught on fire. I knew you would want to come back. I don't know why I did it, though. He began to walk away. Maybe we'll see each other again. I wish for that day. With that, he disappeared into the forest. I dried my eyes with the palms of my hands and looked around the ashes. Foxy was jumping and bouncing into several piles of it, trying to entertain itself. I don't think I can forgive him with all the damage he did. Just forget about what he said. Let's just concentrate on burying our pack members. I nodded in agreement. My wolf was right. There are other things to worry about. I got back to my feet and made my way to one of the buildings that wasn't burnt down. The tool shack. The door was missing, so it was easy to get in, and the tool that I wanted was lying on the ground. A shovel. I grabbed it by its hilt and dragged it out. Then I found a spot that was perfect for the graves. I began to dig. First hole for the Alpha. Perished in battle. Second hole for the Luna. Perished in battle. Third hole for the Beta. Perished in battle. Fourth hole for Aviary Smith. Perished in battle. Fifth hole for Sam Smith. Perished in battle. Sixth hole for Lance Smith. Perished in battle. Seventh hole for David Smith. Perished in battle. I kept digging hole after hole until each member of my pack had one. 87 holes. I then went to each body and hauled it to its grave. Each one I cried for. After burying them, I dragged the shovel back to the tool shack and took the gasoline tank and matches. It's time. I nodded and went back outside. I placed the tank and matches down, then began to drag the bodies of the rogues and pile them up. Are you ready? As ready as I can be. I nodded and went to retrieve the gas tank and matches. Once I had the gasoline tank in hand, I began to pour its contents onto the stack of bodies. Then I lit the match and threw it onto them as well. They were in flames. I nearly jumped when I felt something wet stroke my bare feet. Chill, it's the fox. I looked down at the fox who was seeking attention. What do you want? It ignored me and curled into a ball. You know what? I think I'll call you Foxface. I smiled lightly at the name. It was from a book Mom had gotten me a while back, The Hunger Games. Suits you better than Foxy. I picked up the tiny thing and started to stroke it gently. Can you go look for a house that's not badly burnt? I'm pretty sure the fox understood, because it hopped from my hands and ran to one of the buildings. Let's go retrieve our stuff. I nodded and searched for the trunk that was supposedly by the fence line. Soon I spotted it. As I was walking towards the trunk, hell started to erupt from deep within the forest. The rogues. Don't worry about it. Those are howls of departure. They're leaving and going somewhere else. I released a breath I had no idea I was holding. I really couldn't deal with anything else. When I reached the trunk, I grabbed it by one of its handles and began to drag it. Soon enough, I was in the house the fox picked out with my trunk at my feet. This is where I would start my new life, in my destroyed village. I'm going to rebuild everything but live alone except Fox Face. But I would be known as a rogue to other wolves and packs. I have nowhere else to turn to but here. Chapter 2. Fox Face. Time for lunch, I shouted as I placed a small bowl of rabbit meat onto the ground. A moment later, an average-sized fox came striding in through the door. It's been 3 years since I first met Fox Face. 3 years since I became a rogue. And 3 years since my friends and family died because of me. But now, nothing bad happens. When the rogue attack occurred, it caused my village to burn down. It took me a whole day just to bury everyone, a week to clear all the ash, and a month to build a stronger wall around the destroyed village. With the wall, it's easier to be protected. Rogues usually pass by, but they know better than to bother coming in. A year after the attack, all the plants and trees that were burned down started to grow again. Now, the village looks like a camouflaged fortress. Okay, Fox Face, you hold down the fort. I'm just going to go out and pick some berries. The fox looked up from its bowl to look at me and nodded, then continued to eat. I exited the dining room and entered the corridor. But then I realized I forgot to grab something. I mentally slapped my face. Since I was going to go gather today instead of hunt, I was going to need my basket. I ran back into the dining room and retrieved my basket from the table. Then I ran back through the corridor and out the door. When I stepped outside, the breeze slapped me in the face. Around me, the trees and bushes were rustling. HHMMMM, strong wind. I didn't mind the wind, though. In fact, I enjoyed it. I loved how it would gently raise my long blonde hair and have it surround me. It was absolutely breathtaking. Don't forget to visit them, Willow. You've been forgetting a lot of things lately. I shook my head at my wolf. I won't, don't worry. And hey, I only forgot the basket, but I quickly remembered that. Sure, just wait until you look in a mirror. Until I look in a mirror? Oh, forget it. Now let's get going. Sheesh, okay. I'm going. I did as my wolf told me and began to stroll down a little dirt path to visit them. When I reached their resting spots, I crouched down and placed a hand on one of the gravestones made of bark. Aviary Smith. Cause of death. Perished in battle. 1973 to 2013. Loving mother of Sam Smith, David Smith, Lance Smith, and Willow Smith. Hey guys. I just wanted to stop by and say I miss you all so much. A lot has happened since you all, passed. Like, you should have seen Fox Face yesterday. He caught a rabbit and literally did a backflip of joy. That was lunch for today. Right now I'm going to gather some berries to make a nice pie. I'll try to stop by tomorrow. Love y'all. I knew they heard when the breeze shifted a little. It was just a small feeling I had. I just felt like they were dwelling in the breeze. Alright, let's go get us some berries. I nodded and got to my feet. It's been a while since I actually went gathering. I actually tried to grow my own fruit and vegetables so that I didn't have to actually leave the safety of the wall. Well, let's just say the crops didn't turn out well. I began my pursuit towards the opening of the wall. As I was trudging along, the breeze started to shift. It seemed the wind had gotten colder and the air was too thin to breathe in. I recognized this feeling. And I haven't felt this since that one day, 3 years ago. Could it be him? Nick? I shook the crazy thought from my head. That idea was preposterous. I haven't seen him in forever. Why would he show up now? It's not him. Trust me. This feeling was a little off, a bit different. Let's just focus on the berries. The sooner we get them, the sooner we come back. I nodded and continued towards the opening. Soon enough, I was no longer in the safety of my wall. Well, where should we look for the berries first? It took a while before my wolf answered me. Guess she was thinking. HHHMMM, do they even think? I should probably keep that scenario to myself. Keep straight. I smell something really good that way. Must be some delicious berries. Wait, how can my wolf smell that if she's in me? Do we share the same nose? Hey, are you listening to me? I said, go straight. Oh, right, my bad. Sorry, I was just thinking about something. I shook the crazy idea from my head and marched forward. Onward to the berries. For some reason, as I continued to walk, my body started to shiver, tingle. Something that's never done before. It was nonstop. Are you sure the berries are over here? I asked while shaking. Not that I wanted to, though. No answer. Hello. Yeah, I'm absolutely positive. And they smell so good. Oh, great moon goddess, it's driving me crazy. Whoa, okay, calm yourself, Dash. If only I were paying attention to where my feet were stepping. But of course I wasn't. I tripped over a small log and began to tumble. And of course, the tumbling turned into rolling. Why, oh why, out of all places to fall on my face, does it have to be on a small hill? When the rolling ceased, I slowly got to my feet and picked up my basket, which, by the way, survived the fall. Oh, Willow, you're a klutz. Hey, I was too busy talking to you. So therefore Dash. Wait, look, the berries. I turned and saw the tiniest bush I'd ever seen. Those are the berries? I crouched down and started to poke them. These are the berries? They're so tiny. And they're not even ripe. I don't think these are even edible. Wait, SSHHH. Be quiet and listen. What? Just do it. Whoa, temper much? I nodded and started to listen. There was no sound. Only the chirping of birds and the howl of the wind. But then I heard leaves crunching. Crunch after crunch. That's the smell. Does my wolf really want me to see what is making that crunching sound? Go see what it is. I guess so. I whispered in a hushed tone. I really don't want to die today. Let's just go back home. No, please, it really smells good. And it obviously affects you. Let's just take a look. I shook my head and turned towards the hill. No, I'm sorry. I just really want to go back home now. I was about to take a step when two voices started to speak. Riley, are you sure there's a flower out here? There was a pause before the other spoke. Yeah, I'm positive. I can smell it. It's absolutely captivating. A shiver ran down my spine. Two men were coming right towards me, and I was too afraid to climb back up the hill. Riley, wait. Someone else is out here. From what I can sense, it's a female. What are you waiting for, Willow? You said you didn't want to see who they are, but now you're just sitting there waiting to be spotted. I couldn't reply. My body felt weird. I've never felt anything like this. It was like I was going insane. A girl? Where? Right ahead, where this so-called flower is. HHHMMM, let's just check it out. The crunching of the leaves got heavier, and the smell that my wolf was smelling was right under my nose. Come on, Willow. Move. I shook my head and snapped out of my trance. What the heck was I thinking? I began to ascend the hill, but it was already too late. Hello. I froze, not wanting to move. You know I can, well, we can see you. I turned slowly, but kept my eyes closed shut. Speak, don't act suspiciously. I nodded. Hi. Ah, so she speaks. Can she open her eyes? Oh gosh, this was torture. Riley, why is she wearing an apron? That got my attention. My eyes snapped open, and I immediately looked towards my clothes. Oh gosh, I was wearing my apron. I told you that you were forgetting something. I shook my head. Stupid wolf. Does the apron lady have a name? I looked up at the two men in front of me, but really only saw one. He was tall and handsome and captivating and... Oh God, what am I thinking? The strange thing was, he was looking at me the same way I was looking at him. Like we were in a trance. Our attention was snapped from each other by a cough. Well, since you won't answer, Riley, I guess I'll do the introductions. I'm Kyle, the beta of our pack, and this is Riley. He's the alpha. Now, who are you? Who am I? My God, you're Willow. Oh, right, silly me. I'm Willow. The guy named Riley smiled. That's a perfect name for you. So, if I may ask, where's your pack? You shouldn't be out here alone. My pack? They're gone. I'm a rogue. Packs attack rogues. They could hurt me. Oh God, I'm gonna die. I turned my back on them and darted up the hill. I am not going to die today. Hey, wait. I ignored him and kept running. Willow. Not now. Willow. I hope you know they're chasing us. Wait, what? I glanced back and started to freak out. They are. They really were chasing me, and they were going full speed. I'm going to die. Willow, stop. Why are you running? Hurry, Willow. We're almost home. I nodded and pushed myself to go faster. I have to get inside my wall. They wouldn't dare to come in, would they? Soon enough, I made it. I was in my village. But I still didn't stop running. I had to get to Fox Face. Fox Face, I yelled while running. A moment later, my fuzzy friend came striding from the house. He cocked his head to the side. Sound the alarms. Do something. We're under attack. Willow. They're here. I skidded to a stop and looked behind me. My eyes widened. Riley and Kyle came charging in. Kyle seemed to have lost breath and stopped running at the entrance, but Riley was still running at full speed. Move, Willow. I can't. If my eyes could widen any more, they did. He was coming right at me. I really am going to die. Move, Willow. I can't stop. Riley shouted, trying to slow down. I closed my eyes and held out my hands. A moment later, he crashed into me, and we tumbled. When we stopped tumbling, I opened my eyes. Riley was on top of me. I dash. Oh God. I'm sorry, Willow. I didn't mean to. He sat himself up to where he was straddling me. Oh no, you're hurt. Here, let me just. He put the palm of his hand on my arm, where I had scraped myself from the crush. Immediately, sparks flew up my arm and engulfed my body. His eyes widened. Mate. Did I hear him right? Mate. I shook my head at my wolf. Impossible. But I couldn't help but question it. And mate. God, I stuttered. He nodded and leaned down to where his mouth was by my ear. Mate. Chapter 3. Wait. Why are my mate? Riley nodded and finally got up off me. Yeah, I guess so, he happily said while holding out his hand. I hesitantly took it, but nearly let go as my arm was engulfed by sparks. When I was hauled up from my butt, Kyle quickly ran up to us. Holy crap, guys. Are you guys okay? I swear I heard a loud crunching sound. He heard what? Oh gosh, if I end up having brain damage. Nah, man, we're fine. Right, Willow? I nodded. Yeah, perfectly fine. Riley's smile soon faded. Why did you run? I shook my head. The truth. They both nodded simultaneously. I looked down at my feet. What am I supposed to say? Oh yeah, I ran away from you because I thought you were going to kill me. That's not going to turn out well. Just say it. He's our mate, he won't kill us. I think. She thinks. Well, I guess if she thinks so, then he won't kill me. I ran because I looked up into Riley's eyes and saw concern. I ran because I thought you guys were going to kill me. Silence. Wow, I can't believe you actually said it. What? It was clear that my wolf told me to say that. All of a sudden, they both erupted into laughter. Willow, why on earth would we kill you? Riley asked while cracking up. Kyle spoke up while clutching his stomach. For a gatherer, you sure are stupid. For some reason, that didn't seem offensive. I don't know why, but for some reason, I started to laugh along. This just felt right. Riley and I were still laughing when Kyle just froze. Wait, guys. Have you noticed anything strange? Noticed what? Riley and I asked simultaneously, causing us to laugh even harder. He started looking around. This village is completely empty. I swear my heart stopped. They were going to find out. I found out I was alone and a rogue. Then they would either kill me or leave me and have Riley reject me. Then I would feel the pain Nick mentioned all those years ago. Yeah, Riley said, snapping me out of my reverie. Come to think about it, this village seems abandoned. Where is everyone, Willow? Tears sprang to my eyes, causing worry to flash across Riley's face and confusion across Kyle's. Riley quickly grabbed hold of my shoulders. What's wrong? Did I upset you? I covered my eyes with my hands and shook my head. No, you didn't do anything. I didn't want to tell him everyone was dead, but I had to. I crumpled to the ground, tears flowing from my eyes. Riley still held on to me, so he was on the ground too. Willow, please, just tell me what's wrong. I promise I'll make it better. I nodded my head, but kept crying. TH the village, TH they're all. I couldn't finish. For some reason, I didn't want to finish that sentence. Arms wrapping around me snapped me from my thoughts. I took my hands from my eyes and saw total blackness. It was soft and had a very fascinating smell. I just wanted to sit there and stay like this. But the blackness shifted, revealing a muscular arm. The whole time, I was crying into Riley's shoulder, getting his shirt soaked. SSHH, it's okay. I promise it'll be alright. He continued to coo. I gripped his arm tightly. TH, they're all gone. Dead. Riley pulled away from me and cocked his head. What do you mean? Kyle knelt down next to Riley and gripped his shoulder, causing Riley to look at him. She's a rogue. Her whole pack is dead. I covered my face with my hands, not wanting to look him in the eyes. I am sorry. That's why I ran. But you just had to follow me. I felt his arms leave my body and heard him stand, causing me to cry harder. How did they die? M, my brother's friend. H, he betrayed us, and L, let the rogues in. TH, they killed everyone, and TH, they burned everything. I couldn't stop crying and stuttering. He was going to reject me. I knew he was. I don't want him to. I'd feel like I'd die if he did. I nodded. What did you do to the bodies? I looked up at him. He showed no emotion on his face. He must hate me now. What? I asked, what did you do with the bodies? I slowly got up and grabbed his hand. His eyes widened, probably from the static-like feeling. I turned around, still holding onto his hand. Then I began to pull. At first, he kept his ground, but then he followed. I stayed silent the whole time, trying to stifle my sobs. The only sound was the two men whispering. Are you sure we can trust her? Kyle. Of course. She's my mate. I have to. Riley. He accepts me as his mate, but will he reject me later? Kyle didn't answer back, most likely shocked by the fact that I was Riley's mate. The rest of the way to the graves was silent. No one made a sound. When we got there, I immediately dropped Riley's hand and went up to one of the graves and crouched down. Aviary Smith. Cause of death. Perished in battle. 1973 to 2013. Loving mother of Sam Smith, David Smith, Lance Smith, and Willow Smith. Hey, Mom. This might be the last time I talk to you. I just wanted to thank you for everything. You buried them all? I nodded at Riley's voice. They all deserve something better, but this is all that I could manage. I looked at Riley. He was showing sorrow. Riley, Kyle said. There's a total of 87 graves. Riley took slow steps towards me, his fists clenched. Was he going to hurt me? I closed my eyes, not wanting to see a fist come at me. But I was surprised when two strong arms wrapped around me. What? He sighed. I'm sorry, Willow. I'm sorry that you lost everything and had to face it on your own. And I'm sorry I was a jerk to you. It's just that you're a rogue, and rogues are usually, crazy. And I'm sorry that dash. I cut him off. It's fine. You don't have to be sorry for anything. He pulled away, a smile on his face. Do you forgive me? I nodded. How can I be mad at you? Kyle began to laugh, and Riley began to chuckle. That's when I realized it. I just technically flirted with someone I barely knew. Kill me now. I felt a blush creep up my neck. I mean, M-dash. It's fine, I know what you meant, Riley said before he winked, causing me to blush even more. So, Kyle started. What do we do now? Riley grinned widely, still staring at me. Easy, we call back home. Within seconds, Riley had a phone pulled out. A phone. Gosh, I haven't seen one in 3 years. Do you know how crazy that is? He dialed a number and started to talk on his cellular device. But I didn't really pay much attention. I was just so hooked up on the phone. Okay, bye. Riley hung up and glanced at me. When he caught me staring wide-eyed, he gave me a smile that showed off his pearly whites. What? It's just that I haven't seen a cell phone in 3 years, so it's like, fascinating. His smile got bigger. Gosh, I just wanted to kiss his lips and... No, get a hold of yourself, Willow. Before I knew it, he tossed me his phone, which I barely caught. A phone. A freaking phone was in my hands. Oh, how I feel blessed. I fisted the air and started to giggle. Yes! Behold, God's mighty creation, the cell phone. Riley and Kyle started to crack up. Wow, Riley, you sure got lucky with her. Riley nodded. Yeah, I know. I started to blush again. All right, guys, Riley said. Let's go back to the pack. Go back? They're leaving already? They started to walk away and just stood there, staring at the ground with a cell in my hand. Willow. I looked up to a very confused Kyle. What? He smiled. You do know you're coming with us, right? My face lit up. Did he say what I think he just said? I could tell my wolf was excited. I nodded ferociously. I can't believe it. I'm going with my mate. I quickly jogged up to catch up to Riley, leaving Kyle behind, who was laughing like crazy. Wait. Riley stopped to look at me. What about my stuff? He smiled. Well, I called my parents to send 2 other members to come here and get the stuff in that burnt house, he said while pointing to my little house thingy. Then he continued to walk. Wait. He started to crack up. Yes. What about Foxface? He cocked his head. Who? I smiled and whistled. A couple of seconds later, Foxface came striding to us, just as Kyle was catching up. Foxface, this is Riley and Kyle. We're going with them to their pack. Foxface nodded at them, making their mouths drop. I began to giggle. That fox can understand you, Kyle questioned, still surprised. I nodded. Of course he can. Before I knew it, Riley slung his arm over my shoulder. Let's get going, okay? A blush crept up my neck as I nodded. Yeah. He smiled one of his perfect smiles as we began walking, with Foxface and Kyle in pursuit. Can I just tell you how much I hate walking? I mean, seriously, it sucks. Within 30 minutes of walking to Riley's and Kyle's village, my feet ached. I wish I were a fox, because Foxface wasn't breaking a sweat. Oh, hey, Willow. I looked at Riley and smiled. Yeah. He smiled back. May I have my phone back? His phone? Oh, right. I looked down at my hands, which held his cell phone, and frowned. Holy phone, I will miss you so. Yeah, sure, I said while smiling. Then I tossed his phone to him, which he easily caught. So, Willow. I glanced at Kyle. Yeah, he smiled. How long have you lived in that burnt-down village? Ever since we've been born. I shook my head. Well, technically, since it was first burnt down, so 3 years. He nodded and looked ahead. Before I knew it, I tripped on a log and fell on my face. Mother Nature, why do you hate me so much? I quickly stood like nothing happened, which caused everyone, not including Foxface, to start laughing. I'm such a klutz. Wow, Riley said while laughing. You're such a klutz. See what I mean? It's not my fault, I whined. My feet ache. Within seconds, Riley had me swooped up into his arms, causing me to blush. Well, of course they do. A princess shouldn't be walking. My face ended up getting hotter after that comment. If it were possible, steam would probably be rising from my face. Go ahead and get comfortable, Riley said. We've got a lot more ground to cover before we get there. Kyle joined in. Yeah, like 45 minutes worth. I nodded and nuzzled my head into Riley's shoulder. Gosh, it smelled good. I just wanted to stay like this forever. Before I knew it, I had fallen asleep. Willow, wake up. Huh? Wake up, we're here. There stood the biggest village I'd ever seen. Trust me, it was huge. Let's just say, I could already tell I wasn't going to fit in. Chapter 4. Welcome back, Alpha. It's great to see you again, Alpha. That's all I heard. Apparently, Riley was some huge thing. Of course he is, he's the Alpha. I shook my head and started to look around. I was getting so many evil eyes, mostly from girls, that it was hard to breathe. But I was probably receiving a lot of them because Riley was still holding me in his arms. I took one of my hands and grasped Riley's shirt. Riley, you should probably put me down now. He looked down at me and cocked his eyebrow. Why? I don't know why, but a blush started to creep up my neck. Because I'm attracting a lot of attention. He smiled and looked around us. Huh, I guess you are. Oh well, they'll have to get over themselves. I shrunk into his arms and nuzzled my head into his shoulder, taking in his scent. You don't mind if I do this then, do you? I heard a small laugh leave his lips. Not at all, I actually think it's really cute. Gosh, I'm starting to like this man. I smiled, but it was concealed by his dark shirt. This is truly the happiest moment I've had in a while. We kept walking through the village. Well, I didn't, just Riley, Kyle, and Foxface. But I could still feel the sharp glares on my back from all the people watching and welcoming. Welcome back, Big Brother. Big Brother? Hey, Heaven. I felt Riley kneel, making me a bit uncomfortable. But I didn't do anything about it, I just nuzzled more into his shoulder. I'm sorry, sis, I couldn't get you your flower, but I got something better. I could feel eyes watching me. Who is that Riri? Riri, how cute. I'll call him that later. It's my princess. I had to travel far and wide just to find her. But alas, I think she fell asleep again. I heard a small giggle. Riri, is the princess your mate? I could hear excitement in the girl's voice. Indeed, little sister. And you see that fox over there? Well, that's her trusty companion. There was silence, that is, until a little squeal sounded. Then I heard the sound of feet shuffling a little way from us. A fox. A fox. We're going to have so much fun. I'll make you a crown, and I'll make you cookies, and we'll have parties where only princes and princesses are invited. I smiled. Looks like Foxface is going to be getting a lot of attention. You know, you're really bad at fake sleeping, Riley whispered in my ear. I looked up to see him staring at me with a glint in his eyes. Oh gosh, I could just lose myself in them. Sorry, I just didn't want to interrupt you guys' conversation, Riri. A blush covered his face. Then he stood up. TSK, princesses shouldn't be eavesdropping on conversations. Well, it sure is hard when I'm literally in the middle of them. He laughed and continued to walk, leaving behind Foxface with Heaven. Hey Riley, what are you going to say to your parents? I looked at Kyle, who was very hard to see from my position, by the way. He had a point. Everyone knows that it's forbidden to mate with a rogue. I don't think it's even happened. What if we're not accepted? We might get kicked out. Nonsense. Only the Alpha and Luna can kick someone out of a pack. It doesn't matter. Today is my ceremony. They can't say anything against me today. I looked up at Riley wide-eyed. Wasn't he Alpha yet? But why did everyone call him that? Because his ceremony is today, you idiot. I shook my head. But if he's not the Alpha, then that means I can still get kicked out. Riley, doesn't that mean I could still be thrown out? He looked at me with concern in his eyes. I won't let them, I promise. I nodded and looked towards where we were heading. You know those houses that look like they're for rich people? Well, that's where we were headed. It was a house that had stone steps leading to the front door, had pillars, a bunch of cars, vines going up the side, and was super big. If I were in it, I would most likely get lost and die. I pointed to it with my mouth gaping. Is that your house? Riley let loose a laugh. No, that's my parents' and my sister's house. Mine is much smaller. I sighed and I nodded, but still gaped. It was just unbelievable. With me in Riley's arms and Kyle walking beside us, we started to ascend the stairs. Gosh, I was nervous. For all I knew, Riley's parents were a bunch of crabby people. Hey Willow, a word of advice. I looked towards Kyle and cocked my eyebrow. Yeah. He gave a sweet smile, not as sweet as Riley's though, and replied, you might want to act like you're asleep. Riley's folks might think it's pretty weird for him to be carrying a girl who's wide awake. You know how parents are. I nodded. Speaking of his parents, what are they like? In a matter of seconds, Kyle was hovering over me with the creepiest smile I've ever seen as he started to wiggle his fingers in my face. They're absolutely horrible. They get one look at you, then they judge you. Then, while you sleep, they pour a bucket of spiders on your head. My eyes widened with fright, and I began to shake. SP spiders. Oh yes, and not only dash. Before Kyle and I knew it, Riley kicked him in the gut, sending Kyle tumbling down the hard, stone stairs that we've been walking up. "Stop scaring my mate." I looked over at Kyle as he continued to tumble, then at Riley, again at Kyle, then back at Riley. Is he going to be okay?" Riley started to continue up the steps with a smile on his face. "Oh, just fine. There's a reason why he's the beta." I glanced back down the steps. Kyle got to his feet and began to shout. No doubt in my mind that he was shouting a series of swear words. Then he began to climb back up the steps. When we reached the giant door, Riley looked down at me. "You ready?" I shook my head and nuzzled into his shoulder, acting like I was asleep. "Now I am." He laughed and began to pound on the door. I heard the door open and a woman speak. "Riley, welcome back." "Oh, who's this?" "I'll tell you when I get inside." "Is Dad home?" "Sure thing. He's in the living room sleeping." I felt Riley nod. "Oh, and leave the door open for Kyle." He fell down the steps. I almost began to giggle, but held it in. I heard the woman sigh. "Again?" "Yes, ma'am." Then Riley began to walk. As we entered the house, a whole bunch of new smells whacked me in the face. And they sure did smell good. I felt Riley take some turns before he stopped. Then I felt him sit down. "Honey, Riley's here," the woman said. I heard a yawn before a man spoke. "Oh, Riley. You're back. Welcome. And who's this young lady you have in your arms?" "Well, Dad, that's why I'm here. You see, this is Willow. She's my mate." Both of them gasped before the woman replied. "How do you know?" "Well, Mom, I accidentally crashed into her. And when I touched her, I felt those sparks that you guys told me about. It was amazing." I heard a small chuckle. "Congratulations, son. So whose pack is she a part of?" Riley sighed. "Well, you know that forest fire we saw 3 years ago from our tower?" "Yes," they both said simultaneously. "Well, you see, that was her pack. They were under attack by a small army of rogues. She was the only survivor." The woman gasped, then spoke up. "May we talk to her?" I felt Riley nod before he whispered in my ear. "Rise and shine." I could just hear the smirk in his voice. "Well, it's acting time." I slowly rose from Riley's arms and released a yawn while stretching. Then I took a look around. The living room was huge. It had a huge flat screen on the wall along with speakers. There were 2 sofas, one of which Riley and I occupied, 2 chairs, one of which was occupied by the man, who I'm guessing is Riley's father, and a large coffee table. I looked at the woman and smiled. She looked pretty young for being a mother. She had no wrinkles whatsoever. She had Riley's eyes and hair, hazel with a speck of green, and short brown hair. I looked towards the man and smiled at him. He had green eyes with short blonde hair. He, too, looked pretty young. The only thing noticeable was some dark circles under his eyes. I looked at Riley and smiled. But that quickly changed when I noticed I was still on his lap. I released a squeak and quickly squirmed off of him, blushing. "Hi, I'm Susie Hollingsworth, and this is my husband Damien Hollingsworth," she said while holding out her hand. I took her hand and shook it just as Damien spoke. "I can introduce myself, hun." I giggled as Susie rolled her eyes. Damien was about to speak, but was interrupted by a sweaty Kyle. "I'm here." I survived. Kyle shouted while fisting the air. "Sit down, boy, I'm trying to have a conversation." Kyle hesitantly nodded and then took a seat beside me. Then he whispered in my ear while smirking. "Remember, bucket of spiders." I went wide-eyed, but shook my head. "He's just teasing me, right?" "Anyways," Damien said. "I'm Damien Hollingsworth, and that's my wife Susie," he said, then winked at me. I giggled as Susie rolled her eyes. "Yes, honey, we've already been over that." "Oh, well, I'm Willow Smith." They both nodded until Damien spoke again. "Smith, that sounds familiar." "Well, my dad was a beta, but he died when I was really little." He nodded and mumbled to himself. "I swear I know that name." He probably tried to make it so that I didn't hear him, but he was a bad whisperer. "So," Susie said, "we understand you're the only survivor of your pack. How long have you been on your own?" "Since I was 15. I'm now 18, so 3 years." She nodded. "Did you do anything for education?" I shook my head. No ma'am. I lived in my old village the whole time. She smiled and turned to Damien. Honey, go make a call to Scott Johnson. You go with him, Kyle. They both nodded and got up from their seats. Then they left the room. So, Willow, Susie said. Would you like to listen to some music? And music. She nodded and plucked a remote off the coffee table. When she clicked a button on it, the music started to play. I jumped off the couch and started to bounce in place. Oh my gosh. Music. I haven't listened to any in 3 years. Riley started to laugh along with Susie. Then he stood up and pinched my cheeks. God, Willow, you're so adorable. First the phone, then the music. How are you going to react with a shower? Shower. They both began to laugh harder until Kyle and Damien walked back in. Well, it's official, Damien said. What is? Everyone stared at me and began to smile. You're going to school with Riley and me next Monday, Kyle said. SC School. Chapter 5. Bye, you three, Susie shouted out as Riley, Kyle, and I walked down the stone steps. I waved to her and turned around to walk properly down the steps next to the two boys. They seem nice, I said happily, which caused Riley to smile. He turned to me and winked. Glad you think so. So, were you afraid of meeting them? I nodded. Yeah, I was freaking out in my head about spiders the whole time. I heard Kyle snicker. You're lucky they didn't do it while you were fake sleeping. My eyes widened. Would they have done it? In a matter of seconds, Kyle was in my face, doing his creepy smile. Oh yes. In fact, Kyle was cut short with a fist, making contact with his face. Then he began to tumble down the steps again. With each step his body hit, he would release a groan. What did I say about scaring her, Kyle? My face went a bit pale. Don't worry, Willow, he'll be okay. I shook my head. No, it's just that. I'm just thinking about how much he's fallen down these steps. Riley began to laugh and bent down. I cocked my eyebrow. He pointed to his back. Get on my back, it'll be fun. A smile lit my face and I nodded my head ferociously. Yes, yes. I quickly scrambled onto his back and got onto his back, squealing like a little kid. He stood up and started to laugh. Gosh, Willow, you're so cute. A blush crept up my neck, but I didn't stop squealing with excitement. We continued down the steps until we reached the bottom, where Kyle was lying face first. Riley bent down, still keeping me on his back, and began poking Kyle. Dude, that was quite the trip. You need to watch your step. Yuda. I couldn't help but giggle. It was just too funny. Okay, we'll meet you at my place. Kyle groaned, and Riley got back up and began to walk. When we passed the gates from Susie and Damien's house, there was a small movement from the corner of my eye. Big brother? Riley turned and faced a little girl with fox face. She was the most adorable thing ever. She had 2 pigtails with blonde curly hair. She was wearing a pink dress that went to her knees and was barefoot. So freaking adorable, and the best part was that she looked 8 or so. Riley walked over to her and bent down. Hey, Heaven. So this was Heaven. She's just so cute. She looked up at me, and a smile lit up on her face. Princess. I giggled. Hi. She curtsied, then looked up at me. I was just wondering if I'm allowed to have your trusty companion stay with me tonight. Now Heaven, Riley started. I shook my head. No, Riley, it's fine. I smiled at Heaven and nodded. In fact, he can stay with you as long as you want. He's probably happy now that there are more people to give him attention. Her face lit up even more, and she curtsied again. Thanks so much. Come on, Foxface, let's get you a bouncy bed. I giggled as she began to bounce around in circles. But she turned back to me. Can I tell you a secret? I nodded. Within seconds, she had her mouth up to my ear and began to whisper. You're the flower. Is it the flower? She stepped back and smiled at me. Then she ran towards the stone steps with fox face in pursuit. Did she say something that seemed strange? I shook my head. No, just something that caught me off guard. Riley nodded and stood, then he began to walk. When you have real discussions with her later in life, please don't judge her. I looked down at him even though I could only see the back of his head. Why would I judge her? He shook his head, making his captivating scent go everywhere. She has a gift that's not normal. I put my hands in his brown locks, making him stop. I just started to comb my fingers through them, not wanting to stop, but of course, I had to. I would never judge her or anyone. If you haven't noticed, I have no room to judge. I'm a rogue that shouldn't even be alive. He continued to walk. Willow, there's a reason why you're alive. I don't know why, but you did, and I love it that you did. A blush crept up my neck. Isn't he just so sweet? I nodded. Okay, we're almost to my house, so just relax. I nodded and rested my head on his, making a smile appear on my face. We're here. I looked up from playing with Riley's hair, and my jaw immediately dropped. There stood the most beautiful house I've ever seen. It was a brown, 2-floor house, with a stone path to its door and a glorious yard. The good part was that it wasn't too big nor too small. Wow, your house is amazing! Riley began to laugh. Thanks, I'm not really into that fancy stuff. I giggled and Riley began to walk up the stone path. When we reached the door, there was a trunk. My trunk. A trunk. I tapped his head and smiled. That's my stuff. He sucked in his breath, which made me laugh. Ugh. He bent down while keeping me on his back and picked up the trunk. Impressive. I'll say. What? Do you expect any less of me? He asked while flexing one of his muscular arms. Wow, someone has a big ego. I could feel Riley smirk as he opened the door and walked through with me still on his back and my trunk in hand. When we entered the house, my face lit up with delight. The smell of home hit my face and I absolutely enjoyed it. So we're going upstairs to your new room. I nodded as Riley began to walk up the steps. The wall that the stairs were connected to had pictures all over it. I could recognize some people in them. There were ones with a man and a woman smiling and laughing with a little boy running around with worms in his hands. I could tell the woman was Susie and the man was Damien. I had no doubt that the little boy was Riley. When we reached the top of the stairs, Riley took a turn and entered a room. He set the trunk by the door and let me down. I looked around and smiled. It was a huge room with not a lot of furniture. And it was very simple too. It had a wardrobe, a dresser and a mirror, a queen-size bed, a nightstand with a lamp, and a desk with a chair and a lamp. But I still thought it was amazing. Sorry, the room is bland. I didn't exactly know I was going to be bringing home my mate. I turned to Riley and smiled. No, it's perfect. It's all I can ask for. He smiled, making my heart race and the urge to trace my fingers on his lips. Get a hold of yourself, Willow. I have a question, though. He tilted his head in an adorable way. Is this your room? Riley smirked. No, but it can be if you want it to. A blush crept up my neck. Aye. He began to laugh. I'm kidding, Willow. I just thought you would want to have your own room because, you know, you're a little shy. I nodded. Thank you. He gave a generous smile and turned towards the door. Sorry, but I have to get ready for my ceremony. Wait, I said. Am I going to that? He turned to me with a sorrowful look. I'm sorry, but that's against the rules. It's forbidden. I was lucky that I could get you to stay. I nodded, but I couldn't help but feel a little bit disappointed. I really wanted to see Riley get appointed as Alpha. He turned back around and made his way out of the room. I'll see you when I get back from it, though. I nodded even though he wasn't in the room anymore. Then I went to bed and slumped into it. I really wanted to see that ceremony. Yeah, me too. Hey, Willow, Riley called out. Yeah. There was a pause before he answered. Do you know how to tie ties? I began to giggle. Yeah, why do you need help? Another pause. No, well maybe. Yeah, I do. Can you come to my room and help me? It's the room next to yours. Yeah, okay. I stood from the bed and made my way out of the room and into the next one. When I entered Riley's room, my jaw nearly dropped. He was in there in a dark dress shirt and dark pants with some nice dress shoes on. He was facing a mirror, trying to put his tie on, which was awfully tangled. He sure does change fast. I made my way to him and stopped right in front of him. Then I reached for his tie and began to work my magic. You really fail at ties, don't you? He nodded and laughed. Yeah, they're not my specialty, but hey, you can do it right. I cocked my eyebrow and continued to do the tie. So you're going to keep me here to do your ties? And I thought the forest was bad. He began to laugh as I finished. Okay, I'm done. He looked into the mirror and smiled. Thank you, my princess. I blushed. It's the least I can do. He laughed and began to walk out of his room with me in pursuit. I think I might be late. He began to walk down the stairs and to the door. Of course, I followed him. He opened the door, and I held it for him. I'll see you when I get back. I nodded. Yes, sir. He laughed and walked outside, following the stone path to the street. When he was out of sight, I shut the door and slid down it until I was sitting on the floor. What am I going to do the whole time while he's gone? Chapter 6. It's been 30 minutes already, and Riley is still gone. All I had the urge to do was sneak into the building where the ceremony was being held and watch the appointing of Alpha. But of course I couldn't. Why? Well, 1, I have no idea which building it was in this huge town, and 2, it was forbidden. I got up from my new bed and stood in front of the dusty mirror, looking at my reflection, or if you can even call it a reflection. It just looked like a blurred blob, but I could still make out some features. I still had dirt smudged on me. My hair was a rat's nest, my blue dress was wrinkled, and oh yeah, I was still wearing an apron. I went over to my trunk, which Riley had so kindly set by my door, and started to dig through it. I had the basics, all of my books, pictures burnt by the edges, all of my mother's old dresses, old shoes, undergarments, and my favorite, my old doll from my childhood. I quickly grabbed one of Mom's dresses, which was pink, and some undergarments. Then, I stood up and went out into the hallway. Willow, what you doing? Oh, nothing, just looking for a bathroom. I could feel my wolf sigh as I walked down the hallway. I stopped at Riley's bedroom door. If this is his bedroom, then the room across must be a bathroom. I swirled around to the door opposite Riley's and reached for the handle. I began to peer inside it as I slowly opened the door. A sink with a brush? Check. A toilet? Check again. Mirror and tub? Check and check. Shower? Check. I fisted the air and scrambled into the bathroom. Then I checked Riley's shower for necessities. All was in order when I saw shampoo, conditioner, body wash, and a razor. Oh, thank gosh. A razor. Now, don't get me wrong, I've been shaving for the past 3 years, but not with a razor blade. No, I used a freaking hunting knife. I don't recommend that because it hurts like crazy. I quickly turned the hot water on, stripped off my clothes, and jumped into the shower. Gosh, it felt good. The hot water hits my back, releasing tension from my muscles. It just felt so relaxing. I squeezed some shampoo into my hand and began to scrub my hair. Maybe after this, I'll have shiny hair again. I shook my head and began to wash my body with, wait for it, body wash. And boy, it sure did smell good. I let the water rinse all the soap from my body and reached for the razor. Are we even allowed to use this? I nodded. Don't worry, I'll make sure to clean it and put it back where it was. And so, I began to shave my legs and my underarms. When I finished, my body felt so silky. But I still had one more step. Conditioner. I squeezed some into my hand and began to scrub my hair. I could feel some of the knots come undone, but not a lot. Once I was done, I let the water rinse the conditioner out of my hair. Then I turned off the water and grabbed a towel that was hanging beside the shower. Once I was done drying myself, I quickly grabbed my undergarments and put them on. I stepped out of the shower and grabbed the brush from the sink. You could imagine what I did next. I brushed my rat's nest. When I finished, I looked in the mirror. I jumped out with surprise. Why? I had forgotten what I looked like over the 3 years. It was just surprising to see a clear reflection at all. My eyes were electric blue. I'd forgotten that color. And my hair is dirty blonde. I looked pretty skinny though, probably from all those years scavenging for food. I smiled as I lifted my hands to my face. This is me. This is what I looked like. I reached for Mom's pink dress and slipped it on. I glanced into the mirror before I left the bathroom with my dirty clothes. Only one thought came into my mind. I sort of looked like Mom. So now what? I paced back into my room and shoved the dirty laundry into my trunk. Then I quickly made my way through the hallway and down the steps. I don't know. How long have we been in the shower? There was a pause before my wolf answered. Around 45 minutes. I stopped in my tracks. It didn't feel like 45 minutes, more like 5 minutes. But if it's been that long, then that means it's been an hour and 15 minutes and Riley still wasn't back. My wolf whined. I don't like being alone. I nodded. Neither do I. I walked to the door and slowly reached for the handle. What are you doing now? I grasped the handle and opened the door to the outside hesitantly. A warm breeze blew in through the door, and the sounds of birds chirping filled my ears. I smiled slightly and took a step outside. Willow, are we even allowed outside? I ignored my wolf and shut the door behind me. Then I began to walk down the stone path to the street. When I reached the end of the stone path, I looked both ways on the road. Houses were outlining the sides, as were some cars and parked bikes. But there was no one to be seen. Willow, go back inside. I shook my head. No, I just want to look around the village. Well, more like a town. My wolf snapped back. You're an idiot. It is a town. This is Bleak Falls, in North Carolina, which means there is a huge possibility humans can be around here. I shook my head. First of all, how do you even know that we're in a town called Bleak Falls? And two, how do you know if it's even in North Carolina? My wolf didn't answer. Well, okay. For the first question, it's a wolf thing. We automatically know where we are. And for the second question, it's common sense. Our village was here. I shook my head. Whatever. Oh, since you know where we automatically are, can you find anything like a pond or a park or something like that? But Willow, my wolf, whined. No buts, come on, don't be a wuss. My wolf whined some more before budging. Fine. Head left down the street, then take a right near a building with 2 bikes in front of it. Don't ask how I know that there are some bikes. It's a wolf thing. Well then. I sighed and took the directions my wolf told me. I exited Riley's yard, followed the street until I found the house with 2 bikes and, of course, took a right. After turning on the house, I froze. There was a park, and boy, was it huge. Swing sets, monkey bars, tire swings, playgrounds, it was all there. But the scary part was that there was no one to be seen. We should just turn back, Willow. I shook my head. No, I'm in the mood for some slides and monkey bars. Don't be afraid. My wolf sighed as I began to trudge to the park. In my head, I was thinking, oh boy, so much fun, but my face was probably giving off the feeling, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. When I reached the park, I just stood there, looking around. There really was no one else here. Then I quickly scurried over to the monkey bars. Willow, what on earth are you doing? I began to climb up and swing off the bars. What does it look like? I'm having fun. My wolf sighed as I continued to play. It was just hilarious and fun and wow. I haven't done this in a while. I then moved to the slide and began to climb up it and had the time of my life. What are you doing? I froze midway up the slide. Oh, please tell me they're not talking to me. Hello? Barefoot girl in the pink dress, I'm sorta talking to you. I looked down at my feet, then hung my head. I really was barefoot. Idiot. I turned slowly to the person who was talking. It was a girl around my age with long brown hair with some blonde highlights at the tips, freckles, and hazel eyes. She was wearing a purple tank top, jeans, and boots. Well, she placed a hand on her hip and cocked her head to the side with a smile. Can you not speak? I shook my head. I was having fun. Her smile got bigger, and she began to giggle. Well, obviously. I was just wondering why you weren't at the alpha ceremony. It was my turn to cock my head. Wait a minute. Why aren't you at the alpha ceremony? She held up her hands and began to laugh. It's the after-party thing. I usually don't go to those things. I smiled. Well, that might be the reason why I'm here too. She smiled and held out her hand. Well, stranger, my name is Alyssa. I slid down the slide and hesitantly took her hand. I'm Willow. She continued to smile. You know, I haven't seen you around here before, but you look familiar. I nodded. I'm sorta new here, so you wouldn't know me. She released my hand. Yeah, but you actually look sorta familiar. No, I just got here today, so dash. She snapped her fingers. That's it. You're the chick the alpha brought here. I backed up, but she followed. So, what are you to him? Sister, cousin, mate? I felt a blush creep up my neck. Then she began to laugh. I'm sorry, I'm just yanking your chain. So, when do you start school? I released a breath I had no idea I was holding. Monday. She smiled, but then frowned. Huh, how are we supposed to go shopping before then? Is this chick serious? My jaw dropped. SH shopping? She nodded. It's obvious you don't have many clothes, she said while pointing to my dress. It's cute, but it's tattered. I can fix that. But for now, you can borrow some of my clothes. We look to be about the same size. I shook my head. What if I'm some kind of murderous villain and kill you? She laughed. Well then, that's my fault. But I want to be your new best friend, deal? She held out her hand. I smiled and took it. Deal. She laughed and pulled me to the swings. She took one, and I took the other beside her. So where are you from? I looked down at my feet and frowned. Do I just tell her? No, it might ruin the friendship. I shook my head and looked towards her with a slight smile. Somewhere far from here. She narrowed her eyes and was about to say something before we heard a clearing of a throat. I froze as Alyssa began to laugh. So I bring home some food for a lovely lady, but my house ends up being empty. Then I follow her scent, and where does that take me? The park, I should have known. I relaxed and turned towards a smiling Riley. Alyssa turned and bowed. Alpha. But then she started to crack up. I'm sorry, I can't take this. It's too much. Riley shook his head while smiling. Sooner or later, you're going to have to accept it. Alyssa tried to stifle her laugh, but failed miserably. You? Alpha? Gosh, it's too much. I began laughing along with Alyssa, catching Riley's attention. What, is it so hard to believe that this sexy thing, he gestured to himself, is Alpha? Alyssa and I laughed harder, causing Riley to shake his head. Fine, I'll just eat your cake when we get home. That's when Alyssa stopped. Wait, you guys live together? I stopped laughing. Oh crap. She's onto us. Her eyes clouded over, as did Riley's. Great, they were mind-linking each other, leaving me out of the conversation. A moment later, their eyes went back to normal, and they both smiled. Then, Alyssa got off her swing and tackled me from mine. Oh my gosh. You're the Luna. You're Riley's mate. I blushed. Hey now, let's not get too hasty. She laughed, but then frowned. Then embraced me in a hug. But, your pack is gone. I'm so sorry, Willow. He told her. Why? Don't worry, she continued. I'll keep your secret. I smiled and hugged her back. Thank you. And besides, she said, you were accepted into the pack by the Alpha, so you're not a rogue anymore. My eyes widened. Really? They both nodded and Riley answered. Really? I smiled and got up off my butt. Then I ran over to Riley and embraced him in a hug, catching him off guard. Thank you so much. A moment later, I felt his arms wrap around my waist, pulling me impossibly closer. Anything for you, he whispered. Chapter 7. We spent another hour at the park with Alyssa before we went our separate ways. And it turns out, Alyssa and I have a lot of things in common. For example, we both love books, especially Percy Jackson. But when we started to talk about the second series with the Romans, she showed a face of disgust. I would have pointed out that she was wearing their colors, but I didn't really want to risk it. So I'd have to ask her later about that, though. But seriously, she's just so much fun. So, do you like Alyssa? Riley asked as we were walking home. I turned to him and smiled. Yeah, she's just so much fun. She's a really sweet girl. He smiled and continued to walk with me beside him. I really can't wait to meet her mate, though. They must be so cute together. He frowned. She hasn't met her mate yet, which is weird, because she's nice and talks to everyone here. I always thought she would have found hers before me. I nodded and continued to walk with Riley. But then, something occurred to me. I stopped and grabbed Riley's hand, making him stare at me in confusion. What is it? I stared at my feet. I was, I was wondering if we could establish a link. There was a pause, and for a second there I thought he was going to say no. But then he began to pull me along. Of course, let's go do it in the yard. I smiled as we walked back to the house. He pulled me into the yard, and we both sat down in the grass. Okay, so you do know how to do this, right? I nodded, sorta, I think. He laughed, and his eyes clouded over. I followed his lead by doing the same thing, but nothing happened. We both stopped simultaneously, then he gave me a confused look. It seems that something is blocking our connection. I shook my head. Something's wrong with our connection? I don't understand. He smiled. Well, do you talk to your wolf? I nodded. All the time. He began to stroke his imaginary beard, which caused me to laugh. Were you accepting me in? Like, you're trying to establish a connection with me? I nodded. He tilted his head back and looked up at the sky. Well, I guess the only other reason is that you might not know your wolf's name. But that's silly, right? I didn't answer, and a blush appeared on my cheeks. And name? Why would I need that? I didn't have to know it for my pack. He looked at me and began to laugh. Well, you didn't have to know it before because you were basically born with that connection to your pack. My blush got redder as I shook my head. So what do I do now? I could tell he was deep in thought. Well, I've never heard of this happening before. So I guess you should try to make a stronger connection with your wolf. Then I guess you'll find out her name. He ended it as a question, which gave me doubt. But I still nodded. Okay, I'll try. He smiled. All right then, concentrate really hard. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. I can do this, it shouldn't be too hard. You know when it's sunny outside, and you have your eyes closed, but you can still see the light? Yeah, well, it was like that for a couple of minutes, but then I was engulfed in total darkness. I could look around and see hardly anything. It was like I was in a different world. I looked down where my feet were supposed to be, and there they were. I lifted my hands to see them, and they were there too. I know it sounds crazy, but it was like a world of darkness in my head. But I knew I was actually outside in Riley's yard with him, telling me to concentrate. But I couldn't hear him anymore. Over here, come on. My wolf? I turned and saw a small light erupting from the darkness. I quickly began to run towards it, but it felt like with each step I took, it got farther away. Just concentrate on me. Follow my voice. I nodded and pushed myself to run farther. I began to make progress because the light started to get closer. When I was almost there, I stretched my arms towards it, trying to grasp it. But I could barely see because it was so bright, so I shut my eyes and kept reaching. You're here. I opened my eyes slowly to see a room covered in white. On the other end, opposite me, a girl my age was standing there. In fact, she looked exactly like me, except she had brown hair. She even had my electric blue eyes. So you're finally here, she said with a smile. I tried to speak, but it felt like my lips were glued together. It's fine, you can't speak in here, it's impossible. I cocked my head as she began to laugh. I can because this is where I belong. You, on the other hand, don't belong here. I shook my head in confusion. I know it's confusing, she started. But that's how this was made. I nodded then cocked my eyebrow. Oh right. Well, I guess you can call me your wolf, you always have. So this was her, my wolf. I nodded again. She took a step towards me and smiled. And sorry about your mind-linking problems, I guess that's both of our faults. We never had a proper connection. But I can fix that. I narrowed my eyes as she took more steps until she was right in front of me. You're acting like you don't trust me. I shook my head. Well, do you? Did I trust her? My own wolf. We've been together for a while, well, actually, my whole life so far. I nodded, causing her to give a sweet smile. Okay, good. She hugged me, catching me off guard. But the strange thing was, I could actually feel her warmth. She felt as warm as you do when you shift. But then something weird began to happen. She was dissolving. It looked like my body was absorbing her. My eyes widened with fear. But then I heard her voice in a tiny whisper. It's okay, I'm making the connection. She kept dissolving until she was completely gone. At first, I thought I had somehow killed her, but then her body reappeared. The connection is complete now. I nodded, but then cocked my eyebrow. When you leave, you'll know my name. Or if you want, I can go ahead and tell you now. I nodded in confirmation. Well, my name is... She was cut off by a voice. Just concentrate, breathe in and out. Riley. I heard him, but I could tell he wasn't physically talking even though I couldn't see him. You guys are connected now, the girl said while looking up. Looks like our time of talking face to face is up. She took a step back. I tried to reach for her, but my feet and arms wouldn't move. Then, everything started to disappear, and the girl started to fade. But you should know something, Willow, she said. You have a gift, don't forget that. Then she disappeared. Everything started to vanish until I saw light seeping through a wall. So I did one thing I could think of, I opened my eyes. Riley was lying on his back, looking at the sky while picking grass and throwing it. I couldn't help but smile. Riley. He quickly sat up and looked at me. Well, I nodded. I saw her. He cocked his head. Saw who? My wolf, of course. His eyes widened. Are you sure? But that's impossible. I nodded. She looked exactly like me except she had brown hair. He ran his hand through his brown locks. Wow, I've never heard of someone seeing their actual wolf. I shrugged. Then I guess I'll go down in history. He laughed. So, did you find out her name? I nodded. Yeah, she didn't exactly tell it to me, but I can feel it. He nodded as if to tell me to continue. Her name is Acalia. Wow, he said, astonishment showing on his face. That's a beautiful name. I couldn't help but blush. So, do you want to try the mind link? I asked, trying to change the subject. He smiled and nodded. Of course. At the same time, our eyes clouded. Willow? Yeah? He began to chuckle. Great. It works. Now that it's official, we don't necessarily have to go the full length. The full length? I really have no idea what you mean. Okay, I'm going to end the link, then I'll show you. A moment later, the link was ended. My eyes weren't clouded anymore, so I could see perfectly, which meant I could see Riley smiling at me. Are you ready? I nodded. His eyes didn't cloud, but I could hear his voice inside my head. See what I mean? My jaw dropped. Why your eyes aren't even clouded? He laughed, and I really mean he actually laughed, as in he moved his mouth. See, it's just like the link with your family and friends. We don't have to go the full length. I nodded and smiled. You want to know what I'm in the mood for? He cocked his eyebrow. What? I gave him a knowing smirk. I want my cake. So help me up. He laughed. You know, you're more confident in mind links. I blushed. What do you mean? I take that back. He said /linked while helping me up. You're as shy as ever. I slapped his arm and ended the link. You know, you're too cocky for your own good. He continued to smirk as we walked over to the door. And you're too adorable for your own good. He opened the door, and the sense of my new home welcomed me. Chapter 8. Wow, you really like cake. I looked up from my absolutely delicious cake and gave a smile filled with mostly icing and cake crumbs. I haven't had it for 3 years. What do you expect? Riley laughed and took some icing from my cake. Oh no, he didn't. I'm sorry, when I'm eating, you don't take my food. Even if it's just a little bit. What on earth do you think you're doing? I asked sternly. He froze with the icing inches from his mouth. Eating cake. I shook my head ferociously. Not just any cake. My cake. You know I could see you for that. Do you want to go to prison? Do you want to rot in a cell for the rest of your life? His mouth twitched upwards a little. What? Do you want your precious icing back? I nodded. I don't just want it. I need it. He laughed and smeared the icing on my nose. There, now you have it back. My eyes widened. Do you know what you just did? You ruined it. How am I supposed to eat it now? He began to smirk. I can still eat it. He can what? I stood from my new bed, placing the cake plate down gently, and began blushing. What are you talking about? He began to laugh and stood up. Gosh, Willow, you're so gullible. I narrowed my eyes at him. I don't trust you. He put his hand over his heart and gave a look of mock hurt. Ouch, you're so harsh. I laughed, and soon enough he did too. I can't believe it was still the day I was looking for berries. It felt so long, like I've been here for months. An arm wrapping around my waist snapped me from my reverie. I turned my head to a smirking Riley. Or maybe I was just joking that I was joking. I nearly jumped back and hit my dresser. A blush began to creep up my neck. Hey, now. It's only been a day. Let's not get too hasty or go too fast. He chuckled and took a step closer. And Willow, you should run. That was my cue. I turned and darted out of the bedroom, Riley's laughter echoing through the halls. You can run, but you can't hide. That's not creepy at all. I decided not to go down the stairs, as he could trap me down there, so I continued to run through the halls, passing room after room. I met a dead end. The only thing in front of me was a huge door. Yeah, maybe you shouldn't go in there. But he's after me. Where do I go? I asked silently. Before my wolf could answer, Riley's laughter echoed again, but this time sounding louder and closer. Without thinking, I opened the giant door and ran in. I looked around. There was a huge window with the sunset in view, that late already. A desk with papers on it, filing cabinets, a huge wardrobe, and a bookshelf. An office? Of course it is. I shook my head and got back to reality. Riley was chasing me, and I needed to hide, fast. I ran over to the desk, hoping to fit under it. But then realization dawned on me. He would find me easily and quickly. Just before I turned around, something caught my eye on the desk. A file labeled Rogue Attacks. I got closer and began to read. Lately, there have been rogue attacks on nearby packs and territories. Surrounding packs have been informed to be cautious and have extra wolves guarding their own perimeters and borders. Be aware that the rogues have been in large groups lately. Also, be advised that when one comes into view, do not, under any circumstances, take it head-on. I turned the page and my eyes nearly popped out of my head. There were pictures. The label was Seen Rogues. My eyes began to scan. I knew none of these people. They were all strangers. But then my eyes stopped at a picture that made my heart nearly stop. I could recognize the brown hair and hazel eyes anywhere. But I thought he was gone. I thought he left when he caused the death of my pack. Nick. I looked at the labels below his picture. Unknown rogue. Travels with a large group. Shows multiple threats so far. Possibly a leader. Nick was alive. And he was somewhere out there, probably following the command of his mate. The rattling of a doorknob caught my attention. I quickly flipped the page back to its cover and ran to the wardrobe. Without thinking, I opened the door and dove into the darkness. I quickly shut the wardrobe doors and backed up until my back was up against the wall. I knew that if he opened the wardrobe doors, he wouldn't see me at first because I was behind suits that hung on hangers. My heart began to hammer against my chest. I really didn't want him to find me. I controlled my breathing just as I heard footsteps enter the room. Come out, wherever you are. Again, not creepy at all. I suppressed a laugh. Geez, this was harder than I thought. No dip, Sherlock. I ignored Akelia's comment and continued to listen. But then, the footsteps subsided. There was no creaking or squeaking, nothing. Maybe he left? I peeked through the suits, but then realized the wardrobe door was shut. I wouldn't be able to see anything. Before I knew it, the wardrobe doors were flung open, revealing a smirking Riley. But then his smirk quickly vanished. I thought she was in here. Yes! The suits camouflaged me perfectly. I am invincible. He was about to shut the doors until he froze. He just stood there, peering straight at me, yet he couldn't see me. Then his smirk reappeared. Is that icing I smell? Dang! How good is his sense of smell? He reached his hand in, skimming my arm. I thought I was safe until I felt the sudden shocks engulf my arm. Shoot. Gotcha. He reached his other hand in and grabbed me. I couldn't help but squeal with delight. He began to pull me out, a smirk still evident on his face. All I want is that icing. No, it's dead. It's ruined. You can't have it. He pulled me out until he had me right in front of him. Then he began to laugh. That was my chance. I darted from him and tried to get to the door. Note, I tried. Oh no, you don't, he said as I felt two strong arms wrap around my waist, pulling me back. No, I playfully screeched. He threw me onto his shoulder and started to make his way out of the room. I began to kick and screech playfully. "Let go, you evil monster." He chuckled. "You're like a kid not wanting to go to bed." "Nah-huh," he laughed. "There is my proof." I gave up and stopped kicking. It was hopeless. He was going to eat the icing. "You're going to kill me, aren't you?" He exited the office and began down the hall. "Now, why would I do that?" I heaved a sigh. "Because you want my icing." He laughed. "I already had some." "He did?" "Oh, right. He had some at that after-party thing." "Right. At the appointed time." I could feel him shake his head. "How?" "Well, I was on his shoulder getting a view of his back, not able to see him shake his head, but I felt it." "Well, yeah, but when you ran out of the room, I simply took some from your cake." My head shot up. "He did what now?" "It's just icing," Acalia mumbled. I ignored her. "You mean to tell me you had some of my cake?" I felt him nod as I lowered my head. "You're a monster," I whispered. He turned into a door and set me down. I turned and noticed that we were in my room. But then I saw a horrifying sight. My cake was gone, and all that remained was the plate and crumbs. "You ate my cake?" I could sense he was smiling. "Time for bed, Willow. No sweets until tomorrow." I couldn't get over the fact that he ate my cake. "But you ate my cake?" I felt his arms on my shoulders as he began to steer me to my bed. "I put some pajamas on the bed for you. Go ahead and change, then go to bed." "But my cake." He laughed. "You might get another one in the morning." I turned to him. "Cake." He nodded as he continued to laugh. "Yes, but you have to sleep first." I took the plate off the bed and gave it to him. Then I picked up the pajamas he laid on my bed. Well, I wouldn't exactly call them pajamas. They were cargo shorts and a man's t-shirt. "These are pajamas?" I asked while turning back to him. He smiled and nodded. "For now." Then he began to walk out of the room, but he stopped at the door and looked at me with a genuine smile. "Good night, Willow." I couldn't help but blush. "Why?" "I really don't know." "Good night." His smile got bigger. Then he turned and went out the door, closing it behind him. I quickly brought my hands up to my face. Was I hot? Like literally burning on my face? I turned to the mirror. Even though I looked like a giant smudge, I noticed how red my face was. How did he have this effect on me? "Ah, young love." I mumbled. "Be quiet, Acalia. You love him too." I turned to my bed and slipped my dress off. Then I put on the huge t-shirt and cargo shorts. Wow, they smelled so much like him. I crawled into the bed and snuggled with one of the pillows. Everything smelled exactly like him, even the bed. I closed my eyes as a small smile found its way onto my lips. "Good night, Riley." As I was falling asleep, Riley's voice entered my head. "Good night, beautiful." Chapter 9. I woke up from the light hitting my eyes. I slowly sat up with my eyes closed and stretched. For some reason, my slumber felt very comfortable. "Fox face." I mumbled. No answer. My eyes snapped. "Fox face." I quickly clamped my mouth shut when I realized where I was. I was in a room with a soft bed and everything. I raised my hand to my face. So it wasn't a dream. That's good. I got out of bed and made my way into the hallway and down the stairs. "You really thought this was a dream?" I nodded when I got to the base of the staircase. "Hey, do you know where a couch is, or a dining table, or maybe even a kitchen?" I asked while mumbling. I could feel Acalia sigh. Forward is a kitchen, left is a living room, and right is a dining room. I nodded and went forward to the kitchen. When I entered, the first thing I noticed was an island with bar stools. I quickly made my way to one of the stools and sat down. Then I lay my head on the countertop of the island. Are you okay?" I nodded. It's so much to take in." Acalia heaved another sigh. "Yeah, you found your mate yesterday, found out he was the Alpha, leading to which that you are the Luna." I lifted my head and nodded. "Hey, just wondering, is there cake in here?" Acalia began laughing. "Really? You're thinking about cake when we were just talking about our mate? Gosh, you're pathetic." "Hey, I'm sorry if Riley ate my cake yesterday." He had no right to dash. I was interrupted by the sound of a doorbell. "Where's the door at?" "Back where we came from. beside the staircase. Oh, right, I knew that. I retraced my steps until I was at the front door, then I slowly opened it. Immediately, a body slammed against mine and began squeezing the air out of me. What? Alyssa, I choked. She pulled away and began smiling. But that smile soon faded away when she looked me up and down. So, she said slowly. You already moved to that stage in your relationship? She asked while crossing her arms and cocking her eyebrow. What are you talking about? She coughed and pointed at my clothing. I looked down and began blushing. I had completely forgotten I was wearing Riley's clothing. I had no pajamas, so he let me wear his clothing and dash. She raised her hand and began laughing. Cool it. I was just teasing you. I let out a sigh of relief. Before I knew it, she pushed me inside and marched on in. Here, she said while digging through her bag and tossing me some clothes. I held them out in front of me and observed. An orange shirt that said Camp Half-Blood, Long Island Sound, then a pair of jeans and some flip-flops. What? I looked up at her with a questioning look. She flipped her hand at me and smiled. We, my friend, are going shopping for clothes just for you for school. I gaped at her. Shopping? Today? But I have like a week until I go to school. Wait, I said. Don't I have until next Monday to go to school? Alyssa rubbed her neck. Well, I talked to Kyle yesterday, and it turns out he got the date wrong. It's actually this Monday, so tomorrow. Mr. Hollingsworth knew the correct date, but he was probably zoned out again while informing you. So, in conclusion, we only have today to get you some clothes and school supplies. Did I hear her right? Kyle got the dates wrong? How did he manage to do that? So, we're going to have to shop all day because of Kyle? I questioned, making sure I had all the details. Alyssa nodded. Yep, pretty much, she said while popping the pea. Okay, I responded. Let me change first. She nodded, and I quickly ran up the stairs and into my room. I made sure to run quietly, though, because Riley was still asleep. When I entered my room, I quickly stripped off Riley's clothes and hurriedly slid on Alyssa's. Then I quietly ran back down the stairs to meet a waiting Alyssa. You ready? She asked. I nodded, and she opened the front door. Then we began to walk down the stone path until we reached a car. And let me tell you this, it was nice. You have a car? She giggled before unlocking the car and hopping in. I followed her lead by doing the same. No, it's my parents' convertible. They let me use it from time to time, she said while giving me her bag. Hold this. I nodded, and we both buckled up. Then she started the engine, and we headed off to wherever we were going to shop. 10 minutes into the drive, and I was already bored. I was looking out the window at the trees while they zoomed by. I don't know if it was real, but I think I saw some faint movement in the bushes. It looked like rustling, but it could have easily been the breeze. Nothing to worry about. Hey, Alyssa? It took a moment before she replied. Yeah. I heaved a sigh and turned towards her. Where are we shopping? We're going to the mall 30 minutes out. They have the best clothing items there. It's the best. Okay, I sighed as I turned back towards the side window. My head nearly hit the ceiling of the car when I shot it up. I swear I just saw a wolf staring at the car. You okay there? I nodded. Yeah, I just saw a, squirrel. Really cool. Alyssa laughed. You're horrible at lying. I turned towards her with a look of mock hurt. What? What are you talking about? She laughed, then turned on the radio. Then, out of nowhere, she turned it up really loud and began singing. I had no idea what the song was, though, because of the 3 years without the newest music hits from my old radio. While she continued singing, I continued to look out at the trees. I couldn't see the wolf anymore, but the idea of it staring at this car frightened me. I just hoped it was one of Riley's scouts or hunters or anything a part of this pack. When the mall came into view, my eyes widened. The thing was huge. It was like an international mall. Welcome to the International Mall of the Universe. All are welcome. Yeah, I bet there's a sign that says that. Well, we're here, Alyssa said as we parked. She reached over and took the bag from my hands and exited the car just as I did. So, what are we going to do first? She looked at me and showed me a toothy grin. Clothes shopping, of course. I giggled as we began walking towards the entrance. I don't know why, but this was exciting. Going shopping after 3 years of wearing the same clothes was refreshing. My eyes widened when we entered the mall. It was terrifyingly big, with hundreds, and I mean hundreds, of stores. If the outside looked huge, the inside was 100 times bigger. Yeah, that's big. Where do we start? Alyssa grabbed my wrist and began pulling me towards a store called Hot Topic. I've got to take care of some business here first. I nodded even though she couldn't see. I wonder what business she has there, Acalia said. Yeah, I thought, me too. When we reached the doorway to the store, Alyssa stopped right in front of a girl who was playing on a phone and was leaning on a window that had Hot Topic engraved on it. The girl was about my height with hazel eyes and auburn hair with purple highlights underneath. She wore ripped jeans, combat boots, and a purple hoodie that had SPQR on it, along with a wreath circling it. Hey, Roman! Alyssa shouted at the girl. She looked up and gave a wicked smile at Alyssa before replying. Hello, Greek. Then she pushed herself up off the window and walked the rest of the way towards us. So, she said while observing Alyssa. I'm guessing I won the bet. Bet? What bet? Actually, no, I won the bet. The girl cocked her eyebrow. Really, prove it. Alyssa nodded her head and pulled out her cell phone. Then she began flipping through her pictures until she landed on one of hers. Actually, it was a picture of her from yesterday. She was wearing the same exact clothes and everything. She showed it to the girl, which caused her to mumble under her breath. Great, the girl said. Well, you wore purple, so I lost. Did you bring the shirt? Alyssa nodded and began digging through her bag. A moment later, she pulled out another Camp Half-Blood, Long Island Sound t-shirt that was identical to mine. She then tossed it to the girl who had slipped off her SPQR hoodie. The girl then hurriedly put the orange shirt on, then slipped her hoodie back on. Hey! Alyssa exclaimed. The girl shrugged. What? I lost the bet, so I'm wearing the shirt. Alyssa shook her head. That's not the point. The bet said that if I won, you'd have to wear an orange Camp Half-Blood shirt so that people know you lost to Greeks. Yeah, well, that's not my problem. The two continued to bicker, leaving me out of the conversation. I wonder if they forgot I was still here. Most likely. A cold chill went down my back, causing Acalia to freak out. What was that? I shook my head and turned around. I don't know. I scanned the crowds of people walking around, checking out the stores. But no one seemed suspicious. It must have been nothing. Yeah, but I haven't felt something like that since. I felt someone tap my shoulder, so I quickly turned to a smiling Alyssa and the girl, who was now just wearing the orange shirt, that was now narrowing her eyes at me. Oh, hi. The girl ignored me. So I hear that you're Alyssa's new Greek recruit. You got the shirt to prove it. I nodded. Yeah, sure. She began to circle around me, like she was taking in every detail. I eat Greeks like you for breakfast. My eyes widened. She's going to eat me? A couple of seconds later, the girl began to crack up. Then she held out her hand. I'm Renee Shillings, the Roman. I work here at Hot Topic, and don't worry, I'm a part of the pack too. I shook her hand hesitantly. I'm Willow Smith. The new Greek recruit? She laughed and was joined by Alyssa. Yes, Alyssa said while pointing at me. You're the recruit. My recruit. We all laughed until Renee brought up shopping. So, you need clothes and supplies for school? I nodded. Yeah, but how'd you dash? Alyssa told me. Of course. Why am I so stupid? All right. Alyssa exclaimed. Let's get shopping. I don't know why, but we all cheered like little kids when Alyssa said that. And then people started giving us looks like we were weirdos. We all linked arms, like the weirdos we were, and began marching to a store called Macy's. 9 hours. 9 hours from trying on clothes, buying things, and having one snack break. And boy was I exhausted. It felt like someone took a bulldozer and ran over my feet 1,000 times. After we were done shopping, we said our goodbyes to Renee and hopped into Alyssa's car. But before Renee left, she promised that tomorrow she'd hang out with us at school and show me around a bit with Alyssa. How are you feeling? I sighed. Exhausted. Was that worth 20 bags of clothing? She laughed and tapped on the steering wheel as she drove. Of course. You got like a whole closet filled with designer clothes now. I giggled. Wait. How am I supposed to pay you back? Don't worry about it. I'll have Riley pay me, she said while shaking her head. Then she reached over towards the radio and flipped it on. Music started blaring and she began to sing with it. But I didn't. No, I lay my head back and closed my eyes, drifting into a peaceful sleep. Willow, wake up. My eyes fluttered open to see a smiling Alyssa. Huh, she laughed. We're here. You go on inside. I'll go ahead and get all the bags. Thanks, I said tiredly while nodding my head. Wait, what time is it? She checked her phone. 8:37 p.m. I sat up quickly. Didn't we leave at around 10 a.m.? She nodded. Yuppers. So we've been gone for a total of, wait for it, 10 hours. I thought 9 hours. She laughed. Yeah, well, you were asleep and I didn't want to wake you. So I made a pit stop and got a slushie. I laughed and got out of the car at the same time Alyssa did. Then she popped open the trunk and started lifting bags as I began to trudge my way up the stone path to the front door. Every step I took ached. It felt like needles kept pricking the soles of my feet. When I reached the door, I was about to knock. Keyword, about. Before I could even lay my hand on the door's surface, it flung open, and a muscular body slammed against mine and began to embrace me. What? Riley's masculine voice whispered in my ear. Where were you? You had me worried. Worried? Was someone actually worried about me? I hugged him back. Sorry. I was shopping with Alyssa. It turns out Kyle got the dates wrong, and I have school tomorrow and dash. SSSHHHH, just please, don't worry me like that again. I nodded. Don't worry. I promise I won't ever again. Chapter 10. By 9 o'clock, Alyssa had managed to bring in all of the bags from the car and haul them up to my room, after I showed her where it was, of course. But Riley, he'd just follow me everywhere like a lost puppy. When I was shoving all the clothes into the dresser and wardrobe, he volunteered and said, Here, don't strain yourself. Go ahead and get some rest. Well, I couldn't get any rest, so I had to take a shower first. So I quickly took some new pajamas, undergarments, shampoo, conditioner, body wash, and a toothbrush. When I entered the bathroom, I made sure that Riley hadn't followed me again. Well, he didn't, which was good because it meant he could finish putting away my clothes. I shut the door and quickly stripped. Then I turned the shower on and, in all, had a blissful cleansing. Afterwards, I brushed my teeth, brushed my hair, put on my new clothes, and exited the bathroom. But no, it didn't end there with Riley. He was outside, leaning against his bedroom door, waiting for me. Riley? I stuttered. What are you doing? He gave me a small smile. Nothing, I was just waiting for you. I smiled and began walking to my room, with, of course, Riley following. When I entered the room, I jumped on my bed and began snuggling with a pillow. Ugh, I'm so exhausted. Riley chuckled. Well, you did go shopping. And you went with Alyssa. That will wipe you out. Yeah, but it's all Kyle's fault. He just had to screw up the schedule. I sighed. Riley laughed, then flipped off the lights in the bedroom. How about you get some sleep? We've got school tomorrow. I nodded and got beneath the covers while still cuddling with a pillow. But that's not when Riley's act of kindness ended. A moment after the lights flipped off, I heard my bed squeaking on the side where my back was facing. Then, Riley's muscular arms wrapped around my waist. Riley? I stammered while a blush crept up my neck. My heartbeat began to pick up while the sensation of the shocks engulfed me. Luckily, he couldn't see my blush because of the darkness. Yeah. I tried to calm down the beating of my heart, but it was of no use. What are you doing? Aren't you going to sleep in your own room? I felt his warm breath fan my neck. You were gone all day. You had me worried. I want to spend time with you. Dash. He began snuggling up to me, warming my whole body and making a smile appear on my lips. Just get some sleep, Willow. You have a long day tomorrow. My smile got bigger as I turned to where I was facing him. The moonlight reflected off his eyes, making them look like they were glowing. I could barely see, but he was smiling. "Okay," I finally said. "But you have to get some sleep too." A chuckle escaped his lips. "Don't worry, I will. I have a test tomorrow anyway." I giggled and snuggled up to his chest, taking in his warmth and his scent. His arms pulled me impossibly closer. "Good night," I whispered. "Good night, beautiful." My eyes fluttered open to the sound of grunting. Now, I don't know what you see when you wake up, but I saw the most attractive sight. Riley is putting on a shirt. He had already had some ripped jeans on, thank goodness. I wouldn't be able to handle that much, and was currently struggling to put a t-shirt on. I couldn't help but let a blush creep up my neck. His muscles were flexing, mesmerizing me. "Snap out of it." "Shut up," I whispered/screamed. "What?" Riley looked at me, and a smile appeared on his face. "I didn't know you were up." "Wait." He knelt down, dropping his t-shirt, until his head was at the height of mine. Then he poked my forehead with a smirk evident on his face. "Did you enjoy the view?" I quickly sat up and slapped his arm. "I don't know what you're talking about." He laughed and picked up his shirt. Then he easily slipped it on without flexing his muscles. "Wait, what?" I jumped off the bed and slapped him again. "Were you struggling and flexing your muscles on purpose?" He smirked and put his hand around my waist, causing me to blush. "Maybe." "Wow, the effect he has on me. We've got to get ready for school, Willow." I nodded and began pushing Riley towards the door. "Hey now, what are you doing?" I stopped pushing until he was completely out of the door. "I gotta get dressed, so you have to wait out here. Unless you want to see me change." A smirk appeared on his face, so I quickly shut the door and locked it. Through the door I could hear him laugh, and I couldn't help but giggle. I quickly shook my head and ran to my wardrobe. When I opened it, piles and piles of bags filled with clothes and other things fell out. "Really, Riley? Really? Couldn't you have put them away properly?" I shook my head in disbelief and began digging through the bags. I pulled out a nice, baby blue, modern, 80s-styled dress along with flats. Then I went through the bag with school supplies and pulled out a huge binder, scissors, pencils, paper, and last but not least, a panda plushie backpack. The thing was so cute. Its mouth unzipped so that you could slide the school supplies in it. It was basically a giant stuffed bear strapped to my back with secret pockets. I smiled and quickly slid on the dress and slipped my feet into the flats. Then I shoved my things into the panda's mouth and slung it onto my shoulders. "You ready? We're gonna be late." I laughed and opened the door. Then I ran into the hallway until I entered the bathroom. I quickly brushed my hair and teeth, then I ran back to Riley, who had a look of confusion on his face. Why are you dressed so adorable? You remind me of a little girl." I gave him a toothy grin. "What?" "It's a cute outfit. Look at my backpack." I swirled, making my dress swirl like a princess's would. When I was facing Riley again, he was shaking his head with a smile that indicated he was about to laugh. "Gosh, Willow, you're so adorable," he said while poking my cheek. "Now let's hurry or we'll be late." I nodded, and we quickly stampeded through the hall and down the steps. Then Riley threw open the door and quickly made his way to his car, with me in pursuit. Now his car was nice, like nicer than Alyssa's. It was a black Corvette with a hood that could obviously be lowered. "Why your car? It's so cool." Riley laughed and unlocked it. I quickly got into the passenger seat with Riley, doing the same. "Thank you, Melody." "Now, where to?" I placed my hand on my chin and acted like I was thinking. "Well, good squire, I'd like to go to your school." He laughed and started the car. Then he stepped on the gas and accelerated. I was on my way to school for the first time in 3 years. My mouth literally hit the ground when we arrived at the school. The thing was as big as the mall. Yeah, that's big. I was so nervous that a lump formed in my throat. Riley had parked the car, and we were currently walking to the entrance. Riley nudged me. "You okay? You seem stressed." I swallowed and nodded. Then I began looking around. Students were everywhere. Girls were in groups, wearing designer clothes and forming cliques. The guys were huddled in groups wearing sports clothes and kept glancing at the girls who would pass them. Yeah, I'm fine. Just a quick question. Everyone here is a wolf, right? He laughed. Yeah, most humans haven't heard of this place. So if they ever drive by, they usually just ignore the town and forget about it. And humans have never lived here, ever. I nodded. So no humans, no normal people. Just wolves. Sup. I looked to my right and saw a blonde, muscular guy with a smirk evident on his face. He had stormy gray eyes and was handsome, but not as good-looking as Riley. Oh, hi. To my left, a growl erupted from Riley. It echoed through the parking lot and grabbed everyone's attention. In other words, everyone was staring at us. What do you want, Travis? Riley snapped. The blondie, well, Travis, let loose a chuckle. Oh, nothing. I just wanted to meet this lovely lady, he said while smiling at me. She seems nice. His eyes skimmed my outfit, and I immediately felt uncomfortable. I don't like this guy, Acalia stated. Yeah, I thought. Neither do I. I latched onto Riley's arm. I don't know why, but he was shaking and felt tense. Thanks, but I'm Dash. You're pretty adorable with that bag, Travis said. And really cute. You should hang out with my friends and me, we could dash. That's enough. Back off. Riley snapped. I looked up at him and just realized it. His eyes were turning black, his wolf was taking over. If you keep trying to flirt with her, I swear Dash. Riley, I whimpered as I held tighter to his arm. Please calm down. Growls began to erupt from his chest, and he started to shake violently. He was trying to hold his wolf back. Travis just laughed. Okay, fine. I'll see you around, cutie. From the sound of footsteps leaving, I could tell Travis was gone. But I really didn't care at the moment because I had to focus on Riley. Please, Riley, we're at school. You can't let your wolf take over. His shaking calmed a little, and his growls subsided, but his eyes were still black. He tried to win you over, he said. I shook my head. Well, he didn't, and he never will. Just please calm down. He took a deep breath, and his eyes turned back to normal. He looked at me with a look of sorrow and hung his head. I'm sorry, I don't want him flirting with you. I couldn't take it, and neither could Caleb. Caleb? His wolf, Acalia stated. I nodded and went back to the subject. Don't worry. I would never fall for a jerk like him. He lifted his gaze to me and gave a small smile. What if I'm a jerk like him? I giggled. Then I guess I already broke my promise. He began to beam at me. Oh, so you fell for me already? You can't resist these charms, he said while flexing. I began to blush. What? No. Let's just get my schedule for my classes, I quickly said to change the subject. Riley laughed, and I quickly rushed ahead of him to avoid more embarrassment. A second later, he was caught up with me and continued to laugh. But I thought. When we entered the school, every single student that we saw bowed their heads to Riley. And there were a lot. Congrats on becoming alpha, a brunette said. Hey man, congratulations, a blonde boy exclaimed. To my surprise, Riley wasn't caught up in the moment. He kept leading me through the halls, nodding at students who complimented him until we reached the office. The office had an entrance and a service window with an old woman peeking through it, who, by the way, looked like she could murder anyone just by looking at them. Like normal people, we would have gone through the entrance, but it looked like a kid was being scolded at, so we obviously went to the service window. How may Alpha Riley, how may I help you? The old woman said, surprisingly, with a sweet and soft tone. Riley nodded before answering. Hey, Mrs. Portonia. I was just wondering if we could have the schedule for Willow Smith. Mrs. Portonia glanced at me and gave a sweet smile. Of course, let me just dig through the files. She turned and began rummaging through a file cabinet. When she pulled out a slip of paper, her face brightened. Then she walked back to us and slid the paper through the service window. There you are, Miss Smith. I hope you enjoy your time here at Bleak Falls High. I smiled. Thanks, I will. She went back to work, and Riley pulled me away. We continued to walk down the hall until Riley snatched my schedule from my hands. Hey! He flicked his hand at me. Hold your horses. I just want to see what classes you got. I sighed as he skimmed through my classes. So you've got Earth Science, Algebra 2, Geography, SOP, Advanced English, and Art. Wow, you got quite smart classes. I looked over his shoulder to see the classes. Do we have a class together? Riley laughed. Yep, SOP and English. You have Geography with Kyle and Art with Alyssa. I nodded. Wait, what's SOP? Oh, right, Riley said while turning to me. It's the study of paranormals. Ever since other creatures were discovered, we added that class to our school. Before I could reply, the bell rang, catching me off guard and making me jump with shock. Riley laughed. Wow, are you scared of a bell? I blushed. What? No, I'm as tough as nails. He chuckled and started to lead me through the halls. Sure, now let's get you to class. Don't want you to be late on your first day. I nodded. Wow, first day of school. This is gonna be something fun to watch. Chapter 11. About 5 minutes ago, Riley dropped me off at my first period and left for his class. So now I was standing at the front of the class with my panda backpack and the teacher. Class, this is Willow Smith. She's new here, so show her great hospitality. Willow, if you may please take the empty seat over there, we may be able to get on with class, the teacher said while gesturing to the only seat available. I nodded and made my way through the class until I ended up sitting in my new desk. Well, school, I thought. Bring it on. What the heck is a Greek doing in my class? I sighed. Hi, Renee. Renee marched to my desk and slammed her hands on the top. I asked a question in Greek. What are you doing in my classroom? I pulled out my schedule from my absolutely cute panda bag and handed it to her. She quickly snatched it from my hands and began reading my classes. Great, she murmured. Now I gotta take care of a stupid Greek. Hey, I pouted. I'm not stupid. She shrugged. Whatever. So, why don't you come sit next to me instead of next to this doofus? The brunette guy who I was currently sitting next to grumbled, but Renee just ignored him. Where do you sit? She pointed to a desk with a black backpack on top. Next to her desk was another occupied by a blonde-haired guy. Travis. A shiver went up my spine. I hate that guy. Yeah, I thought. Same here. I shook my head. There's obviously someone sitting there. Before I knew it, Renee shouted at Travis. Hey, you stupid piece of crap. Get out of that seat. It's for someone more important than you. Travis looked up from his phone and met my eyes. Then he began to smirk. Of course, anything for that lovely lady. I shrank down into my seat, but Renee just pulled me out of it, dragging me to where Travis was. Travis got up from the desk and slung a backpack onto his shoulders. But he didn't walk to my desk, no, he just waited for me to reach him. Hey, cutie, he said when we reached him. Renee cocked her eyebrow. You know each other? I nodded. Yeah, he sorta made Riley mad earlier. Her eyes widened. Riley, as in the new alpha? How do you know him? I gave her I'll tell you later look. Luckily, she got the hint and nodded. Then she turned back to Travis. So what are you doing, making the alpha angry? He shrugged while smirking. All I did was talk to this cutie, he said while wrapping his arm around my waist. Immediately, chills erupted from my body. My body began to shake ferociously as I burst into a cold sweat. This didn't feel right. Only Riley can hold me like this, not Travis, not any other guy. From the look on Renee's face, she knew something was wrong. She slapped Travis's hand away and began yelling at him. But I couldn't hear her. I could just see her mouth move. Willow, are you okay? Riley. Wow, he can sense that I'm freaking out. Why wouldn't I? Don't lie to me. My body began to tremble, then I crumpled to the ground. If Renee's yelling didn't get the students' attention before, then I had their attention now. They all got up from their seats and began to circle me, taking pictures with their phones. Our Riley. He touched me. He put his hand around me, and now my body is freaking out. Wait, who did? I could feel Riley's temper go up. He was already angry. Please, calm down first. Riley sighed. Fine. There, now who touched you? Travis. Surprisingly, Riley didn't freak out. I could feel him restraining his wolf and anger. I can't come to you at the beginning of class, but I know who can. Riley ended the link, leaving me in a classroom with students surrounding me and Renee pushing Travis away from me, screaming at him. I felt alone, as if I were abandoned. Please, Riley, I thought. Hurry. A moment later, I heard the classroom door slam open. Immediately, students backed away and too cold, icy hands wrapped around my shoulders. I looked up to see a smiling woman with stormy gray eyes. Miss Smith, Alpha Riley linked your teacher and me. I'm supposed to take you to my office. I'm the nurse, by the way, she whispered. I nodded and struggled to my feet. My body was still shaking ferociously, and I was still in a cold sweat. The nurse began to lead me out the door until Renee spoke. Hey, you're not leaving me. I did help you know. The nurse laughed and glanced at Renee. Of course, Miss Shillings. Please come along. We walked through the door and down the halls. The nurse smiled as we walked, and Renee held hers and my backpack that I seemed to have dropped when I fell to the ground. When we entered a room that looked like it was the nurse's office, it had those medical beds and stuff like that, the nurse gestured for Renee and me to sit down on some chairs. I sat down and Renee sat across from me. So, Riley sent you for me, I asked, breaking the silence. The nurse looked at me with a kind smile on her face. Of course, Willow. He cares about you dearly, don't you know that? I blushed. Why yes, I so. Renee cocked her eyebrow at me, and I shook my head in response. By the way, the nurse said, I'm Aviary Waters. She outstretched her hand, and I took it hesitantly. Her cold fingers sent a tingle down my spine. Something's weird about this lady. Doesn't she look strange? I nodded in response. Acalia was right. Aviary was peculiar. She looked around my age. Around 17 and 18. Her hair was slick black, and her eyes were stormy gray. Like literally stormy. It looked like clouds were slowly moving, and sometimes it looked like lightning flashed across her irises. No, Willow, Aviary said, still smiling. I'm not the peculiar one. More like you. Do you even know what you're capable of? I flinched. Did she just read my mind? How is that even possible? Aviary began digging through a cabinet until she pulled out a flask with glowing orange liquid. She held it out to me. Here, this will make the chill feel calmed down. She handed it to me, and I held the strange liquid in front of my face. It looks like a potion. Aviary laughed. That's because it is. My eyes widened. Willow, Renee whispered. She's a witch, the pack witch. A witch. In a pack? Why? I nodded, ignoring my thoughts, and quickly drank the potion. Immediately, the chills vanished. How did you know what to give me? Aviary laughed and sat next to Renee, right across from me. Because I'm a witch. You were just yearning for your mate's touch. Yes, I know, you felt his touch this morning. But honestly, I think it has something to do with your gift. Gift? Whoa, 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 Renee said while gesturing with her hands. Her mate? She just got here. How did she find her mate already? Well, Renee Shillings, Aviary said while facing Renee. I'll go ahead and answer that for you. You see, well, just answer my question. What do you see when you look at Willow? Renee looked at me with furrowed eyebrows. I see a Greek. Aviary laughed. Yes, your usual answer. Well, you want to know what I see? I see or know are the whole pack's new Luna. Renee looked at me with widened eyes. Why, you're the new Luna? I nodded. Why, yeah, surprise. I don't think Riley wanted me telling anyone yet, though. Renee nodded. That means, well, have you already established a link with Riley? I nodded. Then that means, she continued, that you already have a link with the whole pack. You're one of us now. Aviary clapped her hands. Bravo. You are very intelligent, Renee. Yes, she's your Luna and is in a link with everyone already. But she still has secrets of her own that she must unlock. She is the key to this pack. And the treasure dwells within her. I am a key? Do I have a treasure in me? The witch continued. I see I have confused you two quite a lot. I must apologize with a gift. Yes, a gift. She flicked her hand, and the school bell rang. There, your first period is over. Now you two better get to class. A lot is in store for today. Renee and I rose from our seats and made our way to the door that led to the hallway. "Oh, and Willow, welcome to high school," Aviary called. "Wow, you're the Luna," Renee whispered as we made our way through the crowds of students in the hallway. "Yeah, I couldn't believe it at first, either." Renee sighed as she pushed some guy to the ground, trying to get through the crowd. Renee." She looked at me and cocked her eyebrow. "Yeah, you just never mind." She shrugged, and we continued to walk through the hallway. That was until something slammed me against a locker. A yelp escaped my lips as I cringed in pain. "Hey, cutie, are you trying to avoid me?" "Travis." I scanned past his head for Renee and found her behind the crowd of people gathering around. "Renee," I whimpered. "Help." She tried to push through but failed. "I can't get through. Besides, I don't help Greeks." I sighed and struggled to get out of Travis's grip, but that just made him hold on tighter. "Hey, what's the rush? I just want to talk, without Riley interrupting." I tried to shove him off again, but failed miserably. "Leave me alone. Just stop." Travis said slowly. "You're so cute when you're mad. It makes you dash." He was ripped off me and slammed onto the lockers this time. Then a growl erupted from the halls. "Don't touch her again, Travis." Riley growled. "I'll rip you to shreds." Students backed away and Kyle walked beside Riley, narrowing his eyes at Travis. "Just listen to your alpha, Travis. You don't want to see his wolf, do you?" Travis sighed. "I can talk and touch any girl I please, just like Willow." That set Riley off. He quickly punched Travis in the gut while growls erupted from his chest. Then Riley tackled him onto the floor. Both men began to wrestle as Kyle tried to pull Riley off of Travis. That was my chance. I turned and was about to walk away, but someone's hand wrapped around my ankle and pulled me to the ground. I landed flat on my chest and looked at the boys. Travis was holding onto me while Riley kept landing a punch on his chest. "Where do you think you're going, cutie?" Travis grunted while smirking. It would have looked like he was a bad boy if he didn't look so beat up. I struggled to get out of his grip but failed. Then I heard squealing from the end of the hall. I looked up to see a happy Alyssa bounding toward us. "Oh my gosh, Willow. I just heard we share a class together and dash." She stopped and fell silent as she took in the scene. A crowd of students, me lying on the floor, Travis's hand wrapped around my ankle, Riley in mid-punch on Travis's chest, Kyle trying to pull Riley off of Travis, and Renee on the sidelines. Then, anger flashed across her face. "Travis, leave Willow alone." She charged with her hand raised, prepared to punch someone. "Alyssa, no. Stop." Kyle shouted as Alyssa charged. He jumped in front of her and held out his hands, ready to catch her. He failed miserably. Instead of catching her, his face made contact with her fist. That's right, she punched him. The contact made a noise so horrible that it made me cringe. The sound echoed through the halls, grabbing everyone's attention. Silence. Everyone stared at Kyle and Alyssa. But they weren't paying attention to them. No, their eyes were locked to each other. Alyssa stammered. Before anyone knew it, Kyle grabbed hold of Alyssa and threw her over his shoulder. Then he bolted out of the hallway. He and Alyssa were gone. What? What just happened? A noise that sounded painful soon echoed, and Travis's grip released my ankle. I looked back at the two boys fighting and saw Travis lying unconscious and Riley standing, looking down at him with disgust. "That's just a sample of what's to come," he mumbled. Ding, ding, ding. And Travis is down for the count. "All right, everybody, clear the halls," Renee shouted. Just like that, all the students went back to their normal schedule, roaming the halls. Renee then came over to me and helped me up. But I was sort of in a daze. Riley, I could tell he was holding back so much strength in that fight. He was just, wow. "Riley," I whimpered. He looked up to me and gave me an apologetic look. Then he walked up to me and embraced me in a hug. "I'm so sorry, Willow. I'm sorry I couldn't help you in first period, and I'm sorry I wasn't much help now." I pulled away. "What are you talking about? You helped me in so many ways." He gave a toothy grin, but it soon faded when an alarm went off. "A fire drill?" The warning alarm, Riley said, as if reading my mind. A moment later, students began running down the halls and out the exit, some in wolf form. Riley, what's going on? He held me tight and began leading me out of the school exit. Rogues, he finally answered. A rogue is on territory as we speak. Chapter 12. More students began to shift when they reached the parking lot of the school, and it was scary. There were brown, gray, and white wolves everywhere. When they finished shifting, they'd sniff the air and all run in the same direction. Our Riley, they all just darted away, I stuttered. Riley nodded and pulled me by the hand towards his car. Why we were going to the car, I don't know. They sniffed out the intruder or intruders. We don't know if there's a pack of them or not, he answered. When we reached his car, he quickly unlocked it and put me into the passenger seat. Then he buckled me up and looked me in the eyes. Willow, listen to me. I don't want you leaving this car. You will stay put. He was commanding me. He was commanding me to stay in the car while he went to hunt down rogues. But Riley, do you really think the car is the safest place? For all you know, one could come here and dash. He held up his hand to silence me. Do as I say, Willow. If you got hurt, just stay put. Promise me that you will. I promise. But Riley dashed. I was about to counter his argument, but he stepped away from the car, shut the door, then locked it. I looked at him with pleading eyes through the window, but he just shrugged me off. Instead, he did something I didn't expect to see. He shifted. His form began to deform and grow hair. Then he grew to a massive size, bigger than the car I sat in. He was literally the biggest wolf I had ever seen. His furry coat was slick black with a patch of white hair on his forehead. His eyes were a glistening silver that somehow showed power. My eyes widened. He was magnificent. He was beautiful. He took a step from the car, then released a ferocious howl. It echoed through the school grounds, most likely heard throughout the whole town. Then he darted away from the school and away from me. I pressed my hand against the window. Riley. It's for the best, Acalia said. It's his duty. He's protecting us and his town. It's what an alpha has to do. I shook my head. But I have a feeling I should go with him. Acalia grunted. Well, you're wrong, Willow. We must listen to our mate. But I whimpered. Remember the feeling I had in our village when I felt those rogues in the forest, but I didn't trust it. Our pack died because of me, because I didn't tell anyone about my feelings. Maybe we should start listening to it now, so no one else dies. I didn't realize I was crying until I felt tears hit my hand that was in my lap. But you're the Luna, Acalia stated. Lunists don't fight. Our Luna died fighting rogues. She died to protect her pack. I snapped. My wolf sighed. Willow. No, I screamed while unbuckling my seatbelt. I'm going to go help. I'm not going to run away again. I wasn't going to try to stop you, you're right. We should be with our mate. I gave a small smile as tears continued to spill freely. Then I unlocked the car, opened the door, and hopped out. Are you ready? I nodded as I slipped my backpack, shoes, and dress off and tossed them into the car. No one was here, and I didn't want to rip my new things. Then I was left in a sports bra and undergarment shorts. Of course, I finally answered. I began to focus. I haven't done this in a while. I don't even remember what it felt like. Was it painful? Was it just like a sharp pang, like a cramp? Or was it just easygoing? A walk in the park? I shook my head and began the process. I was shifting. My bones popped and cracked, making a painful whimper escape my lips. I grew a snout, and patches of fur erupted from my body. When I finished, I looked at my reflection in Riley's car. Even through the black shine of the car, I could see my electric blue eyes. And my fur is white with patches of black. I shook my hairy head. I can't focus on my reflection. I have to help Riley. I lifted my head and began to take in various scents. I wasn't looking for the rogue's scent. I was looking for Riley's. I knew his would be strongest to me. A moment later, Riley's smell hit my nose. It was captivating, threatening to put me in a trance. I shook my head and followed the scent, running as fast as I could. I ran through the abandoned streets and past empty cars. But I was running faster than I had ever in my entire life. I was gaining speed, and I was gaining it fast. Soon, The growls of 1,000 wolves hit my ears. My pack. I followed the sound and ended up in a soccer field. The pack stood there, snarling and forming a large circle. I could barely see past the wolves, but I caught a tiny glimpse of Riley's wolf in the middle of the circle. Riley, I thought. We've got to push past the pack to get to Riley, Acalia stated. I nodded in response and ran to the pack. Then I began to push through. Most of the wolves ignored me, but some made cautious growls. But I just kept pushing until I was in the middle. Riley stood there, snarling and growling at a scrawny, light brown wolf. Neither of them took any notice of me. The brown wolf whimpered while its body shook ferociously. It was scared. If Acalia could gasp in my head, she did. Willow, she said so quietly I could barely hear her. Doesn't that wolf look familiar? I looked closely at the brown wolf. It had green eyes that pleaded for help. Its light brown coat had one patch of dark brown hair on its side. That wolf was more than familiar. I knew exactly who it was. Riley barked and stomped his enormous black paw at the wolf, making it jump back in fear. I had to stop this now. I quickly linked Riley. Stop. I screamed in our link. He stopped what he was doing and confusion swept over him. Willow? I nodded, even though he didn't see me. Of course, it's me. Now please, leave that wolf alone. I could sense his breath hitch. You didn't stay in the car. Where are you? I'm to your right, I whimpered. His head shot towards me. His silver eyes showed confusion, hurt, and maybe a tiny bit of betrayal. Why didn't you stay in the car? I whimpered. I couldn't. I felt like I was needed here. And I am, and I see why now. He cocked his head. Why are you needed here? I shook my head. I'll explain, but first, step away from the wolf and let me talk to it. He yelped at me. No, rogues are dangerous. It could hurt you. Just trust me, please. His eyes showed that he wanted to argue, but he backed away from the wolf. Riley's backing away made the pack's growls go silent as confusion swept over them. But then their thoughts popped into my head, which was a first. I guess it was something a Luna could do. Why is the alpha listening to her? So now he listens to anybody? Is that his? No, it couldn't be. I ignored their links and began to walk slowly to the scrawny wolf. The wolf whimpered as its body shook ferociously. It looked at me with pleading eyes, as if begging for my mercy. Okay, I thought as I took a deep breath. I can do this. I sent it a link. Paige? The wolf's shaking ceased, and its whimpers died down, but its green eyes widened with fear. How do you know my name? She asked, fear evident in her voice. Because I know you. I took a step forward, but she took a cautious step back. And no one knows me. I'm a rogue. Everyone I knew is dead. I even tried to save my friend, but she died. I shook my fuzzy head. Look, it's obvious you're scared, tired, hungry, and exhausted. How about you transform back into a human? I'll take care of you and make sure none of these big, bad wolves hurt you. She whimpered. Why do you want to help me? I'm a rogue. I could kill you any second. A rumbling came from my chest. It wasn't a growl, more like laughter, if that was even possible. That's why. You don't want me to trust you. That's my indication of why I do. So just shift back, please. She was hesitant, but then she nodded. Her bones began to shift and pop, her snout shrank into a nose, and her hair turned back into skin. But the sight of her made tears prick my eyes. She was just skin and bones. It looked like she hadn't eaten in years. Her long brown hair was mostly split ends, and her hazel eyes with a green tint had dark circles underneath. But what threw me off the most was that she was wearing the same exact dress. For some reason it didn't rip like mine did when I shifted, from the festival, the day we were attacked. Except it was stained, tattered, wrinkled, and ripped. She stared at me, waiting for what I would do. So I did the only thing I could think of, I shifted. The process wasn't as painful, but it hurt so much that I released a silent whimper. When I was back to human, I was surprised to see that my sports bra and undergarment shorts weren't ripped. And to think that's why I took my dress off. I looked at my long-lost friend Paige and saw that the color from her face had drained. Willow. She crumbled to the ground, and tears began to spill from her eyes. Why you died? I went back to where I left you, but you weren't there. I thought they killed you. I quickly ran to her and dropped to my knees, embracing her in a hug and rubbing her back to comfort her. I went back to the village. I've lived there for 3 years, and I just got here. Her crying began to make her breathing stutter. I was so afraid to go back. I thought they were still there. Tears began to fall from my eyes. I'm so sorry, Paige. She hugged me, holding me tight like I would disappear from her life again. I'm not going anywhere, I cooed. 2 hands grasped my shoulders, and I looked up to see Riley giving me an apologetic look. Then I looked around and saw that the whole pack had shifted back, still in their clothes because they didn't rip. I looked back up at Riley and smiled, but it soon faded when a masculine voice spoke up. So the new girl is a rogue? The pack broke out into whispers until Riley spoke up. No, she's not. She was a survivor of a rogue attack. I brought her here so that she wouldn't be alone anymore. Someone else decided to speak up. So wait, are we taking that rogue in now? I stood up and turned to the pack. She's not a rogue. She survived with me, but we got separated. The pack began to murmur. Silence. You will treat these 2 with respect, Riley shouted, using his alpha voice. That was the first time I heard it, and it scared me. The whole pack quieted down, and Paige stood up, clinging to my arm. I don't think they'll ever accept me as their own, she whispered. They will, trust me. Wait, I've got an idea. I mustered up all the courage I had and stepped forward. Look, I know we weren't born into your pack, but we know how to be civilized. We will learn and obey your rules, I promise that dash. How are you civilized if you're standing in a bra and underwear? A girl shouted. A blush crept up my neck, and I immediately stepped back. I dash. A moment later, Alyssa emerged from the pack and ran to me with a jacket, and with Kyle trailing her like a puppy dog. When she reached me, she draped the jacket over my shoulders and winked. I couldn't help but smile. She is civilized, and you will treat her with as much respect as you treat me. Because Riley said, then looked at me. That's when I realized it. He was going to tell the secret. The secret of who I was to him. He smiled, then looked back at the pack. Because she's my mate. Willow Smith is your new Luna. Chapter 13. All eyes were on me. Thousands of eyes, just staring at me like I was an alien. And none of the eyes showed acceptance. They all showed disapproval. I felt like my world was shrinking, soon to become nothing. Just a speck floating around in a universe. I was nothing to these people. I was nothing to my mate's pack. I was just a small speck to them. Would Riley deny me because of this? Would he just kick me out like I was morning trash? Thoughts kept running through my head. I had to just let it go, forget that they didn't accept me. Willow, Paige whispered as her bony fingers dug into my forearms. Are you okay? I nodded and gave her a relieved smile. Of course, I lied. The jacket on my shoulders seemed to have felt heavier, as if the weight of the world was resting on me. My world was resting on me. This pack would soon have to depend on me, after they accepted me. Riley came to me and grabbed me by my hand. Immediately, sparks engulfed my arm, but they weren't as sensational as usual. Then he pulled me closer to the pack, as if presenting me as a gift. This is your Luna. You must accept her, he said while releasing my hand. Their eyes continued to stare, making me feel more like an experiment that was getting observed. Tears threatened to fall from my eyes. This isn't how I imagined it would go. But then, a familiar pack member bowed their head. Luna, Renee said loudly as she bowed her head. Soon her example was followed by more members, then the whole pack. They were all bowing their heads to me. Luna, they said in unison. My eyes widened. I looked back at Alyssa, Kyle, and Paige and was surprised to see them doing the same. Riley, they don't have to dash. I looked at Riley and smiled. He was bowing to me too. The hurt that I was feeling earlier was replaced by happiness. I was accepted by the pack and my mate. I couldn't help but giggle. But then the giggling turned to laughter, causing the pack to lift their heads. Willow, what's so funny? Riley asked while cocking his eyebrow. It's just that you're all bowing to a girl who isn't even fully dressed, I said while clutching my stomach from all the laughter. Riley soon joined in and hugged me. Gosh, Willow, you're so adorable. I continued to laugh as I hugged him back. But our fits of laughter were interrupted by a familiar voice. Wow, I like the new look and all, but what do we do now? Home? Or school? Travis asked. Riley pushed me behind him before releasing a growl. Quiet, Travis. Travis held up his hands. Okay, geez, I was just wondering. Riley took a breath before answering. You guys can just go home. I doubt the teachers were going to go back to school anyway. I'm talking about you, Mrs. Butchett. A moment later, an elderly woman giggled in the crowd. Then she jumped into the sea of people. Weird. The pack began to cheer. Then they began to disperse, leaving me, Riley, Alyssa, Kyle, and Paige. I guess Renee decided to leave. I think they don't fully accept me, Riley. Riley reached and held my hand. Oh, trust me, they do. The thoughts I'm hearing right now. They wanted to talk more, but you're, underdressed. Hey, it's not my fault. Last time I shifted my clothes, they ripped. Riley laughed. And when was the last time? 3 years ago. Riley froze and looked at me. 3 years ago? Yeah, I haven't shifted since my pack was attacked. He looked lost in thought, but he finally answered. There's something wrong with your wolf, no offense. But if somebody doesn't shift that long, their wolf tends to fight for control, and they usually win and become a rogue. I let it sink in. I was supposed to be crazy, gone wild. But for some reason, Acalia never fought for control. Acalia, I thought. What's going on? No answer. I shook my head and turned to my friends, but I was surprised to see Kyle and Alyssa holding hands. Do you think they're mates? I whispered to Riley. Riley laughed. Of course not. Alyssa hates Kyle. She's never touched him in his life except when she punched him in the hallway this morning. There was a moment, but Riley's eyes widened. No way, he said before darting to Kyle and tackling him. I quickly ran and caught up with him. Bro, you're mates with Alyssa. I looked at Alyssa and caught her blushing. I couldn't help but giggle. Yeah, Kyle replied, looking a bit embarrassed. Why didn't you tell me? Holy crap. The two began to wrestle while Alyssa and I laughed. Willow, Paige croaked. I turned to see Paige struggling to stand. It was like something was trying to pull her down into the earth. But then the worst thing happened. She passed out. Riley, I screeched. He looked up and his eyes widened. He immediately jumped from the ground and swooped Paige into his arms. Wow, she's lighter than a feather. She needs to get hydrated, food, and sleep. I nodded. Then that means we should get home. He nodded and began to walk. I caught up to him and fell into his pace. That was until Alyssa spoke. Oh, I know you guys aren't leaving us. Riley laughed and dug into his pocket while holding Paige. Then he pulled out his car keys and tossed them to Kyle. Ride my car home, then you guys can hang out with us. They nodded simultaneously and began to run to the school at inhuman speed. All right, let's get home and take care of your friend. Chapter 14. Nick's POV. Willow Smith. She was all I could think about. The way her blonde hair blew in the wind. The way her blue eyes always showed kindness. The way she talked. The way she acted was so real. She was just captivating. That's why I loved her. But how can I love her if I already found my mate? How is it even possible? For some reason, I couldn't see myself with Sophia. She's my mate, but I have to admit, she's cruel. We have our own pack of rogues, but she just treats them like trash. A real Luna would never do that. That's why it feels like we're drifting apart. But Willow, I can see myself with her. I can see us raising our own pups and teaching them how to shift for the first time. If she were my mate, that would be perfect. But I think she still hates me. After that night, who wouldn't? I killed everyone, even my best friend. I thought I killed Willow too. My heart just felt broken. But when I saw that she was still alive, joy overwhelmed me. I shook my head. I shouldn't be thinking about this. Sophia's my mate, and I love her. But why does Willow keep popping up in my head? Hey, babe, I whispered. A moment passed until Sophia finally answered. Yeah, she mumbled from underneath the bed sheets. I smiled. Her morning voice was so cute. She almost sounds like Willow. No, I can't think about her. I'm going to go for a jog, if that's all right. Yeah, but when you get back, I have some loose ends I want you to take care of. I nodded. Of course. I got out of bed and slipped on a sweatshirt, sweatpants, socks, and some tennis shoes. Then I crept out of our room and out the front door of our small shack. It was morning for sure. The sun had barely risen, and the wolves were sleeping by some forest trees. I wonder which one Sophia wanted me to take care of. I shook my head and began to jog into the woods. I began to pick up speed, and the trees soon became blurs as I ran. I only had one thing on my mind. Willow. I kept running until I was right in front of Willow's wall. The wall she made around her burnt-down village. I remember watching her build it. She wouldn't take a break until it was finished. And sometimes I could tell when she had her feelings. When she would feel that I was watching her from the trees. But she would just ignore it. I stepped inside the wall for the first time and was amazed at what I saw. There were flowers growing everywhere. There was a partially burnt house, but it looked well taken care of. And down a path from it were graves. A lot of graves. Most likely the bodies of her pack. But something caught my eye. There was a large circle of dead grass. I knew exactly what that was 3 years ago. It was the bonfire Willow and I had danced around. That was the first time I realized I actually loved her instead of my mate, but I denied those feelings then. Willow. I called. No answer. I walked to the burnt house and entered. It was cleaned up and well decorated inside. So this is where she lived. Willow. I called again. Still no answer. I began to panic. Where could she have gone? This was where she was meant to be, in a house near me. If she left. No, I can't jump to conclusions. I began to search frantically. I ran around, searched every room, and tore things apart. She wasn't here. My wolf began to grow restless. He even cared more for her than Sophia. Where could she have gone? Damien demanded. I don't know. Damien was silent, as if he were concentrating. Then it happened. He took control. I could see what was going on, but I couldn't control it. It was like I was in a daze. Damien didn't shift, but instead he began running. He zoomed past trees and ran down hills. That was until he reached the edge of the forest where a town lay. He released control and allowed me to take over. Damien, I hissed. What was that all about? Willow's scent came from here. Look around. I nodded. Willow. She was somewhere around here. I began walking along the border, just on the edges of the town, and it was huge. But the weird thing was, the streets were abandoned. Nick, this is a pack territory. I froze. Why would Willow be with a pack? Did someone take her in? No, I can't think like that. I continued to walk until a soccer field came into view. A group of teen kids were walking away, leaving a small group behind. But these weren't normal kids. They were all wolves. I stared at the group of kids left behind. A scrawny girl that looked partially familiar, a girl in a t-shirt and jeans holding hands with some guy, and in front of them, with their backs turned to me, was a blonde girl that seemed to be wearing only a jacket. She was holding hands with a tall, muscular guy. Must be mates. They turned their heads to each other and seemed to be talking. But a moment later, the guy turned and darted away from the girl and tackled the other guy. Then the blonde girl ran after him. That's when my heart skipped a beat. I recognized that hair, that face, and those eyes. It was Willow. My Willow. But she was half naked and wearing a jacket. She stopped next to the girl who was recently holding hands with the other guy. Then they began to laugh as the two men began to wrestle. But then she looked at the scrawny girl. The tiny little thing was struggling to stand. But then she collapsed, causing Willow to screech so loud that I could even hear it. Riley. The man that she was holding hands with responded by jumping from the ground and swooping the bony girl into his arms. He said something to Willow and they began to walk away. He was walking away with my Willow. A small growl erupted from my chest. At first, I thought they heard me because they turned towards me, but they just began to talk to the other couple. The guy, who I'm guessing was Riley, dug through his pocket and tossed the other guy some keys. The couple dashed away while Riley and Willow walked side by side, away from me. Anger filled me. He was taking Willow away from me. I ran back into the woods and began to run at top speed. Then I stopped and punched a tree as hard as I could while releasing a painful scream. He wasn't going to take her away. I wouldn't allow him to. That's when the idea came to me. Damien, I muttered. Beat me up. I could feel my wolf snicker. With pleasure. Damien took control once again and ran at top speed. But he wasn't dodging anything. He kept crashing into trees, bushes, and thorns. I could feel pain engulf my body. Perfect. He released his control, and I dropped to the ground, panting. I looked at my ripped clothing and now bare arms that were seeping with blood. I looked like I had just attacked by someone or something. I smiled and got back to my feet. Then I began to dash back to my pack. I dashed through the trees and jumped over one of the sleeping wolves, making it yelp and scatter. All of my pack awakened and stared at me in confusion. Then they shifted back to human and circled me, asking questions. What happened? Is he all right? You don't think he was attacked, do you? All right, men. I shouted. Everyone froze and gave me their full, undivided attention. Even Sophia came out of our shack, wearing only a t-shirt and a pair of shorts, while she rubbed her sleepy eyes. I was attacked by a nearby pack. I lied easily. Everyone broke into murmurs. Well then, let's fight them as we did to that other pack 3 years ago. Someone shouted. The pack nodded and murmured with agreement, but I raised my hand to silence them. I have a better idea, I stated. I glanced at Sophia and saw her smirking evilly. Did she know what I was up to? I shook my head and continued. We convinced their Luna to leave. The pack of rogues cocked their heads. What's the point of that? A female voice asked. I smirked. Because an alpha can't live long without his Luna. He'd end it, and the pack would go into chaos. They'll all fight each other for the throne. The pack smiled wickedly and nodded with agreement. Then they began to cheer. While they were cheering, one of the females ran up with a wet rag and began to tend to my wounds. But I didn't pay attention. My thoughts were elsewhere. My thoughts were of Willow. I'll get you back, Willow. We'll be happy together in your village. You will be mine. Chapter 15. Willow's POV. Paige lay limp in my bed. Her breathing was faint, and she hardly stirred in her sleep. But I was happy. I wasn't happy that she was in poor condition, but that she was alive. She kept her promise all along. That she would find me. I sat on the side of my bed, watching Paige. I didn't want to look away because I was afraid she'd disappear from my life again. She was my only friend that survived the attack. 2 hands placed themselves on my shoulders. Aviary is here, Riley whispered. I nodded. We called Aviary so that she could help Paige. I was afraid that if we tended to Paige ourselves, we'd do something wrong and harm her. Maybe a witch could do something better. I turned to Riley and gave a hopeful smile. Then I looked out the open door to the hallway and saw a smiling Aviary. I smiled back and nodded. She took that as a sign and walked in, making her way until she was right next to Paige's sleeping form. She smiled and looked at Riley and me. Oh yeah, I can fix her up with a simple potion. But I'll need one thing. I stood up quickly, hope filling my body. What is it? I can go get it. Aviary laughed. I'll need an angelic herb. I cocked my eyebrow. Angelic herb? She nodded. Oh yes. It's actually a flower found in the forest around the town. When it's mixed properly, it can be used as a strengthening tonic, she said happily. I nodded and turned to leave. Okay, I'll be right back. Before I could exit my bedroom door, Riley quickly grasped my arm. Wait, we can have one of our gatherers find the flower. You should stay here, where it's safe. I gave him a reassuring smile and easily slipped my arm from his grasp. It's fine, Riley. I've been gathering for the past 3 years, and I'll be fine. And what would I be safe from bunnies? He looked like he wanted to argue, but he let it go and allowed me to leave. I gave a thankful smile before running out of my bedroom. I ran through the hallway, down the stairs, and out the front door, greeted by the morning sunlight. I saw some pack members walking up and down the street, but they didn't notice me. Seeing them, though, made me think of the previous event I was in, when I was only in my undergarments and a jacket. I shook my head. It wouldn't happen again because once Riley, Paige, and I arrived home, I quickly threw on a white day dress with some white flats. I was in a white mood. I ran into the street and began to run towards the forest. Surrounding pack members noticed me and bowed their heads. I waved to some, but was in a hurry. So I began to pick up speed. The members soon became blurs as I passed by. I know I have never run this fast before. I was running faster than the time I was chasing down Riley to stop him from hurting Paige. So faster than an hour ago. I stopped running when I entered the forest. The forest was a lot more beautiful than when I arrived at the pack through it. It seemed more at peace. I began to walk, using my instincts to find the right flower for Paige. I didn't know how to find it, but I felt like I was close, if that makes any sense. Willow, Acalia whispered in my head. I nearly jumped when she spoke. She'd been ignoring me ever since we found Paige, then all of a sudden she decides to speak. Talk about being rude. Acalia, I hissed. Why have you been ignoring me? You didn't feel it, did you? You were too distracted. She stated quietly. What? Feel what? I could feel Acalia sigh. I felt like we were being watched. Well, of course, she felt like that. We were being watched by the whole pack. Hate to break it to you, Acalia, I started. But we were being watched by the whole pack. Acalia grumbled in my head. That's not what I meant. We were being watched by someone who doesn't belong to this pack. I sighed while I continued to search for the flower. And who would that be? I don't know why, but it felt like. Acalia didn't get to finish her sentence. Why? Because I wasn't paying attention to where I was going as usual. Instead of tripping on a log and rolling down a hill, I caught my foot in a tree root that was sticking out of the ground. Then I stumbled and caught my balance, but doing so made me cut my ankle on a nearby thorn bush, and a little blood seeped out. I have the most amazing luck. Son of a poop. I screeched. Well, at least it didn't tear my dress. Acalia sighed, but then went silent. Acalia, don't ignore me again, I whined. No, I'm not. But do you hear that? I went quiet and listened for a bit, but nothing made a sound. Acalia, there's nothing dash. That's when I heard it. A type of whining sound. It sounded painful, like whatever was making the sound was being ripped apart. I began to walk towards the sound. What are you doing? Acalia hissed. Never walk towards a strange sound. This is probably why Riley didn't want us coming out ourselves. I shook my head and continued to walk. The sound got louder as I pushed through some bushes. Then a small clearing opened up. And that's when I saw it. An injured doe is lying on the ground. Its legs were sliced, causing blood to seep through its wounds. And there was a huge claw mark across its side as if a wolf had attacked it. It took one look at me, then its big black eyes filled with fear. It began to do its painful whimper while it tried to stand, but it failed miserably. To be honest, it looked like it was struggling just to hold on to its life. No, don't struggle, I whispered. It'll just make it worse. It ignored me and continued to squirm. What was I supposed to do? Let it die and walk away? Or try to help it as best as I could? I shook my head and slowly approached it, holding out one hand while keeping my eyes on the ground. It seemed to have calmed down its whimpering, but it still thrashed around as I was basically towering over it. It's gonna be okay, I cooed. I'll help you. You sure or something, Acalia stated. I ignored her while I looked at the doe. It stopped squirming and looked at me with pleading eyes, as if trying to talk to me. I could imagine it saying something like, "It hurts so bad, please help me." I looked around, searching for a plant. Maybe an angelic herb could help it. I was searching for one after all. Maybe I could get another. Or maybe I wouldn't have such luck. That's when I felt it, a slimy thing on my ankle. I looked down and jumped back in shock. The doe was licking my cut I had gotten from the thorns. I looked down at my ankle and stared in amazement. There was no cut. It was as if it had vanished. Then I looked back at the doe and nearly yelped out of fear and utter disbelief. Its wounds were healing. Right in front of me. The injuries were closing up at an amazing speed that a leopard would be jealous. Its scratch on its side was fully healed, as well as its injured legs. Then it stood up, shaking out its short hair. It looked at me with thanks in its eyes. Then it nodded and strolled off. What happened? Was that deer a wizard thing? I shook my head at the insane idea. Impossible. Then again, humans think it's impossible for werewolves to exist. Well, that was impressive. I tensed. That voice. I know it. I know who it belongs to. It belongs to the boy who caused everyone that was precious to me be killed 3 years ago. It belonged to the boy that played with my feelings. It belonged to the boy whom I actually cared for once. I turned around slowly and met with his still beautiful hazel eyes. Nick, I whimpered. What are you doing here? He was a couple of feet away from me, smiling as if we were best friends. If I had never known what he was like, I would have mistaken him for a kind, loving boy. And that's when I noticed what he was wearing. It sent fear into my body. He was wearing the same clothes he had on the night he killed my family. A dark dress shirt with a tie, dark dress pants, and dress shoes. I've come for you, he said while closing the space between us until he was towering over me. That outfit is beautiful, by the way. It looks like you're getting married. I was too scared to move. My body was shaking ferociously. He probably came back to kill me. To kill off the sole survivor of a dead pack other than Paige. Why, you're a killer, I stuttered. You'd only come for me to kill me. Nick laughed and traced his hand down my cheek, causing me to shudder with disgust. Why would I kill you? Willow, I came back because I love you. My heart stopped. He loved me? He thought he had the right to say he loves me after everything he did so far. That's when the memories of that morning came back to me. The morning when I went back to my burned-down pack. He sighed and started to rub the back of his neck. You know, if I had just forgotten about my mate when I rejected her, this would have never happened, and I would have fallen in love with you. I shook my head from that memory. He was controlled by his mate. But I still couldn't trust him. You don't love me, I said with false confidence. If you did, you would leave me alone. Nick's smile disappeared, and a frown took its place. Willow, I can't forget about you. It's like you're my mate. All I do is think, and you're the one that pops in my head. I can see us together happily. I can see us raising pups. I see myself with you. I took a step back. Stop it. You killed my family for your mate, and now you say you want me. Stop kidding yourself. And besides, I wouldn't go with you anyway. I found my own mate. Nick scowled. Yes, and he's the alpha, and you're the new Luna. My body went cold. How did he know that? Has he been watching me the whole time? Was I just something he observed? I staggered backwards. How? How do you know that? He shook my head and held out his hand. It doesn't matter. But what does matter is that you come with me. I stared at his hand, as if it were an alien. How could he offer me his hand? Did he really think what he did was right? I shook my head and slapped his hand away. But he grabbed my hand with fast reflexes. He didn't pull me along with him. He just stood there with his head hung while he held my hand. Nick Dash. What don't you get? You understand that you have to do anything for your mate, don't you? I flinched. Was he really feeling this way? Nick raised his head and looked at me with tears in his eyes. I didn't know any better, Willow. I thought I had to do that. But then I met you and I felt stronger feelings for you and only you. I looked at our hands and slipped mine from his grasp. I can probably forgive you, but I won't be with you, I stated while looking back at Nick. His face flashed with hurt and anger. That won't do. Then he ran off, so fast that the leopard would be more jealous of him. I stood there, looking at the hand that he held. I can forgive him, but I won't be with him. Willow. I shook my head. Not now, Acalia. Acalia ignored me. That flower right in front of you is the angelic herb. I looked ahead of myself and saw what she was talking about. A white flower that gleamed in the little sunlight it received. I walked over to it and swiftly picked it. Then I ran back the way I came, wanting to get to Riley more than anything. Riley's POV. Willow has been out there for a while, searching for that one flower that would help Paige. I was worried for both of them. I wanted to run outside and search for Willow, help her find the angelic herb. But Aviary said that she needed to face her demons out there and learn the truth. I didn't know what she meant, but thinking about it over and over again made it sound like Willow was in danger. It will be fine, Aviary stated. She'll come back safely with the flower. I looked at her and narrowed my eyes. You know, something has been itching at the back of my head. You're a witch, so why do you need potions when you can just flick your finger? Aviary smiled. That's true, I don't necessarily need potions, but this will help everything place itself in order. What do you mean? The witch ignored me and looked down at Paige's sleeping form. She's here. A second later, I heard the front door open and slam shut from downstairs. Then I heard the running of footsteps coming up the stairs and through the hall. I looked towards the hallway door and saw Willow standing there, holding out a flower while panting. Here, the flower, take it. Aviary snapped her fingers, and the flower appeared in her hands. Thank you, Willow. Now, Riley, go comfort our Luna. I nodded and gently took Willow's hand in mine. She stared at it with a horrified look, but then she calmed down. Did I scare her? Was she afraid of me? I shook my head and pulled Willow out of her bedroom. Then we walked down the hallway and entered mine. She went over to my bed and lay on top. I smiled and joined her, pulling her close to my chest. You know, she panted, her minty breath fanning my neck as she spoke. It's obvious Paige is going to be staying here with us. I nodded. Of course, I wouldn't want to separate you two. I could feel Willow's smile. You know what that means, right? She gets my room. Which means, I'll have to sleep and stay in your room. I looked down at her as my heart began to hammer against my chest. She was blushing and averting my gaze. Gosh, she was adorable. I kissed her on her forehead. I'm fine with that. I want you as close to me as possible. She snuggled deeper into my chest. Good. I began to rest my eyes, even though Willow kept shifting for some reason. It was like she was trying to get up. That's when I felt it. Sparks engulfed my body as my eyes snapped open. She was staring down at me with a crazy blush on her face. I chuckled. If I weren't so tired, I'd kiss you back. Her blush got even redder. She swiftly went back to my chest and began to snuggle. You're so adorable, I said while resting my eyes again. And you're so cute, she mumbled. I smiled as I held her closer to me, then fell into a peaceful sleep. The only thing I thought of was the kiss she had given me. The midpoint peaks when Willow, now the Luna of Alpha Riley's pack, discovers that her best friend Paige, whom she thought died saving her, is actually alive but living as a broken rogue. The emotional stakes here are through the roof. Willow has to choose between her duty as a Luna and her loyalty to the past. Seeing her rescue Paige and integrate her into a new pack is the ultimate "I'm not the victim anymore" moment. The villain's motivation is finally unmasked. Nick isn't the true mastermind. He is being brutally manipulated by his own mate Sophia, who uses the mate bond as a weapon of control. It highlights the story's internal conflict. Willow is falling for Riley, her true mate, while being haunted by Nick, a perversion of that same bond. True strength is the ability to show mercy when the world expects you to be cold. Willow could have easily had the rogue, Paige, executed or driven away, but she chose to use her new authority to heal old wounds instead of creating new ones. Chapter 16. Willow's POV. I awoke from my sleep, still cuddled in Riley's arms. Then I remembered I kissed him a couple of hours ago, before we fell asleep. A heated blush crept up my neck at the memory. Why did I do that? How was I even that brave? That was the first kiss I ever gave anyone. Did that count as my first kiss? He didn't kiss me back, so why did I feel like a dragon was raging in my stomach? I shook my head of that thought and began to struggle to get out of Riley's arms. But I failed miserably. It was like he was Popeye, as if he ate a whole can of spinach and became super strong. Wait a minute. Could he possibly be? No. What am I thinking? Riley can't be a fictional cartoon character. I giggled as I tried to push myself away from Riley. Release me, you stubborn bull. I sighed and began to scan the room for anything that could help me get out of Riley's arms. That's when I saw it, a single feather sticking out of Riley's pillow. I quickly plucked it and narrowed my eyes. All right, soldier, I whispered. Dear job. I dangled the feather over Riley's nose and began to move it back and forth. At first, he just scrunched his nose, But then Riley began to squirm on the bed, constantly scratching his nose. That's right, tickle, tickle, tickle. Riley finally released his grip, and I quickly and stealthily rolled off the bed. Finally, I murmured. I got up from my knees and quickly began to tiptoe out of the bedroom. When I entered the hallway, I closed the door slowly and quietly, doing my best not to wake up Riley. But when I was done with that, the thought came to me. What do I do now? Paige, Acalia stated in my head. I nodded and made my way to my old bedroom that Paige now slept. When I opened the door, my eyes widened with shock. Paige was all better. She was no longer skin and bones. She looked like she did 3 years ago, healthy. And her cuts and bruises, they were all gone. It was as if a wizard or something in that category had come and healed her. I narrowed my eyes. Could it have been that deer that healed itself in the woods? I shook my head. No, it was Aviary, the pack witch. She used that angelic herb. I stepped into the bedroom and slowly made my way to the bed. Then I sat on the edge of it. Paige, I whispered. Her breathing was at a healthy state, and her skin color wasn't as pale as it was when she showed up. I smiled when she stirred in her sleep. She was going to need a lot of rest, so I probably shouldn't wake her. I was about to get up off the bed until a familiar red ball of fur jumped onto the bed. Fox face. The fox nodded and curled up into a ball, lying on top of Paige's stomach. Fox face, I hissed quietly. Don't wake her up. Paige stirred a little, but didn't wake. Then her hand raised itself and rested on top of Fox face's silky red fur. I couldn't help but smile. Okay, fine, you can stay in here as long as you don't wake her up. The fox nodded and continued to lie on top of Paige's stomach, making me smile even more. I finally got up from the bed and exited the bedroom, shutting the door behind me slowly and quietly. Willow. I jumped in fright and quickly turned towards the source of the voice. Heaven? That must be why Foxface was here. He didn't know where I was staying, and I left him with her. Heaven, I whispered. What are you doing here? The small girl gave a sweet smile and walked up to me. I came to get you. We haven't hung out that much since you arrived. I nodded. Okay, so what do you want to do? Well, she started. Let's go to the park, I want to show you something. I nodded once again. Okay, let's go. She smiled and grabbed my hand. Then she began to pull me through the hall and down the stairs until we reached the door. I quickly slipped my white flats on and exited the house with Heaven. Then she pulled me, and we continued to walk off Riley's property and down the street to the park. As we continued to walk, I stared down at Heaven. She was so cute and adorable and sweet. I could tell just by looking at her that she would be beautiful when she got to my age. All the wolf boys would drool at her. Hopefully, she wouldn't become one of those girls who thought they were all that because of their looks. But as I continued to stare, I remembered something she had said to me that I needed to ask. Hey, Heaven. Heaven glanced back at me and smiled. Yeah. I gave a small smile. When I got here, what did you mean when you said I was the flower? She stopped walking and turned to face me, a smile still evident on her face. Well, I told Big Brother Riley that day to find a flower. I told him to find the most beautiful flower he saw. I was talking about you. My heart stopped. Was she talking about me? How did she even know about me then? Then again, Riley did tell me she had a gift that wasn't normal. What? I stuttered. How did you know about me? She continued to smile. David told me. My body went cold. David? My youngest brother? That wasn't possible. He died fighting. I remember burying his body next to my mother's grave. My little brother? She nodded as she still smiled. Yeah, I talked to him all the time. Tears pricked my eyes as I crouched down until I was at Heaven's height. Then I placed my hands on her shoulders. How? I croaked. She smiled. He's always with me. We talk for hours all the time. In fact, he's right here, she said while pointing next to her. I looked to where she was pointing. There was nothing, the spot was empty. That's where it hit me. Could her gift possibly be that? Your gift, you can talk to ghosts. Heaven's smile grew wider. How'd you know? I thought Big Brother would have to explain that to you. I shook my head and got back onto my feet. It was hard to believe. Heaven could talk to my brother, and I couldn't. It hurt. But I guess if she couldn't, I wouldn't be here. Heaven grabbed my hand again and began to pull me along. My feet obeyed, but I felt like I couldn't look up anymore. All I did was hang my head. We continued to walk for who knows how long. All I thought about was David. I could have saved him if I searched for him. He could be alive right now. He could have met Fox's face. He was gone because of me. We're here, Heaven exclaimed, pulling me from my thoughts. I looked up to see the playground where I had met Alyssa. Riley came to pick me up. But, to my surprise, someone stood there. Only one person. Aviary. I thought you had to show me something, I croaked. Heaven nodded, and Aviary spoke up. We do, Luna. I looked at the witch as she held up her hand. Light began to pour from her palm, and she began to conjure a figure. I studied it until a figure was made. I nearly fell to my knees when a person was formed. Someone whom I missed. Someone whom I hadn't seen for over 10 years. Someone who used to tuck me in and sing me a lullaby when I couldn't sleep. And someone who had comforted me when I was scared or when I had hurt myself. What? How? I sobbed. Aviary gave a sorrowful look. This is where your gift comes from, Luna. It all starts with him. Tears began to spill as I reached to touch the figure. But my hand just went through it. Father, I whimpered. Chapter 17. Willow's POV. What was the gift that I carried? So far, Acalia and Aviary had mentioned that I had one. And now the witch shows me a figure of my father and says that I received the gift from him. Was it something that ran in our family? If so, why was I the only one who had it? I slipped my hand from Heaven's and walked closer to Aviary, tears falling from my eyes. How? How do you know who my father is? Aviary glanced at Heaven, then back to me. It's not my story to tell. Yet you show me my dead father. You can't just dash. Aviary, Heaven interrupted in a soft voice. It's my story to tell. I looked at Heaven, tears still rolling from my eyes. What? She looked at her shoes, never looking up at me. Did you know that big brother Riley isn't my real brother? I cocked my head. How could Heaven not be Riley's sister? They looked like they were related. What does this have to do with my dad? She looked up at me, her eyes watering. Your dad saved my life when I was a baby right after I was born. I don't remember it myself, but my new dad, Riley's dad, told me. My pack was attacked, and my mother carried me in her mouth when she shifted into her wolf. We escaped, but were chased down by the enemy wolves. Heaven shuddered, as if she remembered it herself. They caught up to us and killed my mother. They were about to kill me, but your dad showed up and stopped them all. My body felt cold. It was hard to believe that Heaven, a little girl around 8 years old, had met my father. When did it happen? Heaven looked into my eyes. At that moment, she looked mature. She looked as if she were older than me. 8 years ago. So Dad saved her when I was 10. But I don't remember him being gone at all when I was that age. This was all just confusing. It couldn't be possible. I turned back to Aviary, pouring as much confidence as I could into the next few words I would be saying. Show me. Aviary gave a small smile. Of course, Luna. But this will be an experience you have never faced before. I nodded and clenched my hands. Okay, I'm ready. Around us, the wind picked up and the sky turned gray. My hair began to blow to one side, and the swing sets began to rustle as the wind grew stronger. Aviary's smile widened. She closed her hand, causing the image of my father to fade. Then she held out her other hand to me, beckoning me to take hold of it. Hesitantly, I took it. Then she closed her eyes and began to mumble things that sounded like gibberish. Before I knew it, my surroundings disappeared and blackness enveloped me. Heaven was gone, and so was Aviary. All I could see was a golden light erupting from pure darkness. Fear immediately struck through me. I hated it when I was alone, especially in the dark. This felt like when I was trying to establish a connection with Riley, except this was much more frightening. I could imagine that I wouldn't be able to mind-link Riley like this. Acalia? I murmured, fear slipping in my voice. Nothing. Just an endless silence. I was truly alone. I looked around the dark void for anything except the erupting golden light. But there was only darkness. I swallowed down the lump that had formed in my throat and took cautious steps towards the light. It was scary, really. The dark seemed more comforting than it was. I stopped right in front of the light, mere inches away from touching it. Should I reach out to grasp it? Usually, at this point, Acalia would want me to turn back, and I would go against her idea. But right now, I felt small. I wanted to cower into the endless darkness. But you need to touch it to find out the truth, I thought. I slowly reached out, letting my hand and arm be engulfed by the bright light. The golden light was cool as water. I at least expected it to be warm or hot. Then, out of nowhere, the light began to grow brighter. At first it was as bright as a star, then it was as bright as the sun. I tried to pull my hand away, but it was stuck. It felt like something was holding me down, like superglue. Immediately, panic surged through my body. What was I going to do? The light kept getting brighter and brighter while I was stuck in place. I felt like it was going to incinerate me. Riley! I screamed for help as I continued to pull. I knew he wouldn't be able to save me from this, though. I pulled once more, but the opposite of what I wished to happen occurred. The light started to suck me in. No! I screeched. Let go! Aviary, help me! No answer as I was being pulled in. By this point, my legs were being devoured by the light, as were both my arms. But I wouldn't give up. I kept struggling, but it was no use. When I realized I wouldn't be getting out of this one, I leaned my head back to peer into the forever darkness as a tear raced down my cheek. Riley, I whispered. Help! A moment later, I was completely covered by the glowing light. It swirled around me, making it look as if I were under the stars. But then, it began to fade into a scene. Trees began to surround me, as well as small buildings and a fence line. I recognized this place. It was my home, my pack. Around me, kids were playing. A girl ran around, picking every flower she saw. A boy sat in the grass, sketching pictures, and two boys were wrestling. The boy who seemed to be winning the wrestling match had brown bushy hair and green eyes, while the other boy, who seemed to be losing, had short brown hair and hazel eyes. Yay! Yay! The bushy-haired boy shouted with glee while getting off the other boy. I win. Now I get to have the yo-yo. The other boy stood and brushed off his shirt, which was covered in dirt. I was going easy on you, Sammy. If I showed you my real strength, you would fear me. The boy named Sammy laughed. Yeah, right. I'm the son of the beta. Son of the beta? Then that must mean. Sammy. I turned to where the voice had come from. Standing there was a tall man with a small beard and brown hair. He had brown eyes and some power that seemed to radiate off of him. Tears welled up in my eyes at the sight of him. That was my dad, before he died. Yeah, Daddy. Sammy called. Daddy, so Sammy was Sam, my older brother. Dad smiled. Your mother is back with the baby. Would you like to meet your new sister? Sammy's eyes lit up. Yes, yes, he shouted as he began to run to his dad. Sammy was coming right at me. I would have said, watch out or be careful, but the little boy went right through my body and stopped at the side of our father. They couldn't see me. They couldn't touch me. I was a ghost to them. Sammy looked at the other boy and smiled. Bye, Nick. Nick? I glanced at the other boy, my eyes as wide as the moon. That little boy, Nick, would be the one responsible for the fall of my pack. A traitor. I turned back to my father and Sammy, only to see them walking off. I quickly ran to catch up to them. When I was caught up, I listened to their conversation. What does she look like? Sammy asked excitedly. I don't know, I haven't seen her yet. All I know is that her name is Willow. I froze as they continued walking. I was the baby. I completely forgot that I was born after Sam. I caught up to them once again just as they were entering our house. I slipped past them and through the door. The next thing I saw brought a smile to my face. My mother, in a dress, was singing to a bundle as she walked around the house. Dad and Sammy walked past me and straight to Mom. Mommy! Sammy shouted with excitement, evident in his voice. He ran to Mom and began to bounce up and down while reaching for the bundle in her arms. Let me see. Let me see. Mom laughed and crouched. Okay, but you must be quiet. Her ears are sensitive. Sammy nodded ferociously. Then he looked at the bundle in Mom's arms. Wrapped in the bundle was a baby that seemed like it was smiling. But it shocked me. Not because she was smiling, but because of her appearance. She had green eyes and brown hair. How is that even possible? That baby was me, right? Last I checked, I have blonde hair and blue eyes. Sammy smiled and stepped back from the baby and Mom. Then he put his hand over his heart and bowed his head. I, Sammy Smith, solemnly swear that I will protect my little sister, Willow Smith, with my life. Dad and Mom laughed. That's a big promise, kid, Dad said. Are you sure? Sammy nodded. Yes, I swore, didn't I? I couldn't help but laugh. Sammy was so nice to me when we were kids. I guess that promise was why. Dad gently picked up my baby self and cuddled her. Oh, Willow, you're going to be Daddy's little girl. My eyes began to water. I missed him. I missed my dad. All of a sudden, everything began to fade. Our living room began to disappear, as well as my family. No, I shouted. Don't take them away again. I reached for Sammy, but my hand went straight through him. No, 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 no. I can't lose them again. I tried to grasp Mom's dress, but again my hand went through. Then I tried to embrace my dad. No luck. I crumpled to my knees as they faded, letting tears run down my face. I love you, Willow. I looked up at my father. He was still smiling and cuddling my baby self in his arms. I will always love you. More tears ran down my cheeks. I love you too, Dad. Everything faded into a different scene. Instead of being in our house with my family, I was outside, crumpled in the large grass. This experience isn't done yet? I asked, disbelief in my voice. I slowly stood and wiped away my tears with the back of my hand. Then I looked around, trying to figure out where I was. I could tell that I was still in the pack territory because I was in front of my house. But then why did everything fade? Out of nowhere, a boy ran out from behind our house, giggling and flailing his arms everywhere while his brown locks bounced and his green eyes showed delight. Sammy, I whispered. You're taller. Bounding after him was a small girl with brown, wavy hair and green eyes. She was squealing and kept stumbling on her small feet. Come back here, Sammy. She squealed with a lisp evident in her voice. Come and get me, sis. Sammy giggled. Is that girl me? It had to be. Sammy and the girl continued to run around in circles until our front door opened. Mom? Dad? I questioned, though none of them could hear me. Dad came striding out of the house while holding Mom's hand. Sammy, Dad said while smiling. We have a big job for you. Sammy's face lit up, and he ran towards Mom and Dad until he was right in front of them. Then he saluted. Sir, yes, sir. The little girl giggled and ran until she was next to Sammy. Then she copied his movements. Sir, yes, sir. She mimicked. Dad laughed and picked her up. Then he began to tickle her, causing her to squeal with delight. Not you, Willow. Sammy's big job is to watch over you. Sammy smiled. Yay! I can do it. Mom laughed, and Dad joined in while placing Minnie-Me down. Watch her carefully, Sammy. She's only 3, Mom said. My brother frowned and crossed his arms. I can do it. I'm 8. I'm a man. He's a man. He's a man. Baby Willow screamed with joy. Our parents laughed and intertwined their hands. If you need anything, we'll be at the neighbor's house, okay? Sammy nodded, and our parents left, walking hand in hand to the next house over. I don't remember Mom and Dad leaving us alone like this. Why would they even leave their children? So, what do you want to do, Willow? Sammy questioned with excitement. Well, she said while twirling her hair between her fingers. I want to gather. Sammy seemed taken aback. Gather. Yeah, Willow exclaimed. I want to be a gatherer when I grow up. I laughed at the silly dream I had when I was little. I can't believe I wanted to be a gatherer. It did make sense, though, because I was a horrible hunter. Sammy sighed. Okay. The first step to being a gatherer is to use your senses to find a plant. Minnie-Me nodded and lifted her head towards the sky, as if sniffing the air. Then, a moment later, she dashed to the back of our house, with Sammy and me in pursuit. She finally stopped running, allowing us to catch up. Minnie-Me was fast for a 3-year-old. Baby Willow reached down to the ground and plucked something. Then she turned to Sammy and held out a rainbow-colored flower. Is this a good plant? Sammy eyed the flower carefully, as if it were dangerous. I don't know. I've never seen a flower like that. Instead of placing the flower back onto the ground, Baby Me studied it. How do I find out it's safe? She asked with a lisp. Well, the older pack members test it by nibbling the end of the stem, but you're dash. Before any of us knew it, Mini-Me took a bite of the stem. No, Sammy shouted. Willow. What are you thinking? She said nothing. She just stood there, staring at Sammy. What was I thinking at that moment? That plant could be dangerous. As Sammy, she stuttered. I don't feel so good. Baby Willow crumpled to the ground, catching both Sammy and me off guard. My brother quickly jumped to her aid and placed her head on his lap. What hurts? He asked frantically. And my tummy and my throat. Sammy's eyes widened. Don't worry, I'll link Mommy and Daddy. Soon his eyes clouded over. Poor Sammy, I must have worried him a lot when we were kids. Okay, Sammy said as soon as his eyes returned to their normal color. They're on their way. Sammy, Mini-Me groaned. I'm sorry. My brother shook his head. Don't be, it's not your fault, it's mine. It's not your fault, Sam. Why are you blaming yourself? I was the stupid one to eat the plant. A moment later, Mom and Dad ran to us at inhuman speed. Then my father swooped my baby self into his arms. She's barely breathing, Dad gasped. We have to take her to the witch. Mom nodded and turned to Sam. It's okay, Sammy, go inside and don't do anything dangerous. Sammy nodded with tears in his eyes and ran inside the back door of our house. Then, a second later, Mom and Dad took off, their speed faster than the speed of a cheetah. I struggled to keep up. We ran past trees, up and down hills, and across a river until we stopped at the wall of a mountain. On the side of its rocky surface, a curtain was draped, as well as dream catchers. She's not breathing, Mom bellowed. Dad's eyes widened at the sight of Baby Me. She was a lifeless body. A heap of nothing. Just the sight of her made my skin grow cold. Had I died? If I did, how was I still a living, breathing girl who had found her mate? Mom and Dad rushed inside the curtain, me in pursuit. What I saw caught me by surprise. Past the curtain was a cave that was lit with candles. It was also decorated with dream catchers, worn-out books, a giant cauldron seeping with green smoke, and several plants and insects on a shelf. Lucia, Mom called. A woman with messy hair and large glasses that were cracked popped her head around the corner of the cave. Aviary? Connor? What are you guys doing here? Aviary? I totally forgot my mother's name. And not only that, but she shared the name of the witch in Riley's pack. I'm really stupid. Lucia, please help us. Our daughter is not breathing. Mom pleaded. Lucia raised her eyebrows and nodded. Then she stepped from around the corner and made her way to my parents, which gave me a good view of her. She was in a light, loose sweater and some khakis. And her messy hair was accessorized with pencils. She basically looked like a librarian. When she reached us, she looked at Baby Me. Then she placed her hand on my forehead. A frown covered her face. I'm sorry, but your daughter. Well, she's gone. My breath hitched, and I broke into a cold sweat. I had died. But how am I alive then? Mom gasped and crumpled to the ground, tears rolling down her cheeks. She wailed as if her heart was broken. Dad just stood there, cradling my small body as a tear raced down his cheek. This couldn't be real. I couldn't be gone. I crumpled to the ground and watched as my parents mourned over me. There has to be a way. Dad wailed. She can't be gone. Lucia looked at my parents with a pained expression. There is one way to bring her back, but she will be different. Dad shot his head up to Lucia, hope in his eyes. I don't care. I just want my little girl back. Lucia gave them a look of pity before she nodded. Then she snapped her fingers. A small plant shot from the shelf and floated above her fingers. Since she's gone, she can't eat this. So one of you must eat it and give her your blood. You will gain power and so will she. But she will be different. Stranger than the rest of your pack. Dad and Mom nodded simultaneously. I'll eat it, Dad said. Anything for her. Lucia nodded and snapped her fingers once again. The plant drifted toward Dad and stopped right in front of his face. He took a deep breath before biting into it. Are you ready? Lucia questioned. Dad nodded and gave my baby self to the witch. As Lucia held me carefully in her arms, she mumbled some gibberish. Then, all of a sudden, a knife that seemed like it was made during medieval times appeared in my father's hand. You don't have to give yourself a large cut, just prick your finger and get the blood to go into her mouth. Dad nodded and did just that. He pricked his finger and put it over my mouth just as the blood was about to drip. The drop of blood fell into my baby self's mouth. Moments passed and nothing happened, causing my mother to continue crying. But then, something happened. My younger self's hair turned from brown to blonde. The same color I had now. Willow, my mother gasped. Mini-Me began to stir in Lucia's arms. Then her eyes opened, showing the same color I had now. Electric blue. I had died. And, because my father ate that plant and gave me his blood, I was brought back. Mommy? Daddy? Where are we? I laughed just as Dad began to. Then he took me into his arms as tears fell from his eyes. What's wrong? Mini-Me asked. Dad shook his head and held me tighter. Nothing, sweetheart. Nothing. The scene began to fade. But I wasn't upset like last time. I was happy. Thanks, Dad, I whispered through my grateful smile. For everything. This time, instead of seeing another scene from my past, all I saw was the golden light swirling around me. Open your eyes. Riley? Can I mind link him? Does he even know what I'm doing right now? Open your eyes. I nodded and thought only of Riley. I thought of when he had crashed into me, and we found out we were mates. I thought of when he pushed Kyle down the stone steps of his parents' house. I thought of how he even protected me from Travis. All the things that made me love him. I love him. I finally opened my eyes and smiled at what I saw. I was on Riley's lap in his living room with Kyle, Alyssa, Renee, and some other guy. But they didn't seem important at the time, only Riley. Are you okay, Willow? Riley asked with concern in his voice. I ignored the question. Riley? Yes. I raised my head up to his and gave him a passionate kiss, which he quickly responded to. I didn't care that people were watching us. He was all that mattered to me at the moment. I pulled away sooner than I wanted to and took a deep breath. I love you. Chapter 18. Willow's POV. One thing bothered me at this moment, one thing that I had no idea how to react to, and that was the guy holding hands with Renee. He had dark, almost black hair with pale skin, as well as darker than normal brown eyes. In other words, he was a perfect Nico D'Angelo. He stared at me, emotionless, as if I were his next experiment. Then, he finally opened his mouth. Are you ever gonna get off of Riley's lap? I blushed, and Kyle snorted while Renee giggled. Geez, way to say hello. I quickly hopped off Riley's lap and sat on the cushion next to him, leaning against his shoulder. Then Renee stepped forward. Willow, this is my mate, Jason. Jason gave me a sup nod before he let Renee continue. Jason, this is Willow. She's the new Luna, and a Greek. Jason actually laughed and wrapped his arm around Renee's waist. Oh, so she gets on your nerves already? I cocked my eyebrow as I watched their little conversation. What's going on? Riley laughed and put his arm around me. Nothing, this is how they usually are. I nodded and continued to watch. Maybe, Renee said, looking up into Jason's eyes. He smirked. Maybe I can fix that. My mouth dropped as a heated blush crept up my neck. Did he mean? Whoa, 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 Alyssa shouted while separating the couple. If you guys didn't notice, we're in the Alpha's house. And plus, our Luna is a little bit innocent if y'all haven't noticed, so calm yourselves. We all laughed, and Kyle snaked his arm around Alyssa's waist. Come now, must we be so formal? She turned to him and flicked his nose, making him flinch. If you act the same as the Roman, I'll kill you. He let go of her waist and held up his hands. Dang, babe, I didn't mean to dash. Before any of us knew it, Alyssa punched Kyle in the face, sending him straight into the wall. I'm not your babe. Everyone laughed, but Riley leaned over to me and whispered in my ear. So why were you sleeping in the park with Aviary? I looked at him, ignoring the conversation our friends were having. What? Aviary linked me. She said you were exhausted and told me to pick you up at the park. I went there and found you lying on the ground while Aviary sat there and watched you. She told me to carry you home before waking you up. I looked into his hazel eyes with the green specks. Should I tell him? Should I tell him everything I saw? Oh, well, she used a power to show me my past. He stared back into my eyes, showing only curiosity. Is that it? I nodded. What? It was true. She showed me my past. I just didn't want him to know about how I died and resurrected, and how I'm different. He looked away, back at our friends, but the last thing I saw flash in his eyes was the feeling of hurt and betrayal. Did he know? Did Aviary tell him? He probably thinks I lied to him. I frowned. I didn't want Riley to hate me. Could this ruin our relationship? What if he rejected me? Stop it, Willow. He's not. He can't. Not after I told him I loved him. And that's why you missy, Alyssa said while poking my chest and interrupting my thoughts. Are you coming? Coming where? Alyssa's mouth dropped and Renee laughed. Oh wow, that's hilarious. Who knew all Greeks were dumb? I narrowed my eyes at her. Well, excuse me. We're going to the beach tomorrow. Alyssa shouted while flailing her arms in the air for a dramatic effect. Yeah, Jason joined. Apparently, Renee and Alyssa are taking you swimsuit shopping. I stood up, crossed my arms, and shook my head ferociously. Absolutely not. I didn't agree to this. Renee shrugged. I guess if you want, you could swim without one, but that would be skinny dipping. I blushed and looked at my feet, not wanting to meet their gazes. I'd love to skinny dip with you, babe, Jason said. You could just hear the smirk in his voice. You too, Alyssa, Kyle said, but all you could hear was nervousness in his voice. Do you want me to punch you again? No ma'am, Kyle squeaked. I glanced at Riley, hoping to get some help out of him, but what I saw broke my heart. He was staring at the wall with a glum look upon his face. He was really mad, wasn't he? I looked back at my friends and nodded. Fine, we can go shopping for swimsuits tomorrow. Great. Then after that we can go to the beach. Alyssa shouted with excitement. Great, my whole day tomorrow was already full. Okay, so we can go now, right? Jason asked with a bored tone. Renee nodded. Yeah, just go wait outside for me real quick, 'kay, babe? Yeah, Alyssa agreed. You too, Kyle. Wait for me outside. Both boys nodded and exited the house, leaving me, my two best friends, and an upset-looking Riley. Okay, Luna, Renee said while prodding me in the chest. We need to talk. I nodded. Okay, talk about what? We'll talk tomorrow, Alyssa said, elbowing Renee and making her hiss. Let's go, Renee. We'll see you tomorrow, Willow. I smiled and waved goodbye as they both exited. Now I was alone with Riley. I quickly stared at him and placed my hands on my hips, staring at him as he sat on the couch. Okay, what's your problem? He looked up at me with no emotion whatsoever. Nothing. I sighed. Really nothing? He nodded and stood up, then began making his way towards the steps. We should go to bed. I stared at him in disbelief. Was he giving me the cold shoulder? Did I make you mad? No, he said in a bland tone, his back still to me as he continued towards the staircase. Okay, he was obviously mad. Then what's your problem? I exclaimed, raising my tone. Nothing, he replied, about to ascend the stairs. I felt tears swell in my eyes. I didn't like Riley acting like this, especially to me. Then why are you ignoring me? I screamed, some tears rolling down my cheeks. He finally turned towards me. I guess he noticed how much pain I was in, because sorrow flashed across his features. Willow dash. I held up my hand. What did I do? He walked back to me and placed his hands on my cheeks, rubbing away my stray tears. Nothing at all. Then why are you ignoring me? He brought me into a hug, which I quickly obliged by hugging him back and nuzzling my head into the crook of his neck. It's easy to tell when you're hiding things. I took in his scent. It is. He laughed. Yeah, your nose flares up in the cutest way, and you bite your lip, which makes you look even more adorable. Huh, I bite my lip. That's good to know. I giggled. I'm sorry, but it's just that I found out so much today, so it's hard to talk about right now. But I'll tell you, I promise. Riley pulled away and looked into my eyes, making me want to kiss him again right then and there. It's fine, you can tell me when you're ready. In fact, you don't have to tell me. I love you so much that I trust your decision. I smiled and got onto my tiptoes and kissed him on the forehead. I love you too. He smiled, and in swift movements, he swept me up into his arms, making me laugh and giggle. Now, how about we get to bed? I bet you're gonna have a long day tomorrow. I laughed and nodded. Whatever you say, Captain. He smirked and raced up the stairs with me in his arms. Before I knew it, we were on his bed, cuddling before finally falling to sleep. Gosh, I just love him so much. Chapter 19. Willow lay cuddled in my arms, asleep and nuzzling into my chest while we relaxed on the bed. It had only been, a week? And I already felt so attached to her. She was my missing piece, and I had found her randomly in the forest. Or maybe it wasn't random. Maybe heaven had sent me in there on purpose. It was as if she expected me to find my mate. My sister has always been strange, but now she was acting a little more weird. Like yesterday, on the way home from the park, she had acted cautiously when she saw me carrying Willow home. For some reason, it felt like she was hiding something from me. But she wouldn't hide anything from me, right? And to top everything off, I knew about Willow. I knew how she was different. Aviary told me everything when I went to retrieve my mate. But she had me swear not to allow Willow to find out that I knew. She said that my mate would tell me when the time is right. But I bet yesterday, when I was acting like a moron and almost made Willow cry, I bet I almost let it slip that I knew. That would have been the biggest mistake I would have ever made. Willow snuggled deeper into my chest, making her blonde hair spread across her back and onto my chest. Gosh, she was adorable. I wanted to stay like this for the rest of my life. I wrapped my arms around her waist and leaned my head down to hers, taking in her scent when my nose made contact. Strawberry and coconut, a strange yet charming combination. MMPH, Willow mumbled as her head snuggled into the crook of my neck. Oh, Willow. Yeah, she answered drowsily. Was she awake? Or maybe just half that? I smiled as I looked down at her drowsy form. You know you're mine and mine alone, right? She nodded slowly. Yeah, and you're mine and mine. I sighed. Of course. She fell back asleep without finishing the sentence. She's just that adorable. Gosh, I love you. M-H-H-H-H-M-M-M. I laughed and sat up, causing her to squirm. Stop moving. It takes forever to get comfy on your chest. Oh, so you're still awake? Willow lifted her head from my chest and looked at me with her drowsy eyes. No. And this is why I loved her. She's just perfect in every single way. Oh well, guess you won't be able to go swimsuit shopping. Okay. I smirked. And you're going to have to swim without a suit. Willow's eyes widened, signaling that she was now wide awake. You want to see that, don't you? What? No. A heated blush crept up my neck, and I knew Willow knew she succeeded in getting back at me for the comment, because a smirk lit up her face. Oh really? Because I think that blush says otherwise. I think dash. Damn. We both froze and looked towards the bedroom door, which had been kicked open by two girls holding an unconscious girl. To be precise, it was Alyssa and Renee carrying Willow's friend, who seemed to still be in a sleeping state. What was her name again? Pam? Penny? Paige? Yeah, Paige, that's it. Guys, Paige is still ill. She needs dash, Willow started before she was interrupted. Look at the two lovebirds, Renee said. It's so cute. Too bad Willow needs to go. Go? Go where? I looked at Willow and saw that she was worried. Was she afraid of them? Oh gosh, that's hilarious. Shopping, they said in unison. For a swimsuit. And we're taking this chick with us too. She wouldn't wake up, so we just, grabbed her. She's gonna need a swimsuit as well. Wait, hold on, I said, releasing my grip on Willow's waist and holding up my hands. How did y'all even get into the house? Well, Alyssa started. We noticed the door was locked, so we looked for the spare key you usually have under the doormat. But when it wasn't there, We sorta broke a window and sorta just snuck in. Yeah, Renee joined. I'm surprised you didn't hear it. Guess you wouldn't be able to defend yourself against an assassin. I sighed. This is breaking and entering, guys. I could have you guys arrested. They laughed. Like you would arrest us. Willow just stared at them, a worried look plastered onto her face. But guys, Paige, she's not well. Who cares? They laughed. I guess they didn't think her friend was in that bad of shape. Anyways, let's go, Willow. We've got to go. Willow snaked her arms around my neck and shook her head. No. When Alyssa and Renee exchanged mischievous expressions, I knew it was too late for Willow. In an instant, Alyssa took hold of Paige while Renee charged us. I was too late to react. By the time I registered what was happening, Renee had Willow by the ankles and dragged her out of the room with Alyssa in pursuit, all while Willow protested. I stared at my bedroom door. Everyone was gone now. What just happened? I stood from the bed and listened. No sound. Had they already retreated from my house? Well, there was only one way to find out. Find their scent. As I sniffed the air, various smells hit my nose. Food, Willow, laundry, everything. I sighed and rubbed the back of my neck. Well, what now? They already disappeared. I just stood there until something hit me. I need to find my spare key so that those crazies don't break in again. I left my room and went down the staircase. When I reached the front door of the house, I stopped. Something wasn't right. Something was off. I sniffed the air once again and tensed. Something was here, or had been. With the scent I picked up, it was a feral, a rogue. But why was it on my territory? I caught a whiff of the scent again, and that's when I realized it. It was fresh. That means it could have been watching Willow when they left, knowing she's the Luna. And if it knows she's the Luna, it might harm her. You know what you have to do, my wolf growled, obviously furious with someone else, especially an intruder, looking at our mate. I nodded and sent a link to my beta. Kyle, get over here. Sure thing. But why? Something is dwelling on the pack territory. I can feel it. I think it's a rogue. At first, there was no answer. All right, I'm on my way. I'll bring Jason with me. I nodded, knowing my beta would feel it, then ended the link. A low growl escaped my lips at the mere thought of the intruder. Whoever it was, if they harmed anyone, especially Willow, I'd make them pay. Chapter 20. Nick's POV. She was living with him. She was living with the alpha of that pack. She should at least live in the pack house. For all I know, they could be getting close. He could be trying to take my Willow. I clutched the key I had stolen from underneath the doormat. This was step one in getting her back to me. Getting things back to before she was discovered, when I watched her from the trees. Before I hurt people. Back to the night when her brother introduced us and we were on a technical date. I knew by this time the alpha would discover my scent. That was step two. I just had to lure him and have my men ambush him. He would never see it coming. And if this didn't work, we'd have to go back to the original plan. Have the pack fight each other because their Luna would have gone missing. All right, I growled. Have the scouts spread out and watch the alpha. Have them contact me if the plan doesn't work. The scrawny wolf in front of me nodded before darting off into the thick tree line. Come now, Sophia said softly as she put her arms around my waist from behind. Why does destroying this pack mean so much to you? I shuddered as the sparks filled my body. But it was strange. They didn't feel right. I just want to see their defeat, I mumbled as I turned and pulled my mate off of me. There's something you want there, isn't there? I stared at Sophia, a blank expression on my face. She couldn't find out about Willow. Or perhaps a person. A girl. I said nothing and showed no sign of emotion. But of course, she read me like a book. I knew it, she whispered while shaking her head. At that moment, I saw the crazy look in her eyes. The look she gets when she wants me to do something horrible. When she wants me to get rid of one of our men. She turned her back on me and walked off, mumbling things to herself. I knew she was up to something, yet I hadn't stopped her. I looked down at my hand and observed the key. I took a risky move to get this. I had followed the alpha carrying Willow to their house yesterday. Then I waited a whole night. In the morning, I crept around their yard and snatched the key from underneath the mat. But soon, the scent of two females penetrated my nose. I hurriedly jumped into a bush just in time. Two girls, one looking like a goody two-shoes and the other looking like a punk rocker, emerged from the gate. They looked under the doormat, most likely for the key, but when they didn't find it, the punk one elbowed a window and broke it. They snuck in with ease, not even sensing me. That was my chance. I jumped from the bush, shifted, and darted from the scene. But before I left, I rubbed my fur against the door. Surely the alpha had smelled it when I left. And now I was here, planning to get the love of my life back. Willow. I looked up at the bright blue sky, the color reminding me of Willow's eyes. I love you. Chapter 21. Willow's POV. Guys, no. Just know, I stated wide-eyed, as Renee threw swimsuits at me, one after another, and while Alyssa tried to dress an unconscious Paige into a bikini. Let's just say it wasn't going well. Oh, Renee giggled as she held up a bikini that seemed to be just strings. This is cute. I gave a silent yelp and snatched it away from her. Are you crazy? This is just pieces of dental floss. Renee shrugged and reached for the humiliating swimsuit in my hands. But before she could take it, I pitched it out of the dressing room. Renee scowled. That was a freaking awesome bikini. I'd rather swim without one than wear that. Done. Alyssa exclaimed. We turned towards her, and my mouth dropped while Renee laughed. Alyssa was doing jazz hands to an unconscious Paige, who was wearing a cherry bikini. Was this a joke? Oh my gosh, this is perfect. Renee laughed. I need a picture. She whipped out her phone and got ready to take a picture, but she froze and smirked. Alyssa, put your sunglasses on her. Alyssa ceased her jazz hands and laughed. Then she slipped her sunglasses off the top of her head and placed them on Paige. Renee got back in position for their amusement. I'm so sorry, my friend. Please, forgive me for not stopping them. Snap. There, Renee said as she giggled. Wait a second. Alyssa, is that what I think it is? She shrieked with amusement as she pointed to Paige. I looked at Paige closely until I saw scribble marks on her cheek. What the heck was that? A backwards 3, =, then a capitalized D? Wait a second. Is that a... I glared at Alyssa, who was playing with a Sharpie in her hands. I believe I have found the culprit. I walked up to her, catching her attention. When she looked up at me with a questioning look, I slapped her across her head. What the heck was that for? She groaned. Geez, you hit hard. I pointed at Paige's face. You drew a penis on my friend's face. And she's knocked out. Alyssa gave a sly smile and did a hand gesture like, oh you. No one will notice. Actually, Renee said while she played with her phone. I already tweeted it, Instagrammed it, put it on Facebook, and uploaded it to Tumblr. Oh, and I took a small video and put it on Vine. She fisted the air. Do it for the Vine. I rubbed the back of my neck while Alyssa broke out into laughter and fell on her butt. It can't be that bad. I mean, how many people could possibly see it? Well, Renee continued. I have 2.5 million followers on Twitter, 1.9 million followers on Instagram, 500 friends on Facebook, 3 million followers on Tumblr, and 760 followers on Vine. My mouth dropped. That many? Holy crap, that means poor Paige. She's very popular, Alyssa chimed in. I gave her a death glare, telling her that she was dead in the next 5 seconds. Yum, you know what, guys? I'll be in the car. So, you guys, pay for my bikini, please. And with that, she was gone. I smirked at the sight of Alyssa running away. Looks like there's a way of frightening her. With this knowledge, I could scare her later on in life. Why are you smiling like an evil scientist? You're creeping me out. I laughed at Renee and smiled. Oh, no reason, just my thoughts. But, we should probably pick up all these bikinis and pay for them. Renee smirked. But we haven't found you a bikini. My smile dropped. Yes, we did. I have no idea what you're talking about. Slowly, with a smirk still evident on her face, Renee lifted a two-piece. Oh gosh, no. Within seconds, she had tackled me and began to try and change me. No, I screamed. Get off. Renee pinned my arms behind my back. You're putting the bikini on now. I kicked and tried to shove her off, concluding with a soft kick to the back of her head. "You're putting the freaking bikini on now." "But I don't wanna," she growled. "I'll give you a painful defeat. I'll make you regret it. So put the bikini on. Now." I stopped squirming. "Fine," I cried. "You win. I'll put on the stupid bikini." I could feel Renee smile evilly. "Good, now change. And if you excuse me, I still have to try mine on." I sighed when she got up off of me and pulled me to my feet. Then she threw my bikini at me as she began to change into hers. I turned the other way so that I wouldn't see Renee change. Then I took off the rest of my clothes and changed into the swimsuit. The bikini itself made my cheeks blush. It was black with white polka dots covering it. The top was decent, but the bottoms made it look like I was wearing a really short skirt. But luckily, it was like a skirt. "Okay, turn and face me," Renee said after I finished changing. I heaved a sigh and turned towards Renee, who was observing me while she was in a bikini herself. "Wait, why do I get this one and you get the Batman one?" Renee shrugged. "'Cause I'm cooler. And plus, we want to make you look sexy." "WW what?" "Why? I don't want to look sexy." Renee laughed. "Don't you see, this is for Riley." I blushed. "WL, if it's for Riley, then I guess." "Great," she shouted as she began pushing me out of the dressing room. "Now let's go." "Wait, we have to change back into our clothes." "And what about Paige?" Renee stopped. "Oh yeah. Okay, I'll carry her. You grab our clothes." "W what?" "We ain't changing because we're going straight to the beach once we pick up the guys." "So dash." Renee stopped talking and stared into space. After a few moments, I waved my hand in front of her, but she just stood still. That's when I noticed her eyes were clouded over. A mind link. Then just like that, she snapped out of it. She gripped my shoulders so tight that I flinched and gave me a panicked expression. "Willow, get to the car and tell Alyssa to drive you back home, now. You stay in Riley's house and you do not move a muscle. I'll be there with Paige as soon as I can." "What?" "Why? I still have to change dash." She cut me off. "Forget about changing. The pack, there are rogues, and we need to keep our Luna safe. I'll tell the clerk that you're the Luna. She'll understand." Renee shoved me away. "Hurry and run." I nodded and ran out of the shop. Behind me, buzzers went off because I was still wearing the unpaid-for swimsuit and a woman started screaming at me. But I ignored them. I had to get to Alyssa, and quickly. I had to get her to drive me home fast so that I could hide. But what about Riley? Would he be hiding with me? Or would he be fighting? Most likely fighting. "Riley, please be okay." Riley's POV. "Hold your ground." I commanded my men through our link. There were 7 of us and 23 rogues. We were outnumbered and surrounded. "Riley," Kyle barked. "More people are on their way to help, but I don't know if they'll make it on time." He shook his furry head. "We're fighting against time." I nodded and looked past my beta at the pure black rogue with red eyes staring at me with hatred. I'd have to fight him. I could tell that he was the leader and that he wanted to rip my throat out. "Riley!" Jason shouted through the link. "Watch out." I turned and ducked just in time to miss the rogue that tried to jump me. Then, with that, the black rogue released a ferocious howl. That was the signal for both of our groups. We all attacked each other. One after another, rogues tried to attack me. But I dodged with ease. I had my eyes set on one rogue, and that was the leader. As I ran through the battles my men were having, I caught sight of a tiny white wolf running downhill towards us. That couldn't possibly be who I thought it was. I skidded to a stop. "Heaven! Go back home and hide. It's not safe." She kept running, ignoring my warnings. If she kept that up, she could get herself killed. "I've come to help Riri." She was almost down the hill, and I had to stop her. Right before I darted to her, a burning pain erupted through my leg, causing a painful yelp to escape my lips. Then, a hard body knocked into mine, causing me to tumble to the ground. At that moment, everything seemed to go in slow motion. The first thing I saw was the wolf that attacked me, a dark brown one, standing over me and keeping me pinned down with its paws while it snarled. Next, my men hold off their own rogues. Some battled one while others battled two. Then, as I looked to the side, I saw Heaven. Poor Heaven. I saw her growling at a much larger, gray wolf. It stood over her, intimidating her, yet she still growled. But that's when it happened. The wolf attacked. It swiped at Heaven, sending her flying to the ground. And a massive pool of red surrounded her as her small body twitched. Blood. The stench of it hit my nose fast, and anger coursed through me. Kill them, my wolf growled in my head. Kill them all. They will pay for hurting her. I could feel my wolf trying to take control, but I held him back. Who knew what he would do if he got through? I released a growl and snapped at the wolf's neck, but it easily dodged. Then, before I knew it, it swiped its claws across my chest. A howl escaped my lips as my head fell to the ground. How could this be happening? I looked at the large black wolf that was the rogue's leader as it stared down at me. I felt like he had a grudge for me, that he had a reason for ambushing me. But why? Why did his eyes show so much hatred? I glanced at the wolf that had me pinned down. Surprisingly, it wasn't paying attention to me, so that was my cue. I bit its paw, causing it to flinch and yelp. Then, while it howled with pain, I shoved it off me. When it hit the ground, and I got to my feet, I ran to it and clamped my jaws on its neck. With my strength, I lifted it while it squirmed and threw it, making it hit the ground harder. They will pay, all of them. I turned to the black wolf that just watched me with amusement. This was my chance. This was my chance to end it all. I charged at him, but he dodged. I turned to face him, but he wasn't watching me. He was licking his paw. Oh, that's it, he's done. I dug deep inside myself and pulled out the strength necessary to catch him. And that was it. I launched myself at him, and we tumbled to the ground, ending with me pinning him down. And when I saw the chance, I clamped my jaws onto his shoulder, causing a howl to escape his lips. While he tried to use his strength to push me off, I bit into his flesh even harder. His blood seeped through and got into my mouth. All I could taste was that metal flavor. He yelped once more, and before I knew it, I was knocked off him and onto my back. When I looked at the source of it, I was sort of surprised. Pinning me down was the same wolf before, except now it had blood seeping through its neck from the wound I gave it, and it seemed much weaker. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the black wolf get to its feet. Then it stalked toward me, pure hatred shining in its eyes. This was it, I thought. He's finally going to attack. As it stood over me, its paw raised to slash me, it just froze. It looked around frantically until its eyes spotted something. I looked to where his gaze was locked, and my heart stopped. Standing at the base of the hill was Willow, fear reflecting from her eyes. She observed the scene and screamed, but it couldn't be heard. Just with my good sense of sight, I barely made out the words she screamed. Riley. I growled at the wolf that had me pinned down and slashed my claw across its chest. Finally, after its howl of pain, it fell limp. I swiftly got to my feet, but was overrun by 3 more rogues. They blocked me from their leader and my mate. I glanced at the black wolf, but he was no longer there. Now stood a guy my age with tattered clothes and wounds. But his eyes were no longer filled with anger. They were filled with compassion towards my mate. Willow, he called, holding out his hand. I've come for you. Willow's eyes went wide with fear, but she walked slowly towards us until she was face to face with the guy. Wait a second, is she wearing a bikini? Around us, the fighting had stopped. Everyone was just watching Willow and the enemy, seeing what would happen. What have you done? Nick? Why are you here? Go back to your mate. Nick. So that's the name of the man I'll take down. Nick frowned and walked around Willow, observing her. What a cute outfit. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were going swimming. As fast as lightning, Willow grabbed his wrist, surprising me that she could be so bold. Just get to the point. Willow, I've come to get you. We can live happily together and have pups and raise them. I want to be with you. Tears pricked her eyes, and my heart broke. I never wanted to see Willow cry. But what did Nick mean to her? Nick, go away. I never want to see you again. He just gave a small smile and brought her into a hug, except she wasn't hugging him back. Her arms were just hugging her sides. I growled, but he ignored me. I love you, Willow, he said. Then he whispered into her ear, so low that I couldn't hear. But I knew it was bad because her breath hitched. He walked away, disappearing into the forest with his rogues following him. When they were all gone, I nudged her. "Riley," she whimpered, not looking at me. "I'm sorry, this is all my fault." I looked around at my men, who were battered but okay. Then I looked where Heaven had gotten hurt. I would have run to her side, but the pack nurses were tending to her. I shook my fuzzy head and licked her arm, causing her to give a small giggle. "It's not your fault, Willow. These rogues would have attacked anyway. We've been getting reports from different packs that rogues have been closing in on their territories. It was just a matter of time." She turned to me and wrapped her arms around my furry neck and buried her face into the fur. "You don't understand," she cried. "All of this is my fault. Nick, he's going to dash." I nudged her again, and she stopped. "Climb on, let's go home." She nodded and climbed onto my back. As I walked uphill towards our house, I felt Willow's grip tighten on my fur. I stopped. "What's wrong?" She spoke after a moment. "That white wolf, the small one, is that Heaven?" I stared at Heaven's wounded form. She was covered in blood as the nurses tended to her. I couldn't tell Willow that was Heaven. She would cry and never stop. She would blame herself. And I should be at Heaven's side right now, comforting her. But if I did that, Willow would find out. No, I lied. Willow heaved a sigh. "Okay, good. Let's go home." I nodded and continued uphill while thoughts exploded in my head. Nick was one of them. "Nick, I will find you for what you did. I will make you pay for hurting my Willow." Chapter 22. Willow's POV. Riley had taken me to the pack house after his battle with Nick. So now we sat on the couch waiting for all of the pack to gather around. And I knew when they did, I'd have to tell them who Nick was. How was I supposed to tell them? Do I just up and tell them, "Oh, hey, those rogues who attacked us and almost killed some of you. Yeah, they're the ones who killed my pack, and their leader is the one who betrayed me. Who wants some cake?" No, if I did that, everyone would probably hate me. They'd probably even throw me to the rogues as some sacrifice. Riley nudged me. "Willow, everyone's here." "What?" I gasped, standing up as Riley followed my lead. I glanced around at the hundreds of wolves, watching me expectantly. Alyssa was standing in the front with Kyle, who was holding her by the waist with a bandage wrapped around his arm. And next to them was Renee, who was holding hands with Jason. My breath caught in my throat. Jason had a bandage going across his left eye. I had been the reason he was injured. I was the one to blame. Riley's parents were standing behind us as well as the pack witch. But someone was missing. Heaven. I looked at Riley. "Where's Heaven?" He stiffened at the mention of her name, but he didn't reply. Did something happen? "Okay, guys," Riley called, using his alpha voice. "You guys are probably wondering what happened today." "Hell yeah," someone shouted. I sighed as Riley continued. "We've been expecting that for a long time. We just didn't know when they were going to attack." "So what now?" Kyle asked. Riley stood tall and proud. "We doubled the border patrol. I want to know when they'll attack again, and I want us to be ready this time." Murmurs and agreements went around the crowd. This was my chance to tell them. "I'd also like to add something," I said, surprising myself that my voice didn't quiver. All eyes snapped to me, and I had to fight the urge to cower in a corner. Those rogues, they're the ones who attacked and killed my pack. They broke out into whispers before I could finish. And their leader is named Nick. He's the one who led them. So, one girl started. "What are we supposed to do with that information?" I don't dash. "It means that the pack of rogues are quite powerful and can get through our defenses," Riley said, helping me out. Everyone nodded and stood there expectantly, waiting for Riley to continue. "That's all," he concluded. They nodded once more and started to head out. That was until Riley's mother spoke up. "Also, surrounding packs are going to visit us next week to discuss these matters. So to honor them, we will be throwing a ball. That is it, you may go." Everyone nodded again and finally left, leaving Riley and me with his parents. "Mom, really? A ball in the middle of this crisis? That's a horrible idea." Riley's father spoke. "This is necessary, Riley. We have to do this. Plus, it'll be fun," his mother giggled. A smile broke onto my lips as Riley sighed. Fine. But what now? We start preparing for the party. His mother shrugged. Whatever you want, son, you're the alpha now. But right now you're father, and I have to check up on Heaven and make sure she's healing properly. I cocked my eyebrow. What happened to her? Riley gasped. Mom, don't dash. Riley's mother took a deep breath as her smile turned to a frown. She was injured in the fight. She's lucky to have survived. My heart stopped as tears pricked my eyes. Riley lied to me. He told me she was okay. He told me that she was fine. He lied. Riley ushered his parents out of the pack house and quickly turned to me, a saddened look on his face. Willow dash. Why did you lie to me? I screamed as the tears spilled over. You told me she was fine. He raised his hands to cut my face, but I backed up. You don't understand. He sighed. Then enlighten me, I snapped. I've never acted like this in my entire life. It frightened me. But I was so angry at Riley. I did it to protect you. Protect me? How would Dash? I stopped when something snapped into place. She was that little white wolf. He nodded. But you said Dash. I said it because I knew you would blame yourself. Because it is my fault, Riley. All of this is my fault. He stepped closer to me, but I shook. He immediately stopped. You should have told me. I know, but Dash. I walked past him and went to the door, wrapping my fingers around the knob. I should have known. I flung the door open and ran out as the tears stopped flowing. I had no idea where I was going, but I just had to clear my head, get some air. But I shouldn't be able to forget this. After all, it's my fault. Chapter 23. Willow's POV. When I was running, I had no idea where my feet would take me. I wanted to see Heaven, but I had no idea where the pack doctor was. So I kept running until my feet decided to stop, and they stopped at Riley's parents' house. So now I sat on the front steps with my head in my hands, not wanting to go closer to the house for everything I had done. Wasn't there a way to make everyone safe? My breath hitched. There was. Nick had offered me a deal to make him stop everything he was doing. Everyone was fighting, and Riley was pinned down by rogues. But as soon as I showed up, everyone froze. Even Nick. He made his way to me, eyes shining with happiness. Why? Willow. He called, holding out his hand. I've come for you. Sudden realization hit me, and my eyes widened. But I still stalked forward, heading for Nick. I had to make him go away. What have you done? Nick? Why are you here? Go back to your mate. I whimpered. Nick frowned and walked around me, his eyes observing as if I were his test subject. What a cute outfit. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were going swimming. Nick was aggravating me. He wasn't getting to the point. He was just stalling. My hand snapped up and gripped his wrist. Just get to the point. Willow, I've come to get you. We can live happily together and have pups and raise them. I want to be with you. Tears pricked my eyes. Did he forget what he did? What did he cause me? He almost made me fall for him, and then he killed everyone I knew. And then he just saunters back into my life? My body began to shake from the anger building up. Nick, go away. I never want to see you again. He just gave a small smile and brought me into a hug. But I didn't hug back. I'd never forgive him. I love you, Willow, he said. Then he brought his mouth to my ear and began to talk quietly. I can hurt the ones you love, Willow. So I'll give you a choice. You already know the choices you have. You have a week to make your mind up. He pulled away and smiled, as if he didn't do anything wrong. Then he walked away, his pack of rogues following, until they disappeared in the forest. Tears pricked my eyes as I realized what I had to do. I'd have to leave with Nick, just to keep everyone safe. So no one else would get hurt. Willow. My head snapped up to the familiar voice. The voice of someone I thought I wouldn't hear for a while. Paige? What? How? She was wearing a sweatshirt with sweatpants, an outfit I picked out with Alyssa when she took me shopping. But I was glad that she was wearing it. She nodded and sat next to me, draping her arm over my shoulder. I literally woke up 30 minutes ago. I looked up at her, but she wasn't looking back. So, you don't know what's been going on, do you? She shook her head. No, I woke up in a room with a girl watching me. I sort of freaked her out, I think. And then I tried running because I was confused, but she said I should probably look in the mirror before I made any rash decisions. Paige chuckled while rubbing her cheek. Well, I did and found something drawn on my cheek. Took me forever to scrub it off. I also realized I was in a bikini as well. Well, when I was done, I found these clothes on my bed with a note that said, I posted pictures and videos of your face, so there's no point in hiding it. Also, Willow is probably running around the territory somewhere if you need her. I laughed. My friend Alyssa drew on your face, and Renee is the one who you probably freaked out. Paige laughed. I'm glad you found some friends, Willow. When she turned and looked at me, there were tears in her eyes that made me hug her tightly. I'm sorry I didn't find you, she sobbed. I couldn't keep my promise. No, Paige, it's fine. You did find me, see? She clung to me. I wish that festival never happened. Everyone would still be alive, including Drew. My breath caught in my throat. I had to tell her about Nick. I pulled away from our hug. Paige, do you remember Nick? She nodded, and her face immediately contorted with anger. He's the one who started the rogue attack. I nodded and looked down at my feet. He's back, and he attacked today and hurt my mate's sister. He told me something that I can't tell anyone. He's doing it again, she gasped. He's ruining our lives. I nodded just as a cold feeling swept over me, making me break into a cold sweat. I was having one of my feelings, but I hadn't had one in a while. I just thought they decided to stop. I looked around frantically until my eyes landed on a pair staring at me from the forest. Nick. Was he going to watch my every move now? Make sure that I do what he wants? Willow? Are you okay? I snapped my head back at Paige. I had completely forgotten she was there. Yeah. I've just been jumpy since the attack. She nodded and smiled. Hey, I saw an awesome park when I was looking for you. It has a swing set. How about we go there and be rambunctious teens for once? I giggled and forgot all my problems. That sounds like a great idea. So, Paige started as we began swinging on the swing sets. How long have you been here so far? I tilted my head up and watched as the clouds moved across the gray sky. I remembered that this was the same exact park where I met Alyssa. 2 weeks at most. I could feel Paige smile. And your mate is the alpha. You lucked out, Willow. I thought that both of our mates died. My head snapped to Paige, who was looking at her feet. Did she still think of Drew? Just the thought of that made my heart clench. Paige, do you think that Drew was your mate? She shrugged. That night, we mostly talked, didn't touch. And just before he was about to take me dancing, chaos erupted. Before we knew it, a rogue attacked him. I caught him when he got sliced, but he was already gone. I didn't have time to see if I felt sparks between us. I sighed. Maybe your mate is still out there. I highly doubt it. I believe he died with our pack. I started thinking. My mate wasn't a part of our pack, so I was able to be united with him. So maybe, just maybe, the same thing was with Paige. Paige! I exclaimed, jumping onto the balls of my feet. Your mate could still be out there. She looked at me, eyes wide. Willow, I dash. I ran up to her and shushed her with my finger. SSSHH, just listen. I placed my hands on my hips. Next week we're having a ball where surrounding packs will be joining us to discuss some matters. Maybe your mate is in one of those packs. She smiled and jumped to her feet, bouncing with joy. So what does this mean? I grabbed her hands and bounced with her. It means we're going to find your mate. We began laughing and giggling, excited for the ball to come. Nothing could ruin this. Oh, hey Willow. Except that. Our heads snapped to the one and only Travis, who was smirking. But Paige, being as shy as she was, jumped behind me. What do you want, Travis? Oh, come on, don't act like that. I thought we were great friends. I shook my head. Can we please not do this today? I'm sort of busy. He shrugged. Well, I'm not, so let's do this right now. I groaned, and Paige tapped me on the shoulder. Who's that? I didn't have time to answer her because Travis beat me to it. His eyes snapped to her as if he had just noticed her. I'm Travis, he said shyly. Wait, what? Since when did Travis act like this? Paige looked at him, her eyes showing shock. I'm Paige. She stepped from behind me and walked up to Travis, who was staring at her intently. Then she held out her hand. "Nice to meet you," she said coolly. But I could read her like an open book. She was scared, but why? He hesitantly gripped her hand. But as soon as they touched, they jumped back. My hands flew to Paige's shoulders to steady her. "Oh my gosh, are you okay?" Paige stared at her hands before she looked at me. "Sparks." "What?" Her face lit up. "I felt sparks." "Sparks? But that means dash." I glanced at Travis, who was staring at his hand before looking back up at Paige, a small smile crossing his face. "No way." Paige looked away from me and walked towards Travis, who was doing the same. Time passed, but they just stood there face to face, taking each other in. But then Paige made the first move by hugging him and burying her head in his chest. "I've finally found you," she mumbled. Travis stiffened, not knowing what to do. But then he started to relax and snaked his arms around her waist, bringing her closer as he buried his head in the crook of her neck. I couldn't help but smile. But then I felt as if I was intruding. Travis, maybe you can bring Paige to Riley's house later, because that's where she's staying." He lifted his gaze to me and nodded. I smiled and turned my back to them, making my way back to Riley's house myself. I had to apologize for the way I acted. I took one last glance over my shoulder and broke into a toothy grin. "Congratulations, Paige," I whispered. Chapter 24. Willow's POV. I barged right through the open door of Riley's house, causing him to jump up from the couch in fright. Once he saw it was me, his face turned into an apologetic expression. "Willow, I dash." A smile lit my face, and I ran to Riley. Once I was right in front of him, I jumped, my hands immediately going around his neck while my legs snaked around his waist. "Don't apologize," I whispered. "I'm an emotional wreck who cries over every little thing and overreacts." Come to think of it, all I do is cry. I need to be tough and strong like a Luna, so from this day on, I shall never shed a tear. He chuckled while his arms held my waist to support my weight. Was it hard to say that? Oh yeah, definitely. He smirked as he stood there, still supporting my weight. Geez, wasn't I going to break his hip or something? Did something happen to you to make you so confident? I miss my shy Willow. I nodded as a bright smile formed on my lips. Yes, sir, Travis happened. He narrowed his eyes. Travis? What did he do this time? Well, I started. It so happens that he's Paige's mate. His smirk returned. So no more problems from Travis? I now get you to myself. I nodded, but was soon cut off by his lips pressing against mine. At first, I was surprised by his movements, but I soon gave in, allowing our lips to move in sync. A longing grew inside of me. I wanted to be close to him. I couldn't live without him. I needed him before I disappeared from his life to leave with Nick. I needed to feel complete. My back was soon pressed against the cold surface of the wall. He deepened the kiss, holding me close. I broke the kiss and pressed my forehead against Riley's. We were both out of breath, breathing heavily. I never thought I could be so bold. It feels like ever since I met Riley, I've been stronger. My wolf stopped invading my mind, my feelings became pinpoint, and my personality has changed. We need to stop, I breathed. That was escalating fast. He nodded in agreement. Sorry. I just missed you. I smiled. Same here. He let me down gently, allowing my feet to make contact with the floor. Looks like our bond is strengthening. I smiled up at him. I love you, Riley. Always remember that. He searched my eyes for a moment as if looking for something, then he smiled. I love you, Willow. Time lapse, 1 week. Tonight was the night. My last night with Riley, the ball. I promised myself I would make this night worth replaying in my mind when I would yearn for my mate. I would make this night the best night of my life, as if the world were ending. Well, my world was ending. I sat on the couch, wearing the beige dress that reached my feet while my hair was curled. Renee, Alyssa, and Paige, who had befriended the group faster than I thought, had picked me up a dress and done my hair and makeup before leaving to get ready themselves. As Renee had said, I looked like one hot tamale. I didn't even notice when Riley entered the room wearing a suit with his hair combed. Wow, you look breathtaking. I blushed and stood before being enveloped in a hug. Why, thank you, sir. You look quite handsome yourself. He laughed before pecking my lips and pulling away. That's when I noticed the car keys. I frowned. We're leaving? But I thought the ball started in 2 hours. I'm sorry, Willow, but I have alpha business to handle before the party. I called Alyssa and Kyle to pick you up. I promise I'll meet you there. But shouldn't I be with you? He shook his head. This isn't the usual business, it's more private. I'm sorry. I shook my head and smiled gently. No, it's fine. But you owe me. His face lit up in delight. How about a dance? That'd be splendid. He gave me one last peck before heading to the door. I love you, he whispered before exiting. I sighed and slumped on the couch. This isn't how I imagined the day would start. Why would he have business today? Out of the whole year, it just had to be today. I looked down at my feet. This wasn't how my last night was supposed to be. A cold chill swallowed me, making me shiver. My eyes immediately snapped to the thermostat. It was 80 degrees. Why was it so cold? My heart clenched at sudden realization. This couldn't happen now. I jumped from the sofa and ran to the door, swinging it open and allowing the crisp air to hit my face. Standing there was Nick in a suit, smiling with a single rose in his hand. What was he doing here? I had until tomorrow evening before I had to leave. How did he even get past Riley's border watch? I slowly walked to him. What are you doing here, Nick? I have until tomorrow. Wow, he said, ignoring my question. You look beautiful. Answer the question. I hissed. I was tired of his games. He shook his head. Willow, tonight was the deadline. You have no more time. No, it's not. I'm afraid so. Tonight is the 7th night. My heart clenched. It couldn't be. I swear I had more time. I have more time, I whispered as my eyes grew wide. This was supposed to be the best night of my life. I felt Nick's hand skim my cheek. Come on, Willow, it's time to go. I looked into Nick's eyes, which held love and compassion. It made me sick. But in order to keep my pack safe, I had to leave with him. I took his hand, which was extended towards me. He then began to pull us along. But before we left the property, I looked back at the open door. I'm sorry, Riley. Please forgive me. When we entered the forest, I didn't cry. I stayed strong and held my head up high. After all, I promised Riley I wouldn't shed a tear, and he was my world. Chapter 25. The ballroom was set up perfectly, and the alphas and lunas of surrounding packs seemed to be enjoying themselves while their packs either danced or chatted. But it was mostly the men of the packs using pickup lines on the women in mine. I chuckled and turned my gaze to Travis. Usually, we would butt heads, but not anymore. I had no reason to. He had found his mate, with whom he was dancing, who was Willow's best friend. He would no longer mess with my mate. Alpha Hollingsworth? A shy voice squeaked. I looked down at a young girl fiddling with the hem of her dress. I instantly recognized her as Alpha Carter's youngest daughter, Kiki. Yes, sweetie. Her face turned red as a fire truck as she turned from my gaze, earning a chuckle to escape my lips. I was wondering if you would touch my hand. I cocked my eyebrow. Why would you ask that? Well, I haven't found my mate, and Mommy says I'm too young. But then I heard that you haven't found yours either, so I was wondering if I would feel those shocks with you. I smiled and knelt down, taking her small hand in my own. She instantly frowned, and I knew why. No shocks. No shocks, she mumbled. I'm sorry, princess, but I have already found my mate. In fact, you might actually meet her when she arrives. But I'll tell you what. Since your mate is most likely here today, I'll dance with you to make him jealous. Kiki broke into a grin. Okay. A dance. I'll be right back. And with that, she scampered off. Congratulations, Alpha. You broke my daughter's heart and mended it with one sentence. You have quite the silver tongue. I stood and turned to Alpha Carter. Alpha, I am pleased you could make it, I said as I nodded with respect. He slapped my back in a brotherly manner. Now, Riley. We're all friends here. Now, where's that mate of yours? I haven't had the pleasure of meeting her. I broke into a toothy grin. I promise, James, you'll meet her tonight. I told her I had some business to attend to and that my beta would pick her up. He smirked. And what business would that be? I could feel my face flush before digging in my pocket and pulling out a small velvet box. Inside was my grandmother's ring. Riley, I heard that you met her only 3 weeks ago. I nodded while looking at the box. Yes, but I feel as if I have to do it now. The alpha broke into laughter. Oh boy, you sound just like me when I was your age. Christian, come here a second. A woman in an elegant gown approached me and bowed her head in respect. Alpha Carter's wife, the Luna. Yes, love, she questioned with a thick British accent while staring at her mate with love and compassion. Honey, tell Riley about my proposal. She giggled and turned to me. Well, I was new to the pack. I had just moved from the United Kingdom with my family because there were hardly any jobs there. So when I went to the high school, late, I might add, I went straight to the lunch line because the lunch bell had just rang. She sighed at the sweet memory. Well, I felt someone's eyes on me, so I searched for someone's gaze. I finally saw James here with a wide smile, staring at me. So I, of course, gave a small one in return. But it didn't end there, no. At the end of school, he ran up to me and held out his hand, saying he was the almighty Alpha James Carter. I shook his hand, then boom, we felt the sparks. But then, James ran off like the wind. I thought he was denying me. But just as I was about to leave, he darted to me, got on one knee, pulled out a ring, and I quote, Miss Lady, with whom I felt sparks, I believe we are mates. So may you, pretty please with a cherry on top, marry me? They broke into fits of laughter as I chuckled. My proposal wouldn't exactly be like that, but it might be strange. I've never done this before, so I had no idea how to do it. James, you're quite dash, I started before the door slammed open. Everyone averted their eyes to Kyle, who was breathing heavily, and Alyssa, who looked as if she had just finished crying. When they saw me, they ran my way, not even stopping to say apologies to the people they shoved. Kyle, Alyssa, what's wrong? I could feel everyone's stares and curiosity. We were most likely causing a scene. Willow, Kyle gasped. She's dash. He didn't finish the sentence before Alyssa broke in. She's gone. She wasn't at your house. Fear began to surge through me. Then where is she? We don't know, she sobbed. But there was a rogue scent in your yard as well as Willow's. There was no sign of struggle, Kyle added. I dropped the small box as my wolf pushed through. Nick. My wolf growled. It had to be him. Grab him. Alpha Carter shouted. Don't let his wolf take control. I felt my body shift and fur erupt before pack members dove for me. But before they could reach me, I ran for the door. My wolf and I agreed on one thing as we ran for the exit. We were going to kill Nick. Before I leapt out the door, Aviary stopped me, using a spell to create a barrier blocking the door. Get out of my way. I growled, sending her a link. She didn't move. She walked towards me and placed her hand on my head. Riley, my Willow, wouldn't approve of this, she whispered so that only I heard. You're Willow. She smiled, and for a moment, her features shifted. What caught me off guard was that her features changed into those that Willow had. Sleep, Riley. And with that, my world went black. Chapter 26. Willow's POV. And I also brought this dress for you. Willow. I looked up at Nick, who was holding a sundress up while he looked at me desperately. Ever since that day I went with him, I haven't even broken into a smile. That day was a week and a half ago. Willow, is something wrong? I nodded. Your mate must be worried. You should go and check on her. Actually, he scratched his head. I'm going on a trip with her soon to settle some matters. You'll be all alone for a few days. Okay. You promise you won't go back to that pack? He questioned. I nodded. I didn't want to speak out and say, yeah, I promise I won't run to my mate. He nodded and jumped to his feet before taking my hand in his and kissing my knuckle. I shuddered. Then he turned and left, leaving me in my dead village. That's right, he brought me to where he had killed my family. When I could no longer hear his footsteps, I stood and grabbed the dress he had given me, grabbing its sides before pulling with all my might. I tore it right down the middle. I wasn't going to accept anything he'd give me. The food he left for me, I'd toss it out, and the clothes, I'd rip them. To be honest, I have no idea how I've survived this long. Must be some werewolf thing. I began walking, trying not to think about the worried voices of Riley and the pack. I had blocked them out the night I left with Nick so that they wouldn't track me down. If they found me, Nick would attack them, and I didn't want anyone to die for me. I halted at the graves of my family and sat down. Hey, Mom. So, I found my mate a couple of weeks ago, you already know that. But you're probably wondering why I'm back. Well, it's Nick. He said that if I didn't return with him, he'd hurt Riley and the pack. They already hurt his little sister and Dash. I fell silent when something familiar caught my eye. What the? I quickly plucked the item from the ground and observed it. This is the flower that killed me when I was a kid. The rainbow flower sparkled in the sunlight, looking extravagant and captivating. Don't do it, Acalia growled in my head. Well, look who finally decides to show up. I haven't heard from you in a while. I've been busy. Busy? I snapped. You're inside my body. What's so busy in there? Digestion. Yeah, exactly. Do you even have any idea what's going on? We can't see our mate anymore. Acalia growled. I know what Nick is doing, Willow. But do you not remember what that flower did to us? It killed us. So if you take a bite from it like you're thinking, you won't just kill us for a second time, you'll also kill Riley. I smiled at the poisonous flower. Don't worry, it's not going to kill us. Willow, don't do. She wasn't able to finish because by the time she shouted my name, I was already swallowing the deadly weed. Black dots filled my vision before turning to complete and utter darkness. And the strange thing was, I wasn't afraid. I welcomed it. Ugh, what? Where am I? Have you ever decided to stay up one night when everyone in your family is asleep and just stare at the sky filled with stars? You see everything, and it feels like you're being swallowed up by the constellations. That's what was happening. I was being swallowed up by the starry sky. Willow. I quickly turned, ready to get into a fighting position and take out any opponent. But when I spun around, no one was there. Hey, sis. My head snapped towards a boy a couple of years older than me with blonde shaggy hair, a muscular frame, and hands in his jeans pockets while he wore a sly smile. Sam. I gasped. You're alive. I quickly ran to my older brother and wrapped my arms around him. Hey Willow, what's wrong? I looked up at Sam to see him smirking. Is he serious? I haven't seen him in 3 years. I cocked my eyebrow. Are you okay? He is Willow, and so are we. I turned my head to see my mother and 2 younger brothers, David and Lance, smiling at me. My arms dropped from Sam and my overwhelming joy died. You guys aren't real. You all are hallucinations. No, we're not, big sis. Lance giggled. We're real. See. He ran up to me and slapped my leg, making me yelp. But I buried you guys. I remember, I mumbled, rubbing my leg that was in pain. Mom was in front of me in a flash and cupped my cheeks, staring into my eyes. Being this close, I could see the features we shared. Our button noses and rosy cheeks. Everything may be all in whack right now, sweetheart, but things will clear up. I nodded and took in her face. But I spotted something that wasn't supposed to be there. Stormy gray eyes. I noted the difference and stepped away from them. So, you guys are dead. But if that's why I see you all, where's Dad? No one answered. Instead, Sam changed the subject. Willow, we don't have a lot of time, so please, ask the questions you want to know, not what you need to know. That doesn't make sense. It should be the other way around. Little sister. Listen to your big brother. Sam teased. I sighed. Okay, questions I want to know. Sam, how come you didn't come with Paige and me? I know you would have lived if you did. He smiled. Willow, when I first saw you after you were born, I swore I'd protect you. I failed to do so when we were children. But that night, when I was holding off the rogues so that you guys could get away, I thought of it as redemption. I blinked back tears. Gosh dang it, Sammy, you're going to make me cry. I promised Riley that I wouldn't. You can cry here, Willow. It doesn't really count since this is sort of like your conscience. Sam chuckled. I laughed as tears began to flow freely. You jerk. But whole. I laughed harder, which caused me to cry even harder. When the emotions settled down, I turned to Mom. Mom, how did you? You know. She smiled. I was looking for you, sweetheart, to tell you something important. But a certain wolf had gotten to me first. Nick. She turned away, and I knew I had guessed right. Nick had killed my mother. So, Lance and David, why didn't you guys run? Why did you stay to fight? We wanted to be like Daddy. They replied simultaneously. I chuckled. You guys didn't have to do that. Y'all already look like him. Well, David murmured. We also wanted to pose as a distraction so that you could run and find your mate. I felt my heart clench. Were you guys trying to get me out? You all could have lived. This is all my fault, isn't it? Sam smiled. Willow, no, it's not. But we're out of time. We have to go now. No, I just got you all back. You can't leave. They all grabbed hands and smiled at me as they started to glow and fade. No, I lunged forward but went straight through them. You can't leave me again. I sobbed. We can stay here. Be a family again. I want you guys to meet Riley. And meet Paige's mate. I want you guys to dash. Sweetheart, Mom soothed. I'll be watching over you, I promise. I cried as they vanished and as the stars came collapsing on me. And before I knew it, my eyes, my actual eyes, opened to a very familiar face. Riley? Chapter 27. Willow's POV. Riley? My mate held me in his arms while we sat on the ground, looking at me with eyes that had gone without several nights of sleep. A midnight shadow now took over his jaw, defining his face with a snarl that I just wanted to make vanish. You idiot, he muttered. Why did you run away? To help the pack. Nick said. I breathed. Being this close to him made my heart race. I couldn't even finish my statement. Enough with Nick. Riley growled as he stood up, taking me in his arms. I swear I'll end him. 2 weeks with you gone? Do you know how much pain I've endured? When I see him, his dash. I cupped his cheek, and his features softened. Instead of a wolf's expression, I saw a lost puppy. I left by choice, Riley. I didn't want what happened to Heaven to happen to you. Why are you defending him? I shook my head. I'm not. I just don't want any more bloodshed because of me. He began carrying me, like he did when we first met, out of my dead pack. You obviously have no idea what has been going on, do you? I shook my head as we entered the forest. I don't know what you're talking about. The rogues are still attacking us, Willow. Nick never stopped. But he promised. There haven't been any deaths, right? Riley chuckled dryly. No, only injuries. But that's because the surrounding packs have been helping us keep them at bay while they had me locked in a food cellar. Why exactly were you in a cellar? Riley's pack came into view, but it no longer had the peaceful aura to it. The skies were darkened with smoke, and all defenses were on high alert. Because my wolf kept trying to push through. But he finally calmed down when you unblocked me. I didn't unblock you, I stated, but it came out more as a question. He shrugged as we entered the packlands. You probably did it unconsciously when you were passed out by the graves. Oh, was all I said. Riley continued to walk, and I took in the scene. Everything was a mess. Wolves were everywhere, either resting on the streets or running towards the defenses. What had Nick done? Riley? I choked out, not looking at him. Yes, Willow. Can we hold a pack meeting? I could feel his smile against me. I knew you'd ask. Okay, everyone is here while Alpha Carter's and Alpha Collins' men hold the defenses, Riley whispered in my ear. I nodded and faced my pack, who stared at me in awe. I guess they didn't know that I had returned. I sighed. I was going to have to give a major pep talk to get away with my idea of how to handle the situation. So, I know that I have been gone for about 2 weeks and that the rogues have been attacking, but tonight it will end. Everyone shifted, and I continued. This wasn't supposed to have happened. I made a deal with their leader that if I left, he would leave you all at peace. But, since he broke his promise, we will cast him and all the other rogues down to Tartarus. Yeah! Alyssa cheered. To the fields of punishment with them. Renee shouted. The crowd began to get hyped up, and I couldn't help but smile. Tonight, we will defeat this army of rogues, and we will be known as the pack that stood up to them. Everyone cheered. Tonight, you will all stay here and guard, keep our territory safe, while I deal with Nick. Everyone roared, fisting the air and stomping their feet, cheering for the attacks to end. But Riley grabbed my arm. Willow? I just got you back, and you're planning to have a battle with Nick. I nodded. He broke his promise. He will pay. If not by me, then at least by someone else from our pack. Okay, then I'll come with you. Riley, this is my fight. You can't dash. He silenced me by placing his finger on my lips. You said it yourself, if not by you, then by one of us. So I'm coming. Besides, you can't ground me. I laughed, but was soon interrupted. Well, that was quite the battle speech. Welcome back, Alyssa said as she gave me a tight squeeze. Renee slapped my back, earning a yelp from my lips. So when do we get to whoop some tail? And the plan? What is it? I smiled and pointed at Alyssa and Renee just as their mates joined their sides. Alyssa, Renee, you guys get Paige and gather up all the children and the elderly and stay here. I want you guys to keep them safe and let no one enter the pack house. Kyle and Jason, I want you guys to get Travis and find Aviary. Convince her to make a barrier around the territory so that if any rogues try to get in, they'll feel the pain of what it's like to get slashed with silver. I turned towards the rest of the pack. As for everyone else, get in positions. Everyone scampered off while Renee and Alyssa beckoned all the elderly and children to follow them. As for me, I turned to Riley. You ready? He asked as he tossed me a jacket. As ready as I'll ever be. Chapter 28. Willow's POV. The wind howled and whipped at my hair as the sun made the dew on the green grass sparkle. If there hadn't a feud going on, I would have mistaken this for a perfect day for the beach. Tightening his grip on my hand, Riley mumbled, "Are you sure he's going to come?" I nodded. I'm positive. How? I looked at my mate and gave a tight smile. Because he claims that he loves me. I could see an uneasiness settle on Riley. Did you ever love him? I cracked a smile and shook my head. Of course not. I saw him as a friend, I guess, but dash. Willow, I thought we had something special. A shiver ran down my spine as our heads snapped to a well-dressed Nick wearing a smirk, while a girl my age wearing casual clothes stood by him. She kept her eyes locked on me, and a snarl was threatening to take the place of her scowl. And that's when it snapped into place. That girl was his mate. Nick, I want you to stop the attacks, I stated confidently. Nick wasn't looking at me, but at Riley. They were both exchanging looks of anger and hate. Why should I? He questioned. I told you what would happen if you stayed with this pack. I left, but you still attacked. You lied to me. His eyes snapped to me, looking taken aback. Willow, I know what I promised, but I dash. I told them to attack, the girl said nonchalantly. Might as well get them out of the way. Willow, that girl is crazy. Look at her eyes, Riley whispered, and he was right. Her eyes held the look of a deranged woman who had lost everything. She was a pure rogue. I swallowed hard. You were kicked out of our pack, right? She nodded. Yes, so I had my mate here and them. Sophie, Nick warned. Why were you kicked out? I asked. I had to know the reason why she had my family attacked. She smirked. Because I proved the elders wrong. They didn't like the truth. They'd rather live in ignorance. So they had me kicked out. So you had to dash. Her form began to shift, and her bones began to pop. She was shifting. And when she was done, a large gray wolf took her place. Nick looked at her and nodded before facing us again. I'm sorry, Willow, but I must do this now. Sophie told me to. My eyes widened in fear as he began to shift. I wanted to run and hide. I couldn't do this. What had taken over me to decide that I would take care of him? But I had to protect my pack. Riley's wolf stepped in front of me. I hadn't even realized he had shifted. Willow, you need to shift. Don't be afraid, I'll protect you. I nodded and began the process. I ignored the pain shooting throughout my body, though. I could only focus on Sophie and Nick staring at me. When the shift ended, I stepped beside my mate. We will beat them, right? Riley nodded. Of course, I'd never. Riley was cut short by Nick lunging at him with his claws extended. He dodged him but still got a small cut, so he charged Nick. They immediately began to fight. Riley. A growl from behind me grabbed my attention. I quickly spun around to be tackled by Sophie. She pinned me down while snarling. I could see the evil glint in her eyes. I used my paws to push at her chest, which was a huge mistake. She instantly bit onto my shoulder, causing me to howl in pain. But instead of finishing the fight, she jumped off. Something wasn't right. She would have hurt me more. She would have. Another howl escaped my lips as pain surged through me. It was devastating. It felt as if my body was burning from the inside. A moment later, Sophie penetrated my mind and began to speak. Do you see what's going on? You can't win. At least, not against me. See, my army of rogues taught me a trick to win against any wolf opponent. Right before you fight another wolf, coat your teeth with silver before you leave the house. I could feel her snicker in my head as my blood began to run cold. Oh, come on. Why do you look so defeated? I didn't bite you hard enough to do real damage yet. At least I didn't do it yet. I had to focus. I had to fight back to protect my mate and pack. I slowly stood, wobbling as I did so. It was as if I had just shifted for the first time. Wow, you really want to lose fast. Well, okay. She tackled me again, but this time we rolled. And when the rolling stopped, she began to swipe at my chest with her claws. Reacting, I bit onto her paw just as it was coming down, resulting in her howling. But that was about all I could do in my state of pain. And then it happened. She used her paws to pin down my own, and I knew it was the end for me. I would lose to Nick and his mate. My head fell to the side as I prepared for Sophie's snarling jaw to end me. From my position, I could see Riley winning against Nick as he had him pinned down. I had to say bye. I didn't want him to find out that I was gone while he continued to fight. Goodbye, Riley. I love you. Riley's form froze, and he turned to me. When he saw my position, he quickly jumped off Nick and charged for Sophie. But he wasn't going to make it in time. I closed my eyes, accepting fate. I wouldn't have pups with Riley, and we wouldn't grow old together. I wouldn't be here. Sophie's snarling was close to my ear until it vanished, as well as her weight. My eyes snapped open to see a wolf tackling her. But the strange thing was, Sophie's face was contorted with so much fear it was as if she saw a ghost. Someone nudged me, and I turned to see my mate. My eyes widened as my head snapped back to the wolf who was attacking Sophie. Nick? He kept attacking his own mate. She kept whimpering, begging him to stop. But he didn't. He knew what had to be done to save me. Soon her body felt limp, and silence surrounded her. Nick breathed heavily and turned to me. I could see fear and sorrow in his eyes. He slowly stepped towards us, but Riley stepped over my body in a defensive position while releasing growls. Nick just froze and gave me an apologetic expression before running off into the forest. Nick. I actually felt sorry for him. He had chosen to save me over his own mate. Chapter 29. Willow's POV. 1 week later. Renee, can you pass the cereal? Alyssa, give me the spoons. I swear to the gods, Willow, if you don't give me the milk, there will be trouble. That's naughty language. I slammed my hands on the table and everyone's eyes landed on me. Okay. Renee, give me the cereal, Alyssa. Give Renee the spoons, and I'll give Alyssa the milk. And Heaven, honey, these two use bad words a lot, so there's no stopping them. Heaven shifted on her crutches as we all made the switch. Poopy. The three of us were taking a break from helping around the pack recover when Heaven was discharged from the hospital. She immediately came to the pack house while on crutches when we were grabbing some breakfast. I've got to say, though, I'm glad that Heaven is back to her old self. I remember how, when we first met, she was so cute and adorable, but as time passed, she became mysterious and insanely mature. It was scary. But ever since she was discharged, she was back to being cute and adorable. Foxface scampered into the room when we all got settled at the table and began to eat. Foxface. Heaven squealed. I've missed you. Foxface leapt onto the table and curled up into a ball. So, Renee started. Did you guys ever find Nick? I shook my head. No, we've been searching the forest but It's just useless. So wait. Since that one guy, Nick, is gone, that means we're done with all that jealousy crap, right? I chuckled as I took bites from my Lucky Charms. Of course. Nick was the only guy I knew from my pack. I wasn't really sociable. They all began to crack up. But that soon ended when Riley walked into the room. Alpha, they both said simultaneously before breaking out into hysterics. Guys, really? Show a little more respect to me. Riley pouted while crossing his arms. I'm a big boy. I joined in the hysterics before standing up and kissing my mate on the cheek. Sure you are. He beamed as he leaned down and kissed my forehead. I swear I am. No PDA. Heaven squealed, covering her eyes before running out of the dining room and into the living room, where the rest of the boys lounged around. Riley chuckled before gently lifting up my sleeve, exposing my shoulder, which now had a patch on it. How's the bite doing? I shrugged and drank the rest of the milk from my bowl before answering. I don't know. Sometimes there's a sharp pain in it, but that's probably from any remaining silver, right? He nodded. Yeah, we're going to have to take you to Aviary and see if she can do a spell to remove any fragments that remain. I sighed as I placed my bowl into the sink. I haven't seen Aviary in a week, and I was nervous. I had to confront her about a very important issue, but I've just been procrastinating. I didn't want to do it. I'll go see her today. Do you want me to come? Riley questioned. I shook my head. No, I think I can do it. Besides, I have to be independent. He chuckled before his face turned serious. Willow, I need to tell you something. I nodded, but he didn't continue. Instead, he looked over at Renee and Alyssa. They got the hint and left. Riley? He sighed and shoved his hands into his pockets. We found Nick. I froze and heaved a sigh. Is he all right? Riley shook his head. Willow. He was found dead. We think he ended his own life. Why would he? My mate sighed. They say when your mate either rejects you or passes away, you feel a pain 100 times worse than being shot with a silver bullet. It drives you to insanity. He was already unstable. I'm sorry, Willow, Riley said while rubbing my back. I just wanted to apologize to him so that dash. I suddenly gasped and gripped my shoulder. The silver was acting up again, making me have sharp pains. Willow. Riley tried to grab onto my waist, but I just pushed him away. No, I'm fine, really. I'm just going to go see Aviary now. Are you sure you don't want me to come with you? I nodded and made my way to the door. I'm sure. And with that, I left the pack house and searched for the witch. Aviary was easy to find. Or maybe I was. Maybe she felt that I needed her and met me at the park, because when I arrived, she was already waiting expectantly. Why hello, Luna. Fancy meeting you here. I smiled. Yeah, I was wondering if you could help me with my shoulder. She nodded and lifted up my sleeve, observing the wound. Silver. Silver. Her stormy gray eyes flashed with something unknown before she placed a hand on the wound. Immediately, I felt sharp pains before they subsided. Done? I questioned. She nodded. Indeed, but there will be a scar. In fact, it's a silver scar from the amount of silver that was building up in there. I heaved a sigh once I remembered what I had to ask Aviary. How was I supposed to do it? Do I just come out with the question? Is something on your mind? She questioned. I nodded, and before I knew it, I blurted out the question. Are you my mom? The witch smiled as her form began to change. Her hair turned brown, and her eyes turned green while the rest of her began to restructure. My mother was now standing right in front of me. I told you, I will always be watching over you. How? I gasped. I saw you pass away. I'm not alive, sweetheart. I guess you can say that I'm like a restless spirit. So, what else should I say? I didn't even think that my own mother would be a spirit. My time here is coming to an end, Willow. Why? I questioned. She smiled and brought me into a hug. I was only supposed to stay to watch over you. When you met Riley, that was my deadline, but then that other boy, Nick, showed up. I had to stay to make sure you were safe. I pulled away when a bright light hit my eyes. But it wasn't the sun. No, my mother was glowing. Is this how it ends? I asked. I finally get to see you again, but you're going to leave? I still have a question that I want answered. Mom chuckled. I believe I already know the question. I shook my head before looking into my mother's eyes. Is Dad still alive? We were told by the elders that he had died protecting the pack. But when I passed on, I felt him. He is indeed still out there. Where? Where can I find Dash? I stopped speaking when Mom's body began to fade into dust. I believe this is where we part. Please do tell Riley that they will be needing another pack witch because I retired. But Dash, I felt tears begin to build up. I want you to stay. Mom smiled, but I think I saw her crying. I can't, sweetheart. I love you. Her body crumpled into dust before the wind picked it up and carried it away. Tears were already spilling when I sat and slouched on a swing. I love you too. Willow? Are you okay? I looked up from my feet and saw Riley standing over me. Nodding and wiping my face, I responded. Yeah, I'm just sweating from my eyes. My mate chuckled before sitting on the swing next to me. You sure? Yeah. Aviary wanted me to tell you that you're going to need a new witch. She retired. Are you serious? Riley sighed over dramatically. Do you know how hard it is to find a witch? They're like a freaking rare species. I laughed and leaned my head onto his shoulder. She also said that my father is still alive. Really? I nodded. So, what now? Everything is back to normal, right? Yeah, I was wondering the same thing. Willow, can I ask you something? I looked up at him and nodded. And that's when I realized something. He was really tense and gripping something in his hand. I was wondering if you would. You know, marry me? My heartbeat picked up speed as he showed me a ring. Was he really asking? He could just slide the ring on my finger for all I care. I nodded frantically as he took my hand, sliding the ring on my finger before pressing our lips together. But the kiss was brief. Riley, can you promise me that after the wedding we can look for my father? He nodded. I promise. Let's get our reactions. Talk about a cinematic finale. We get a full-blown supernatural showdown where the villainous Sophia literally crumbles into dust. But the real tearjerker? Willow's mother returning as a spirit through the pack, which to give her daughter one last hug and reveal the ultimate shocker. Willow's father is still alive. Analysis. Willow's transformation is complete. In Chapter 1, she was a runt who couldn't protect her mother. By the end, she is a powerful Luna who has defeated her oppressors, found her fated mate, and gained the leadership skills to unite a broken people. The resolution of the conflict isn't just Nick's death, but Willow finally accepting her role as a protector. Lesson: you are never just what people label you. The runt became the Luna. The ultimate moral is that our past traumas don't define us. They are just the prologue to the person we are meant to become. Willow's journey teaches us that even when you lose your family and your home, you can build a new pack and a new future from the remains. That's the deep dive on Willow's Alpha. If you're looking for a story that proves the smallest wolf can have the loudest howl, this is the one.